Up above, the sky was a clear blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds on that fateful day. A roar echoed from somewhere, and a dragon was circling the sky. It flew wildly, with a freedom unmatched by anything he'd ever seen. The dragon flew over the head of a young man below. His body was covered in blood, and even his cloak was stained. He thought to himself because of that. The young man looked up again at the sky, watching the dragon fly away, resolving to step back from his role as a troubleshooter for the great Declan magical lineage. His hand tightened into a fist by his side. That was his only reason. Dark clouds gathered from somewhere, obscuring the white clouds. A black crow opened its beak, cawing as if to announce something. Then a deep, hoarse voice said, "Now, you are the last one left." The crow then flapped its wings, a few black feathers falling to the ground. It flew off to join other crows in the sky as below the gray clouds. Asta used magic to choke Dion, lifting him into the air. He spoke in pain and helplessness. First, you concealed your true power. The small magic circle in his hand still glowed brightly. Asta coldly confirmed. That's not a power a mere troubleshooter would have. Then he reached behind and pulled out a book. The one asking questions here is me, he said. Asta looked at it and asked Dion, "This is a magical tome, isn't it?" Dion hesitated for a few seconds, but still answered in pain, "Yes." The other side had been slightly sunk due to the attack's force. Dion added, "Did you really think we came here just to take down a hound?" Asta casually mocked, "But if it's trash from the Declan line like you, maybe the whole pack would come." Ignoring that, he curiously asked again, "So how do you use it?" But Dion confirmed, "I don't know." Looking at the magical tome in his hand, Asta thought, if that greedy Declan knew, he wouldn't have buried it in a dusty basement. Realizing something, Asta was puzzled. Dion didn't even know how to use it and yet was chased to this extent, proving how valuable it was. Suddenly, Dion shouted out an order, "Hand over the magical tome." Hearing this, Asta looked over. Dion forced himself to threaten, "Then I'll ask the leader to spare you. Maybe even let you go back to being a troubleshooter." Hearing this, Asta laughed like he just heard a joke. With a disdainful look, he questioned back, "What authority do you have to say that?" Ignoring the attitude, Asta said, "All right then, any last words?" This made Dion angrily roar, "You bastard." Asta mocked, "Finally accepting yourself, huh? Well done." Right then, the sound of a cane hitting the ground echoed from behind. Asta immediately sensed a strange power. He became alert at once, carefully turning around. Dangerous indeed, he thought. It was a man enveloped in red magic power, even calmly complimenting. "You have a pretty good intuition," Asta thought, anyone carrying such murderous intent. The man gripped his cane tightly and introduced himself. "I am Farron von Declan, pleased to meet you." He continued with pride, "The clan leader of the Declan magical family of the Eastern continent." Asta repeated in shock to himself, "Clan leader of the Declan family." Farron appeared quite friendly, saying, "If you don't mind, I'd like to retrieve that magical tome. We can talk after." But Asta was still staring wide-eyed at him. Silently recalling, it had been more than 10 years since Asta started as a troubleshooter. He had spent half his life for Declan, but this was the first time meeting the clan leader. Asta knew a lot about these people, the Declan family, the leading magical family in the Eastern continent. The image of Farron appeared in his mind. He understood that the clan leader was considered the strongest magician in their history. Returning to reality, Farron was still smiling kindly, making Asta wonder what kind of person he was. A few seconds later, Asta snapped out of his thoughts, exclaiming, "What a hassle." These words left Farron bewildered. Then Asta raised the magical tome, bluntly asking, "You think you can just take someone else's trophies so easily? Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing this mockery, Farron just laughed out loud. Next, the two stood facing each other, both laughing loudly. Asta's body began to tremble a bit. He thought, "I shouldn't have eaten that dragon." The clan leader appearing personally too unlucky. Because of the pressure Farron exerted, Asta couldn't control his shaking hands. This magical power is no joke. He's the most overwhelming magician I've ever seen. Right after, Farron slammed his cane into the ground. "It would be easier if I killed you and took back the magical tome, but never mind, I'll speak directly." The entire space felt suppressed. Farron said, "Return under Declan's wing, hand over the magical tome, and I'll overlook everything you've done." Facing Asta's silence, he tried to convince him again, "Your talent is really impressive. Watching you fight, I can't believe we didn't notice sooner." Even Farron was quite surprised, a dirty vagrant from the gray zone, practicing some garbage techniques those cleanup guys use. Yet you've reached this level. Seeing Asta's increasingly bored expression, Farron hinted, "With the Declan family behind you, how far could you soar?" Asta looked up at the free bird in the sky while hearing Farron ramble, "And how far could the Declan family reach if you were its sword? Together, you'd stand by my side, making Declan even greater, and you'd be remembered in history." Suddenly, Asta saw the sky turn gray and repeated to himself, "Return to Declan. while Farron reminded him. Of course, you still have to return the magical tome. Asta paused for a few seconds, then agreed. All right. Hearing this, Farron immediately smiled with satisfaction. Good. Let's start with. But Asta interrupted. First, I have a condition. Asta gave a sinister smile and said, Give me the position of leader, and I'll consider it. The smile on Farron's face froze instantly, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Asta clenched his fist, blue magic power flaring up as he asked. You watched the battle, didn't you? At this moment, Dion, still being strangled and in great pain, yelled out. A breeze blew past, his head turned to the side, but Asta continued questioning. Can you count how many have died for this thing? This time, Farron was completely angry, his brow furrowed and his eyes sharp. Yet he tried to stay calm and warned. Is this how it's going to be? You could die, you know. Asta hesitated for a second, thinking, he's right. Then he sprang up, his strength slightly lifting the ground. Asta shot into the air, raising his fist high, knowing within, that's so true. Immediately, a protective barrier appeared in front of Farron, and two magic forces, blue and red, clashed, creating a fierce impact. Asta seemed very excited and roared. You don't know what's short or long until you measure. Farron merely frowned, calmly replied, All right, it seems I need to show you your place. Farron waved his hand, and a red magic circle appeared. No matter how powerfully Asta attacked, Farron stood there defensively and quietly. Farron's face was colder than ever, one hand still on the magic circle. Suddenly, the magic circle and fiery red sky became clear to Asta, and he realized something grinding his teeth and muttering, This madman. The ground seemed ready to crush everything by command, so Asta quickly landed. Asta ran, glancing back to assess. Is this the head of Declan? There's no gap in his defense. Then Farron's authoritative voice echoed, distracted, huh? Suddenly, Asta bumped into a barrier and raised his hand to block it. Farron calmly repeated, Didn't you say you have to measure to know? Some things you know without measuring? Asta touched the blazing red magic circle. While he stared blankly at it, Farron coldly stated, Like the distance between you and me. Next, an explosion sounded. Brilliant golden lights burst in the space. As the smoke cleared, Farron stood in his protective sphere and declared, I'm not killing you, just beating you up. Now, are you ready to talk? Then Farron patiently looked into the empty space, waiting. Not too long after, Asta's voice rang out from somewhere. And if I bow now? If I agree to go back under Declan's shadow? But Farron sneered. You think I'd believe you? Meanwhile, Asta gradually revealed himself, his hands quietly making a small gesture. Asta's face was covered in fresh blood, his eyes wide with fury as he shouted, You think I'd believe you? A magic circle appeared, almost entirely summoning lightning, and Asta screamed, I'm sick of eating dog food, got that? As soon as he finished, a blast of magic fired forward. Asta was extremely excited, pushing harder with both hands as he added, Who wants to go back to being a dog? Just because of a shiny chain and a big house doesn't mean it's not a doghouse. Facing this madness, Farron just calmly tapped his staff on the ground, truly pathetic. A red magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet and exploded with power, throwing Asta far away. Asta floated in the air, his eyes still fixed on his opponent. As the other man looked up and manipulated the magic in his hand, Asta noticed something change and glanced up at the sky. Farron smugly said, This is the power of being overwhelming. All Asta could do was kneel and curse silently. You bastard. Suddenly, purple lightning unexpectedly tore through the sky. And in that moment, Asta remembered the real reason. Memories flashed by as Asta slowly opened his eyes, dirt on his face. It was a familiar scene, like when he looked up and saw the dragon flying freely overhead. Asta's eyes lit up, magic spilling out, and he recalled why he had looked up that day. Back to reality, Farron approached him with a cane, remarking sarcastically, Impressive. I thought you were dead, but you're still standing. Looking at his blood-covered face, Farron pressed again. So, do you feel the difference in power now? By then, Asta bowed his head and admitted, You're too strong. Farron continued, Do you want to finish what's unfinished now? Are you ready to talk? Asta squinted cautiously. So you want me to go back to being the cleanup guy? Farron appeared contemplative, then shook his head. I didn't say you were a cleanup guy. Then Farron bluntly made an offer. I want you to become the clan leader of Bongshin. This response left Asta shocked, eyes wide open. Clan leader of Bongshin? Asta knew well about the Declan family, the most powerful magical clan in eastern lands, capable of challenging the throne, wanting him to swear loyalty as a vassal clan. Asta slowly took out the magical tome. That's been your real target from the start, hasn't it? Farron dismissed it lightly. You still underestimate your value. I want you, and that magical tome. They silently stared at each other, as if locked in a subtle battle. It's unknown how long before Asta handed over the tome. Seeing this, Farron was pleased. Good, you made the right choice. Farron laughed confidently, reaching out to take the tome. All your mistakes will be erased. While Farron was raising his voice about glory with Declan, a purple light flared from the tome. His face changed to anger, and he asked, "What are you doing?" Asta calmly smiled, mocking. "What do you think? You said I could give it to you, as long as I didn't mind it turning to ash, right?" Farron was so furious, veins bulging, and coldly declared, "You'll never die easily." Asta interrupted him sharply. "Shut up and listen." Asta glanced at the burning tome and continued. "I never did this for money. Cleanup guys don't have money. So why keep it? Because it's about money." Without stopping, he suddenly asked, "Have you ever heard of the Declan heir eating his own cleanup crew?" This made Farron's eyes widen in shock. Farron knew the story and took a moment to respond. "Forbidden magic." Asta nodded. "Exactly. That bastard devoured my teammates." Declan covered it all up. Realizing everything, Farron asked, "So, it's all for revenge?" Asta scoffed. "Why would I do that? I know how cheap a cleanup guy's life is. So did my teammates." Asta's eyes flickered along with his blood-stained face, and he said, "I just—" He looked up at the gray sky as sunlight began to break through and quietly answered, "I just want to make sure they get what they want." Asta inadvertently laughed, adding, "But that needs a lot of money?" "And more." He looked straight at his opponent and casually declared, "I finally decided to retire. There's no way I'm going back to that pit again." Farron listened silently to the whole story, then turned away, taking it as Asta's final words, and snapped his fingers softly. A blue flame engulfed Asta, and Farron, still turned away, announced, "This is the precious blue flame of Declan, a flame that never dies." Then he glanced back with a murderous look. "Burn in it, and regret your choice down to your marrow." But Asta just glared back, furiously shouted, "Regret? Hell no." Asta watched as Farron's figure disappeared, thinking if the only option was to be a dog for Declan, he'd rather return to the gray zone, and if not, dying wouldn't be so bad. Unexpectedly, in his pain, he burst into laughter full of delight. Asta was enjoying it, thinking, "How long has it been since I felt this free? Too bad I can't escape this net." Still, he firmly declared, "I don't regret it. If I'm born again, I'll seek freedom and take revenge properly. All streams reach the same sea." When it seemed everything was over, the flame disappeared, leaving Asta unharmed. In disbelief, he paused, confused. What the hell? That strong figure of Farron appeared once more in Asta's mind, and everything seemed to stop. Behind the rock, he found something he was curious about, a magical tome. Suddenly, it lifted into the air and opened on its own, with magical energy pouring out of it. At the same time, a golden magic circle appeared on Asta's chest, leaving him stunned, wondering what on earth was happening. Moreover, the light from it grew even brighter, leaving Asta bewildered, wondering what in the world was going on. When Asta opened his eyes again, the first thing he heard was the sound of a coin dropping into an old bucket. He had turned into a boy holding a bucket begging for money. "What is this? I was supposed to be burned alive." Asta slowly stood up, thinking something wasn't right. He looked up at the scenery of the old houses, wondering where he was. Then Asta looked down at the bucket with a few coins, feeling like he had traveled back in time. This place is so familiar. Suddenly, he remembered something and exclaimed, "That's right, I remember now." Asta was now certain that this place was the Grey District, where he used to struggle to survive every day before becoming a cleaner. He looked down at his body again, furrowing his brows tightly. Is it possible that I've really gone back in time? The clouds above were still floating, and the sunlight was quite glaring. Below was the Grey District, both familiar and strange to Asta. He was kneeling, looking at the surface of the lake, shouting, "What the hell happened?" Ashta saw his reflection and confirmed, "This is definitely me, but it's me when I was young." Then he glanced at his chest, the golden magic still glowing. "If anything bothers me, it's this mark. I've gone back in time, but this thing stayed with me." Sitting amid the green grass, Asta was still confused. I don't know how, but the spellbook must have done something. He couldn't help but think about that spellbook. Does it really have this ability? But thinking back, the fact that the lazy clan chief of Declan personally got involved shows how important the spellbook is, and because it's so important, no one knows much about it. Then Asta dismissed it, thinking, well, whatever. It seems to be a good thing. He looked at the flowing water again, taking a deep breath. It's too real to be a dream, so I don't believe this is a dream. The sewer smell from Sale's lecture hall is so real it's nauseating. I'm sure I'm still alive. Asta didn't forget to raise his right hand to check, and it's not just about surviving. He squeezed his fist tightly with determination, a lively morning filled with energy. In this situation, anything might succeed. Suddenly, Asta paused, asking himself, so, what is success? Under the blazing sun, he declared, I once had a dream. Asta let his memories drift. Yes, I had a dream. It was also the dream of my comrades, the reason I decided to retire. At that moment, his comrade next to him called, Number 1, I mean, Aster. and he turned to them. Paul seemed to be revealing what's in his heart. We were born as wanderers in the Grey District. We had nothing, no good food, nice clothes, or education. Then Asta interjected, among those, which one do you think hurts the most? Next, Asta added, not having food. But he laughed in response. If it were just hunger, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Hunger is something we just had to endure. Paul closed his eyes slightly and asked back, but what do you think dragged our lives to this pit? Asta casually replied, but I don't find it a problem. This made him so angry that veins popped out, the reason our lives fell to the bottom. But Asta interrupted again, emphasizing, I said I don't mind. Immediately, the temperature around dropped and Paul's face turned sullen. Seeing this, Asta turned serious. All right, I'll say it, look at his eyes. Then he looked up at the shining sun and revealed, it's the lack of education that is the most bitter. The silhouettes of the two stretched out, and Paul's voice was calm as he said, if we had education, proper upbringing, we wouldn't live like this, being trampled by those damn nobles. So if one day I retire, Asta seemed to understand, unintentionally laughing, I want. Back to reality, he looked up at the sky and said, build a library. In his mind, he couldn't help but imagine a harmonious scene. Asta hoped for a place where anyone, rich or poor, regardless of status or gender, could read freely. Yet he was still very ambitious, telling himself, but I want to go a step further than that. Asta had a plan for a perfect idea, to build a tower, not for any reason other than he liked high places. It could be placed anywhere, and importantly, he thought, any book would do. Here, Asta got even more excited. The red thread in his eyes appeared, but there was one book that definitely had to be there. I'll place Declan's ultimate secret manual right at the entrance of the first floor, so even the wanderers of the Grey District, noble bastards, or butchers can grab a copy. Increasingly fascinated, he murmured, the book cover will bear Declan's emblem, and inside are secrets more valuable than life. Then those people will take that book, Asta thought. Just imagining it made him drool. Once more, looking up at the sky, he paused for a moment. The problem is how to get that book. But quickly, Asta regained his spirit, nodding. Well, that's for future me to handle. Either way, if I spread the Declan manual everywhere, they'll love it to death. While he was still lost in his affirmation, that's it. An unexpected kick struck the side of his face. Asta fell to the ground, while the other guy, still frowning, shouted, you scoundrel, I've been looking for you. Before Asta could understand what was happening, the guy kept kicking him, shouting, I've been saving this spot for you and you're hiding here? Do you want to die? Asta could only hold his head and endure, wondering, who is this guy? An ambush? Suddenly, a surge of willpower rose within him. But I've survived countless battles. Except for aerial combat, I'm a seasoned cleanup man. He raised one hand to grab the foot that was approaching. The action startled the white-haired guy, who grew even angrier. You dare block my attack? But Asta calmly replied, you hit me 7 times. With a face full of menace and fists clenched tight, Asta said, then take back 70 hits. Fear finally showed on the guy's face as he gritted his teeth and stepped back. But when Asta swung his arm, a light appeared, stopping him in his tracks. Asta shook his hand up and down to check. What's this? It's glowing. While he was distracted, the white-haired guy punched him in the face, shouting, you dare hit this boss? He then continued to stomp on Asta, yelling, a brat like you dares to touch me? Are you crazy? Tears involuntarily fell from Asta's eyes. It hurt. Hurt enough to make him cry, but what hurt more than his body was his heart. At this moment, the white-haired guy tripped over a rock at his feet. He lost his balance and stumbled. He ended up falling into the smelly sewer water. Asta immediately realized, now's my chance. The white-haired guy quickly sat up, disgusted by the smell on himself, cursing, you little brat. As he watched Asta's silhouette hurrying away, he grew angrier. Where do you think you're going? This isn't running away. Asta coldly turned back, declaring, I'll remember your face, thinking to himself, this is a tactical retreat. Asta memorized everything from today clearly. The blows you landed on me, I'll wear them like medals on my chest. I'm a veteran cleanup man, someone who doesn't know the meaning of giving up. He didn't know how far he'd run, yet the sun was still blazing brightly above. In a quiet corner of the street, Asta examined his wrist. Damn it, this isn't good. Seeing his wrist swollen and bruised, he muttered, I'm not some ordinary desk worker, but just a few punches, and my wrist is dislocated. This body is too weak. Putting aside all illusions, he understood, forget about the tower. First I need to fix up this body. Just then, a voice sounded from behind. Are you hungry? Looking up, Asta saw a boy with striking red eyes and white hair. As he twisted his wrist, Asta curiously asked, do you know me? Damien bluntly replied, no. Sorting through his memories, Asta nodded to himself. I thought so. Then he looked over the other person, guessing, you look ragged. But your clothes are expensive. Must be some noble's kid kicked out in a power struggle, a walking time bomb, beautiful and dangerous. The boy remained silent. Suddenly Asta called out, "Kid." The white-haired boy introduced himself. "I'm Damien." "Not interested," Asta interrupted. "Anyway," but the kid continued, "my mother is Bianca." Asta was speechless, thinking, why do I feel like I'm learning things I shouldn't? A bit irritated, he asked, "Are you out of your mind?" However, Damien replied, "I don't have a mother." And Asta inwardly accepted, "That's my bad." Outwardly, he appeared tough. "I don't have a father either, so I win. Let's part ways here, got it?" He reminded himself. Best not to get involved with a time bomb like that. Better to leave before things get more complicated. Yet, the boy stood still, staring at Asta, to the point where Asta lost his patience and asked, "Aren't you leaving?" Damien calmly responded, "I'll go with you." Hearing that, Asta felt aggravated, wondering to himself, should I just hit him? But he gently said, "No, just get out of the way." Suddenly, Damien reached his hand out toward Asta, saying, "Hey, doesn't this hurt here?" Damien eagerly said, "I'll heal it," and a green magic circle appeared. Of course, Asta was stunned. "What's this?" The boy innocently replied, "Magic." Asta's eyes went wide as he thought to himself, "No, this isn't just healing magic." Asta knew one thing for sure. The healing light, a secret art of the Blandor family, had once been crushed by Declan. Memories rushed back, heightening his alertness. His intuition warned him. Asta could see Damien's future, something dirty and dangerous that he usually avoided, but now it clung to him. At the same time, his mind filled with questions. Why was a Blandor child in the Grey District? Blandor should still be thriving at this time. So Asta called out, "Damien." Hearing that, Damien paused for a few seconds, not answering. But then he seemed surprised and smiled, saying, "You're calling me?" Seeing his expression, Asta froze and muttered a curse. Damn it. Asta's gaze fixed on Damien's eyes. He remembered now a Blandor's strange eyes. Immediately, images of a sea of flames and piles of bodies filled his mind, and he confirmed it. The monster of the Blandor family. And with that, the mad laughter of Damien in his berserk state came to him. Asta recognized him, the crazed butcher who wouldn't die, Damien von Blandor. Returning to reality, in front of Asta was just a carefree boy watching something and exclaiming, "These ants." Just like that, the boy happily counted 1 ant, 2 ants, as Asta's mouth twitched. "Are you kidding me?" Memories of his past life kept coming back to Asta, recalling when he was a cleanup worker. Before the regression, he was sent to the Blandor family on House Declan's orders. Along the way, he grumbled in frustration, "Damn, if it's Blandor's affair, deal with it yourself. Why call us?" His companions could only shake their heads. "Yeah, it's not like we understand the noble's schemes anyway." Neon nearby chimed in, "I heard in the soft territory there's a monster. Rumor has it, dozens of people have died." Initially, Asta just assessed it calmly. A monster? Could it be an ogre? But when they arrived, he froze, and then he saw it. All three of them stood frozen, silently confirming, it's not an ogre. That face was both insane and endlessly slaughtering. Asta recognized that it was a human tearing others apart with bare hands. At that moment, he couldn't believe his eyes, staring intently at the person who was fighting and using the soft healing magic while laughing and killing, pure madness. The sea of fire and the pile of corpses appeared again, and Asta said, "The monster of Blandor, the mad butcher, can't be killed." Of course, he realized it was Damien von Blandor. Back in the present, Damien was still squatting on the side. He was even counting ants as if nothing had happened, making Asta grit his teeth. "Really?" Asta looked over with skeptical eyes. Why is the official son of the Blandor family, the master's only son, living in such a rundown place? Just then, Damien suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Food!" Asta blurted out in confusion. "What?" He laughed lightly and explained, "Let's eat. My mom says you have to eat well to be healthy. You get sick if you don't eat." In Asta's heart, he knew Damien was right. He began dusting off and stood up, thinking, even if he didn't hit me with words, it still hurts. Then he asked, "Do you have money?" Damien unguardedly pulled out a big bag of gold. This. After pausing for a few seconds, Asta walked over and put an arm around him. "Damien?" His eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up, "Let's be friends." Damien looked puzzled. Why suddenly? Asta explained with a tone of authority. "I said, friends are friends, got it, and friends share what they have." Their mouths watering, his friend pointed forward and said, "Come on, my friend. Let's eat." Damien eagerly shouted back, "Friend." Moments later, under the red sunset, Damien suddenly asked, "So what do you have?" Asta, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I have a friend now," Damien remarked. "That sounds touching." As night fell, the closely packed houses had all turned off their lights. Asta let out a loud burp, feeling relaxed. He rubbed his full belly. "That was a good meal. After washing up, I feel refreshed too." Meanwhile, Damien was curiously looking around the room. Seeing this, Asta questioned, "What are you doing?" Damien naively replied, "I didn't know there was a house above the place we just ate." Damien casually mentioned, "I usually sleep on the street. Now having a house is convenient," causing Asta's eyebrow to raise. "I see." Suddenly, Damien remembered something, slapping his hand on the bed and shouting, "Oh, right." Damien, now very serious, said, "I don't have a father either." Asta took a few seconds to process it before retorting, "No, you do." Damien was crawling onto the bed, shaking his head. "I don't." Asta felt like screaming inside, "Don't turn this into a contest of hardship." Asta then shifted the topic, asking, "What about you? Do you have a mother?" Hearing this, Damien glanced around searchingly. "Where?" "Not here." Asta felt helpless, thinking to himself, if she's not here, then she probably doesn't exist. That kind of logic is harsh. Asta began to plan, thinking, "All right, I'll evaluate the situation a bit." Then he asked, "How long have you been here alone?" Damien seriously counted on his fingers. "1, 2, since I ran away from the family, I've slept 10 times." At this, Asta paused. "Ran away? Are you being chased?" Then he confirmed, "Slept 10 times means 10 days." Damien shook his head and said, "I nap a lot too." He laughed loudly, holding up 2 fingers. "Twice a day. Obviously, I mean the short naps. In total, I've slept 10 times." Asta just concluded to himself, "So, it's about 3 or 4 days then." Damien lay back on the mattress, lamenting, "But I haven't had a decent sleep since I got here. The stone is too hard to sleep on." This time, Asta was left stunned. Asta slowly turned his head to the soft pillow behind him. Then he buried his face in it and screamed very loudly, truly crazy from the start. After letting out all his emotions, Asta glanced to the side. "While this kid is still stuck in the gray area, I can act as a temporary nanny, and it wouldn't be bad to use this chance to build a relationship with the Blandor family." At that moment, Damien had closed his eyes but was still mumbling. This place is really uncomfortable, and Asta was still calculating that facing Declan later would be useful. Powerful families often have several valuable books. Suddenly, Asta remembered the white-haired person from before. "Of course, first I need to handle something else. 57 deep grudges are carved within my chest." So he stood up and reminded Damien, "I'm going to lie down. Don't bother me, and if you do, you're in big trouble." Upon hearing that, Damien jumped up, looking very excited. "Are you practicing breathing?" Asta nodded. "Yes, and when I'm done, you should follow. I'll wait." Damien obediently replied, "Got it." Very quickly, Asta closed his eyes and let himself drift away. In his past life, he built his magical foundation with the basic spells that a cleanup worker could learn, but the limits were clear. A large and familiar door seemed to appear before him. So he had snuck into many noble families to steal magic, almost dying countless times. In return, Asta learned some magic, the kind he learned that way. Body enhancement techniques of the knights, spirit summoning, alchemy, a bunch of miscellaneous arts. But at this moment, only the image of a cloaked man was left in his mind. Right before dying, Asta had encountered a truly destructive power, along with himself being among clouds and thunder. This time, it's certain. Suddenly, his blue eyes opened wide, shining with determination. Asta had made plans for his future. "The first magic I must learn is the origin skill of the Declan family, the root of all Declan magic, which can accept all attributes of magical power." Thinking of this, he once more regulated his breathing, gently closed his eyes. "I used to memorize it for research. Now I get a real chance to use it." While Asta was seriously focusing on learning the breathing technique, the magic on his chest glowed with a vibrant red energy. But then it transmitted a burning sensation, making him jump. "It's too hot. Feels like lava flowing through me. Damn it, what's this? Focus. Gotta make it work." Just then, Asta was astonished to discover something. A strange magic power was present inside. He wondered, impurities, why are there these things? A memory of an old man appeared. This is a high-level spell, only passed down to purebloods in noble families. It forces magic power through. Asta understood that this mechanism would burn away all impurities in the bloodstream. The person's whole body would shine, and that's magical purification. Nobody knows how long had passed before he awakened from the trance, drenched in sweat. Asta sat up, breathing heavily non-stop. "How long has it been?" He glanced over at Damien, still deeply asleep, unaware of anything. Then Asta looked down at his hands again. No, more importantly, there weren't any impurities left in the magic channels. The magic power had been purified, even purer than in the past life, maybe even more so. At this point, he gradually calmed down, knitted his brows thinking, even so, even if it is this way. Just thinking of Farin. Asta still understood that defeating Declan, even if reborn 100 times, might still be impossible. Suddenly, he clenched his own fist tightly. But there is one certainty. Asta was now extremely confident about one thing. My chances have increased. I am a cleaner, a person who never gives up, even if there's only a 0.01% chance. The next morning, a shout of surprise echoed from the room. Amazing. Damien repeatedly touched his hair and announced, my hair has turned brown already. Asta just glanced slightly, silently satisfied. Good. The platinum hair that was easy to notice is now covered. Changing clothes next, the Blander family won't recognize us. He had finished calculating. Now, there's just one last thing. Just then, he was putting on a hat and asking, so what do we do next, buddy? This way of addressing seemed a bit unfamiliar, making Asta pause slightly. Then he unexpectedly smiled, but with a bit of cunning. The sky above was still clear. Asta's youthful voice rang out. Let's cause a commotion. Spotty over there stretched and yawned. The guy leaned on his arm, looking up and marveled. Had a great sleep. The weather today is nice too. Suddenly, the smile on Spotty's lips vanished completely. In front of him were Asta and Damien, to which he questioned, that kid, huh? Immediately, Spotty reverted to mocking. Where did you run off to then, huh? Showing up now and in that state, did you take a bath in the sewers? Then he looked over at him to assess. Who's this kid? Somehow he looks rich. Didn't even finish the sentence before taking a full punch from him. Just like that, Spotty lay sprawled out on the ground. Asta said, looks like I found the right place, because you are still vivid in my memory. His eyes coldly looked down as he declared, first, 123 strikes. You will definitely receive them all. Right then, two of his companions also shouted in panic. What? Shin was confused. Spotty, what's going on? They all curiously shouted. Is there an intruder? In a flash, they gathered, and the white-haired one pointed at Asta, bewildered. Isn't that the youngest? At this moment, he was so excited he burst into laughter. All familiar faces, how terrifying. This expression caught Damien's attention as well. Asta showed a gloomy face and wondered, I don't know how far I'll get today. But he still eagerly asked, what are we playing, my friend? A loud crash rang out as Asta's fist slammed into Shin, knocking his jaw out of place. Shin was sent flying backward, hitting the wall so hard that he coughed up blood. Asta didn't stop there. He spun around and landed another punch to Shin's stomach. Asta charged at his opponents alone, throwing punches and kicks wildly, while Damien watched, amazed. Damien saw every little move Asta made, focusing his energy and clenching his fists as he attacked relentlessly. Seeing this, Damien cheered, impressed, saying, awesome. Asta glanced back and explained, Damien, that's what they call being awesome. Understanding, Damien nodded eagerly, saying, truly awesome. Just then, one of the guys knocked out rolled to Damien's feet. Damien quickly crouched down, placing a hand on the man's forehead. Don't worry, I'll heal you. As Shin regained consciousness, he quietly said thank you, only to be lifted by his collar. It was Asta, with a strange look on his face, asking, how many hits was that again? In the narrow alley, the sounds of fists and cries of pain echoed continuously. Asta even took off his shirt, sweat glistening on his skin. When a white-haired guy tried to sneak away, Asta struck him with a stick. Asta walked over slowly, asking, how many times were you hit? The guy, holding his aching butt, replied, I forgot. Asta then called out softly, hey buddy, and an eager Damien ran over, asking, is it my turn now? Asta casually ordered, heal the hand, making the white-haired guy almost cry, begging, stop. Asta cracked his knuckles with a cold smile, saying, listen up, you're just back up, okay? Yet Damien earnestly continued to heal, while the white-haired guy was on the verge of yelling, stop, demon, I can only count to 2 digits. As night fell, the full moon hung in the sky. With the retribution complete, Asta smiled contentedly, thanks for today, and the gang lined up, responding, truly, thank you. Asta nodded, assessing, you're distributing your energy well. I'm proud, he thought to himself. I'm also proud for landing over 100 hits on each guy, totaling more than 1,000. Even for me, a seasoned cleaner, this was a new challenge outside mountain battles and aerial combats. Right then, a small sound caught his attention, and he glanced over. A dark-haired guy with a bruised face gave a forced grin. Can I go now? I think that's enough. Asta nodded. Go on. But the guy stood there hesitantly. Actually, this is my house. Asta quickly understood, stretching out his words. You want us to leave? The guy's face contorted, and he clenched his fist. This is awkward, huh? The dark-haired guy panicked and shouted, no, we'll leave right away. In the blink of an eye, they huddled together and ran off. Watching them go, Asta knew this wasn't about hatred. Taking a pause, Asta felt, this is really awkward, then suddenly sensed something and turned around. At the end of the alley, someone was rushing toward them madly. Asta confirmed, someone's coming. He started analyzing the situation a bit, fast, but stealthy, an odd vibe, like a cleaner. Thinking of something, Asta quickly turned his gaze to the side. Damien was still enthusiastic, guessing, Maybe it's a pursuer. Asta was a bit puzzled too. I was so careful, and they still tracked me down? Unbelievable that the Blandor house caught up first. His hand felt the energy beside him. With this much energy, casting a spell is hard, let alone close combat. This isn't good. His eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. But who am I? Under the moonlight, a bit of Asta's magic power flared up. Even as a cleaner, I never had excess magic. Not once. I've faced situations like this 100 times, nothing new. Using his fingers, he controlled and touched a magic circle, focusing his energy, compressing it, and compressing it again. This much is enough. Now, the presence was even closer, and Asta locked onto that direction. He kneeled on one knee, extending his hand forward like aiming, knowing in his heart, this is my only chance. Then, something unexpected happened. The figure approaching fell to the ground. Asta's eyes widened as he stared, confused by the scene in front of him. Suddenly, he saw Alfredo slide across the ground, crying out miserably, "Oh my God, young master." Hearing that familiar voice, Damien was surprised and shouted, "Alfredo." Alfredo hugged him tightly and lamented, "I've been looking everywhere for you. Where have you been? What have you been doing? This poor butler has lost sleep and appetite worrying about you, young master." But Damien pushed Alfredo away with both hands, saying, "Let go, I'm not going back." Alfredo persisted, clinging on, "Oh heavens, young master, you might as well kill me." Without stopping, Alfredo kept shouting, "Running away from home? Why would you do that?" Asta, standing behind, just smirked with disdain. Once he managed to pick up Damien like a puppy, Alfredo turned to Asta and said, "I apologize for causing a scene in front of our esteemed guest." Alfredo politely bowed and introduced himself. "I am Alfredo, the butler of the Blandor family." Asta courteously responded, "I am Asta." Smiling, Alfredo extended his hand. "Young Master Damien seems to like you. If you don't mind, would you consider coming to the Blandor family with us?" These words caught Asta by surprise. He pressed his lips together, thinking, to the Blandor family? At this moment, Asta looked at Alfredo's face, contemplating. The basic rule of prestigious families is to avoid filth and steer clear of anything too noble. I can't figure out what they're planning. Unconsciously, he smiled to himself, thinking, but it doesn't matter, because I've intended to get close to the Blandor family anyway. A magnificent scene stretched out before him, and Asta felt satisfied. Luckily, the Blandor territory was right on the route to the city, where the Zinyan Academy, considered the pinnacle of Eastern education, was located. Its library was famous as the finest in the East. I plan to build the best library, so visiting it isn't a bad idea. Returning to reality, he became more reserved. "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help." Alfredo bowed. "Then I'll go prepare the carriage. Please wait a moment." Watching Alfredo's departing figure, Asta picked up his jacket. "I've strayed a bit from the path of building a library, but if it's for a good thing, let it come." He then slowly dressed again, a faint smile on his lips. "All right, let's see if the food at the Blandor household is any good." That night, the moon quietly cast a peaceful silver glow over everything. After a long journey, the carriage slowly stopped in front of a large mansion. Alfredo announced, "We're here. This is the Blandor family estate." With that, Asta slowly stepped out of the luxurious carriage. His eyes scanned over the grandeur of the place. Asta quietly assessed the structure before him. "This is the first time I've come here officially, the Blandor family mansion." Right at the entrance, a group of people stood in neat rows. Alfredo slightly raised his hand. "It's already late. Please rest comfortably, Lancy. I rely on you." She bowed respectfully. "Yes." Lancy, with a grim face, said, "Please follow me, young Master Damien." Damien shivered and awkwardly smiled. "Lancy." Right after, the door closed and Damien's guilty words echoed, "I've made a mistake, Lancy." In the quiet night, the entire mansion was enveloped in silence, with all the room's lights turned off. Only the faint moonlight slipped through the window frames, spreading over the cold stone floor. Alfredo walked alone along the hallway. Upon reaching a room, he stopped and knocked. Soon, a voice from inside responded, "Come in." Alfredo immediately opened the door and entered. The person inside coldly spoke, "Damien." Alfredo bowed and replied, "The boy from the black and white district number 7, I just brought him back." The room instantly plunged into suffocating silence. In the next moment, a surge of mana erupted. The woman raised her hand, the magic circle still glowing. "The black and white district number 7? This was Bianca, slightly losing her composure. "Is Damien okay? Is he hurt? If a single hair on my son's head is harmed." Alfredo calmly reassured her. "Madam, please calm down and listen to what I have to say." After a while, upon hearing the full story, Bianca sighed with relief. "So that's how it is." She gently turned the magic circle in her hand, reflecting, "What a relief." Alfredo nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's truly a relief." The light flickered and he thought to himself, "Good for Madam and also for anyone who might have touched the young master." Alfredo couldn't help but be fearful of the wrath of the woman once known as the Blood Witch. Who could stop her? Bianca remarked. If anything involves my son, I too find it hard to stay calm. But she also smiled slightly, saying, It's fortunate that it ended this way. It's been hard for you. Alfredo bowed and replied, It's nothing. It's my duty, except he seemed hesitant to continue, something a bit unusual. Bianca paused. Unusual? Alfredo hesitantly spoke. I mean, about the friend young master made this time. She also wondered, Asta, right? Is there something about that friend? His eyes turned serious as he announced that the boy had detected his presence even before he appeared and was ready to counterattack. Alfredo couldn't help but remember that moment, and as they faced off, the kid had something in his hand. He could be certain of one thing: a magic bullet. Listening to this, Bianca rubbed her chin and speculated. She couldn't deny that it was an incredible talent for a kid from the Black and White district to have such abilities. Alfredo took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. That's why, madam. His face turned dangerous, and his voice dropped. I humbly make a request. The next morning, the dawn light covered the entire mansion, and someone called out loudly, Hey! Alfredo burst through the door excitedly, urging, Become the successor. Asta was still frozen, unable to understand what was happening. Seeing this, he confidently thought to himself, Surprised, aren't you? But there's no way that kid would refuse. A butler of a prestigious family like me personally offered this, a chance to change a stray child's life, with glory, wealth, and fame. At this moment, the boy coldly replied no, snapping Alfredo back to reality. He was stunned, his eyes wide open, exclaiming, What? Alfredo looked at the person across and asked internally, What did you just say, kid? Did I hear wrong? Meanwhile, Asta casually scratched his head. Damien popped his head in and asked, Hey buddy, what's damn mean anyway? Asta quickly went over, covered Damien's mouth and bowed slightly. Thank you so much for nominating me as the heir to the family's steward, but I think I still prefer my current life. Once again, I'm truly grateful. But Alfredo was still puzzled. Why did you refuse? Yet then he seemed to understand something. Ah, I see. Alfredo observed the young man, thinking born in the gray area, empty-handed since childhood, self-taught magic through talent. That's probably why you're so arrogant. I get it. I was once an unknown wild person who didn't know the limits. Looking at the situation, he seemed to understand and lectured. But kid, the world is vast. I know it's not small, Asta interrupted, unfazed. Alfredo was losing patience, a vein bulged on his forehead. At this moment, you might feel like you can do everything, like touching the heavens. Still, Asta butted in again. Not exactly. Alfredo's expression darkened, but he tried to calm himself. Be patient. You must learn patience. Then Alfredo used an example. Have you ever heard the saying about goblins living in a canyon? That's your current situation. As he was warning, born and raised in a canyon, Asta lightly scratched his ear and replied, No idea how scary the outside world is. I think I'm more like a dragon king in the sky. Alfredo's patience finally snapped. He stomped his foot on the floor, cracking it. This brat knows nothing at all. Energy surged around Alfredo as he made his decision. Fine then. I, a steward, will personally show you. His brows furrowed tightly, and in a cold voice he proclaimed loudly just how vast and terrifying this world can be. Not long after, the sky was enveloped by the evening glow. Alfredo opened the door wide, with Asta beside him looking reluctant. Hearing the sound, everyone present turned their heads. Then they all lined up neatly, bowing deeply. Greetings, respected steward. Alfredo nodded with authority, and then asked Asta, What do you think, kid? All of them are about your age, but they are official geniuses of the Blandor family. You must have sensed it a bit by now, right? However, Asta was calmly observing and silently evaluating. The Blandor family is no joke. In essence, he was quite shocked. It's hard to believe they're only teenagers. The aura is light but covers the whole room. Then Asta realized something and smirked. But he could confirm one thing by looking into their eyes. They're just a bunch of goblins too. Next, Asta finally responded, I really do feel something. Alfredo was overjoyed and clenched his fists. So, will you accept my offer? If you inherit from me, you'll shine like them. No, you'll shine brighter than anyone. As soon as he finished, Asta turned away to counter. I hate the light. This time, Alfredo was truly helpless. Kid, why? At that moment, someone raised a hand and called softly, Respected steward. Shin stepped out with a bit of confidence, making Alfredo slightly confused. An intern. Do you have something to say? Shin smiled and confirmed. If that kid really felt something, he wouldn't have refused the invitation. Instantly, Alfredo countered, but with how coldly he rejected it, I think he hasn't felt enough. Hearing this, Asta turned his head back. Shin then suggested, If permitted, I want to give him an experience. Alfredo quickly understood the idea and spoke. You want a match? Shin shrugged slightly to explain. Not exactly a duel, just let him taste a bit of what magic is. Here, Alfredo looked over at Shin, silently evaluating. Arrogant, but not bad. Then Alfredo smiled warmly and asked Asta, Kid, what do you think? How about a simple match with that guy? Still silent, Asta observed sharply. I know clearly. They see me as a thorn in their side. The other guys across laughed derisively. Asta guessed, probably thinking, where did this lucky beggar come from? Then he raised his hand and turned his head to ask, Can I choose my opponent? Without thinking, Alfredo nodded. Go ahead and try. First, Asta pointed at Shin, making a suggestion. You. He didn't stop and moved his finger to the others. You too, and you as well. Finally, Asta confidently announced, I'll fight all 5 of you at once. The whole group was immediately stunned. He flicked his finger slightly and provocatively said, Afraid? Then be gone. Even Alfredo standing next to him broke into a cold sweat, but only a moment later he smiled slightly. Asta couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to himself, that's right. That's the spirit a successor needs. Even though he was satisfied, Alfredo remained stern and asked, Kid, do you dare take responsibility for those words? Such statements are like insulting the Blandor family. Asta lightly chuckled and replied, I'll take responsibility. Hearing this, Alfredo immediately decided, Good, then let's start. 1 minute. If you can hold on for a minute, I'll give you a gift. If not, you'll have to take responsibility. At this point, Asta understood the implication. The responsibility probably meant inheriting the steward's position. This old man was clearly trying to draw him in, but Asta spoke up, All right, I'll play. Not long after, on the training field, Asta stood alone facing 5 people. Runfit was worried, but Master Steward, isn't this dangerous? However, Alfredo confidently said, precisely because of that, it's valuable. His stubbornness has to be broken before he can grow. Runfit was sweating and turned away, thinking, this isn't good. His eyes have already gone blank. If I injure the young lord's guest, my career as a trainer is over. At this moment, Lancy arrived with Damien. Seeing this, Runfit whispered, Young lord, your friend is really in danger. Please stop the steward. On the contrary, Damien looked excited and exclaimed, Really? Even I'm surprised. This time, Runfit could only hold his head in frustration and lament. Lancy, standing beside him, calmly reminded, If the young lord gets involved, Madame Gamma will be furious. Damien crossed his arms and pouted, Damn. At this point, Alfredo also urged, Trainer, what are you waiting for? Start. Runfit could only nod tearfully. Yes, understood. He thought in frustration, An order is an order. I've done my best. Just then, Lancy seemed to sense something and turned her head away. Then she left, reminding, I'll be back soon. Don't interfere. Damien's obedient demeanor vanished as he smirked and responded, All right. Runfit stepped onto the field and spoke, Let me explain the rules. The match will take turns. Before he could finish, Alfredo interrupted, No, let's make it a free-for-all. Runfit lowered his head, As you wish. Runfit took a deep breath, raised his head, and announced, It's a free-for-all. The match lasts until one side surrenders. However, the trainer can stop the match at any time. Remember that. As soon as the rules were announced, Asta's eyes locked onto his opponents. The other group stared intently as well. Shin gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, A nobody. The young lord and steward might pity you. But who do you think you are? I'll crush you and reveal your true face to everyone. At this moment, Runfit swung his hand down and shouted, Then begin. Instantly, a fist landed squarely in Shin's stomach. His eyes watered, and both tears and mucus gushed out. Shin's eyes widened as he glanced at his teammates behind him. The 4 remaining were already sprawled on the ground. At this point, he trembled, looking at Asta standing before him. Asta's gaze remained calm. It seems I should teach you a few things. First, don't underestimate the weak. Shin's eyes dropped to the matrix on Asta's hand, shocked. Magic bullet, power control, basic stuff in power control, consuming lots of energy, useless in battle. Without hesitation, Asta's cold voice sounded again. Second, he shouted, Don't evaluate others too easily, and then flicked his hand, sending 5 magic bullets flying. The simultaneous sounds echoed as they hit the foreheads of the 5 guys, followed by screams of pain. Without stopping, Asta announced, Third. At some point, he was already forehead to forehead with Shin and whispered, The world is vast and bitter. A powerful punch struck Shin's face, sending him flying backward. Asta, still relaxed, clenched his fist. From now on, I'll pour all these experiences into you. Learn properly. A few minutes later, Shin clutched his aching cheek and accused, You psycho, this is not magic. Asta briefly responded, Yes, it is, and then charged forward. Next, Asta kicked him in the face, silently declaring, This is physical magic. The whole training ground fell silent, and Runfit was left open-mouthed. The other trainees were frozen in place. In the middle of the field, he kept moving, pulling one person and kicking another. Alfredo couldn't hide his amazement, thinking, those are magic bullets. Compressed 4? No, 5 times? Judging by the strength, they must be at least compressed 4 times. He couldn't help but remember the scene from that night, thinking what if it had hit for real. At this moment, Alfredo closed his eyes, assessing, it's truly an innate ability to control magic power. Meanwhile, Damien was quite excited and ran forward. The only thought left for him was, why is he so good at fighting? In a corner, Damien was excitedly using magic to heal the other 5 guys. Right then, a cold voice echoed, making Alfredo jump. Alfredo slowly turned his head. Lancy was approaching, and in front was Bianca. Alfredo exclaimed in surprise, Lady Gammo. Seeing the scene from afar, Runfit thought, Lady Gammo has arrived. He cried, believing, Lady Gammo is here to save us. Receiving a signal, Lancy nodded in agreement. Bianca walked in slowly and asked, what happened here? He replied, I just intended a simple test. Her beautiful eyebrows knitted, and she said, test? Then Bianca looked around and questioned, you call this a test? Everyone is bruised except for Asta. There was also Damien happily healing. She called coldly, Damien, which made him startle. Bianca frowned and softly ordered, first, gather the trainees and have them withdraw. Hearing this, Alfredo immediately bowed his head in acknowledgement. Then she turned to her son, Damien, go back to your room first. Bianca continued and addressed the training ground. And you too, Asta, return to your room. Finally, she looked at the person in front of her. Trainer Runfit. He was sweating coldly and bowed. Yes, Lady Gammo, I've done my best. In an instant, Bianca coldly declared, you're fired. Runfit in disbelief exclaimed, what? As the evening darkened, the yellow lights in the mansion were turned on. She called again, Alfredo, and he responded, yes, my lady. Bianca calmly lifted a cup of tea. I understand your intentions, but this time you went too far. Alfredo didn't justify himself and only bowed slightly. I'm sorry, my lady, I accept any punishment. Then she gently placed the cup back on the table. However, Bianca raised her eyebrows and asked again. I heard Asta had a practice match with the trainees. Did Damien help him? This time he seriously affirmed, no, he was alone. Seemingly guessing, she continued, just. Remembering the scene of the battle, Alfredo couldn't hide his amazement and praised, he fights amazingly well. At this moment, he remembered something and exclaimed, oh right, about that magic bullet I mentioned earlier, he also used it in today's practice match. Suddenly, Alfredo's voice lowered as he said, but he compressed it to 4, no, 5 times, increasing its power immensely. The magic bullets in Asta's hand seemed to appear again. Alfredo prolonged his words. This proves, Bianca immediately understood, he has an exceptional ability to control magic power. Yet, she rubbed her chin, thinking, even if I didn't see it firsthand, just one magic bullet was enough. In her mind, Bianca recalled the scene earlier in the afternoon. He defeated all 5 trainees with just one bullet. Even a high-level mage finds it extremely difficult to handle pure magic. After a few seconds, she continued to ask, and about the inheritance offer? Alfredo smiled wryly. He flatly refused. Hearing that, Bianca wasn't too surprised and responded, I see. She sipped her tea and thought, perhaps I need to reevaluate Asta and consider more carefully. Then she ordered, call Asta here. Not long after, the door opened and Asta slowly walked in. Bianca greeted warmly, Asta, you're here, sit down. Damien was wolfing down food. He calmly entered and frankly asked, I heard you called for me? She nodded. Yes. Suddenly, Bianca took out a box and set it on the table. But before that, Asta was a bit surprised and said, this is, she reminded him. I heard Alfredo promise to give you a gift. He paused slightly, as if trying to remember. That thing. Before the match, Alfredo had said, if you assist even a little, I will give you a gift. Asta was a bit startled. I didn't expect it to come so quickly, and even prepared by Lady Gammo herself. Returning to the present, Bianca said, you can open it. Asta slowly picked up the box. He opened it gradually, and when golden light poured out from inside, he couldn't help but exclaim, this is. A high-level item lay neatly inside. Asta understood that such high-level items were only received by students who entered the top 5 mage divisions in the Blandor family. Yet, he wasn't overjoyed. Instead, he was wary and frowned. I'm not sure. Usually kindness stops at a meal. If there's a gift, there must be some hidden motive. If this was a reward for betting, then a mid-level gift would be reasonable, but this is high-level. Receiving suspicious glances, Bianca gently looked up. She patted Damien's head and kindly explained, you can accept it without worry. You helped Damien in the gray zone before, and this gift is also an apology for what happened today. Still, Asta wasn't reassured and asked again, wait, if I consume this, do I have to join Blandor? Bianca maintained her smile. confidently replying. No. Hearing that, he frowned in doubt. Or is there poison in it? This time, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she firmly stated, no. Asta was extremely cautious and confirmed again. You mean there are absolutely no conditions attached? Bianca patiently nodded. That's right, no conditions at all. Only then was he satisfied. Then I accept. When closing the box, Asta didn't forget to say, thank you. She waved it off. Really, it's nothing. At this point, he was glued to the gem, drooling, great, an unexpected bargain. Suddenly, Bianca spoke up. Besides. Then she stated her purpose. I have a proposal for you, Asta. Asta's smile disappeared. I knew it. Bianca placed her hand on Damien's head and softly called, Asta. She calmly asked for his opinion. I will arrange for you to join the academy. Do you want to study with Damien? Hearing that, he furrowed his brows. The academy? Bianca nodded. Actually, Damien was supposed to enroll last year. Her eyes looked a bit helplessly to the side, but someone strongly opposed it, so it was postponed to this year, and he pretended not to hear. Even in Bianca's voice, there was a bit of surprise. I didn't expect him to run away completely. Then she smiled and said, So I ask you, Damien is fond of you. Damien immediately chimed in, as long as I have friends to go with, I agree. It's reasonable. Asta wasn't quick to answer, remaining deep in thought, which was a significant issue for Bianca. He understood well that she feared if she forced Damien to enroll, he might run away again, and there was no clear way to change his mind. Next, Asta himself had considered carefully. Of course, this is also a good opportunity for me. The academy is a good place. In a world revolving around bloodlines and relationships, academic connections hold considerable value. But he still felt a bit helpless, sighing. It sounds good, but it feels like having a collar around my neck. However, Asta closed the box and responded, I will think about it. Bianca didn't press him. Understood. Let me know when you decide. Suddenly, she changed the subject. By the way, this isn't related, but I'm a bit curious. Bianca calmly inquired. Why did you refuse Alfredo's succession offer? Those words caught Asta off guard, making him look elsewhere. He chuckled, not sure what he was thinking about, and said, well. In his mind, Asta recalled the scene of Alfredo sliding on his knees on the floor and replied, my knees are quite valuable too. This time it was Bianca's turn to be puzzled and exclaim, what? Meanwhile, right outside the door, Alfredo was pressing his ear against it, eavesdropping. When he heard that reply, he couldn't help but be stunned. It's barely dawn, and the rooms are still dark. Asta lets out a deep breath, trying to regulate his body. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he slowly channels magical energy. This rare liquid's effects are amazing. I've only absorbed 10%, and my mana has increased so much. He opens his eyes slightly, wondering, is it because of my transformation into a firemark? Asta looks down at his palm. Normally, while absorbing the liquid, there would be losses and impurities, but not this time. The effect is even better than he expected. Suddenly remembering something, Asta glances in one direction and thinks, speaking of the academy, I've been pondering it for a while, and maybe the answer is clear now. He begins to analyze. If I enroll in the academy, it'll be easier to find sponsors, and there are many advantages, but... Suddenly, Asta exhales tiredly, feeling like he's walking into a trap, wondering if he should go out for a run instead. With that thought, he opens the door and steps outside. As he reaches the hallway, a voice calls out from behind, Are you Aster? Asta slowly turns his head to observe the person behind him. He's quietly assessing. Platinum hair. In the main family, only Damien has that color. So he's a distant relative? Why is this family so complicated? After a few seconds, Asta shakes his head quietly. The platinum-haired guy shouts in disbelief, No? The guy furrows his brows and murmurs to himself, Ash-gray hair, so dark. He insists with an uncomfortable look. You look just like him, don't you? Of course, this annoys Asta. Pointing to his own head, he argues that hair color can change depending on the light. Asta forces a strained smile. Look at these eyes. How can you say they're not uncomfortable? The platinum-haired guy, chin in hand, still stares intently at him. Then he turns away, saying apologetically, You seem nice. Sorry for the misunderstanding. I'll leave now. At that moment, Alfredo comes sliding in from a distance, crying, Lord Aster, I've come to clear up the misunderstanding. I couldn't talk to you last night, so I didn't sleep at all. He's sweating as he explains. I'm the butler, but that doesn't mean I have to kneel. It was a misunderstanding. Asta bewilderedly looks down at Alfredo clinging to his leg. At the same time, he senses something and turns his gaze back. The platinum-haired guy has stopped walking and is glaring at Asta. Asta grits his teeth and curses silently. Damn it. Meanwhile, the guy seems excited. Those eyes, I guessed right. Yes, those aren't common. They're like the eyes of a dead goblin. Asta gives in. All right, it's me. The platinum-haired guy angrily yells. See, you're lying to me and still have the nerve to stand there? He grinds his teeth, about to rush forward. I'll kill you. Before he can finish, he gets a cold look from Alfredo. This makes him freeze up, as if trying hard to hold back. Then the platinum-haired guy waves in anger and leaves. Fine, I'll let you go for now, but later in the magic room, I'll fix that attitude of yours. Asta nods calmly. Okay. Once they're alone, Alfredo asks, is something wrong? Asta shakes his head, nothing serious. Asta watches the retreating figure and thinks, I'm not happy, but this might be good. I'll handle him later. The platinum-haired guy continues to mutter angrily to himself. Suddenly, Asta calls out, head butler. Asta smiles curiously. Can I meet Madame now? Moments later, the mansion is bathed in beautiful light. At the same time, Bianca's writing hand pauses. Welcome, Lord Astor. She smiles and continues. So, requesting a meeting this early, does that mean you've made up your mind? Asta suddenly speaks up. Yes, Madame. He seriously announces, I'm going to enroll in the academy. Even Bianca can't hide her surprise. But she quickly nodded, surprising for sure, very decisive. Even Asta was satisfied and thought, good. Then we should prepare right away. Then Bianca advised, while waiting, feel free, and he nodded, responding, thank you for your concern, ma'am. When the big door closed, only she remained. Suddenly, Alfredo poked his head in from outside. He was extremely excited and shouted, Ma'am, the boy, luckily he agreed. Alfredo was full of energy, his eyes sparkling as expected. Indeed a young man, his passion. The fire blazing in his eyes. I understand. In contrast, Bianca just coldly watched his out-of-control demeanor. He raised a finger, thinking, the first semester will be no problem because we've taken care of it. But what about the next semester? Alfredo understood one thing. For a wanderer from the gray area, paying the tuition would be difficult. He would surely worry, because he wants to continue studying. He imagined the sappy scene, and at that moment, Alfredo transformed into a god who spoke. A helping hand appears, and that is Alfredo's sponsorship. Finally, Bianca couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Alfredo, you're too noisy. He was startled immediately. I got too excited again anyway. It's almost time for dinner. I'm heading to the kitchen. Even so, she still kept her cold face. Only when she was alone, Bianca sighed. I understand why Alfredo is so happy, being rejected so many times and now finally having another chance. Her eyes suddenly turned sharp. Bianca stared at the door, thinking, considering this, the Academy's plan is quite careless, but the reason Alfredo is confident is, she understood very well, because he was once trapped in a similar way by the former head butler. Bianca couldn't help but shake her head, looking at the old man skipping. Alfredo, poor thing. At this time, Asta is leisurely walking down the staircase. Suddenly, he looks up towards the front. Standing tall before Asta was a majestic magic tower reaching straight into the sky. This is the magic tower where the boy from the auxiliary line lives. Upon reaching here, he slowly stepped into that magic tower. Suddenly, a person cloaked from head to toe appeared. What are you doing here? At this point, Asta paused to think, right. I don't even know his name. With no other choice, he had to use his hand, describing Henji's appearance. The guide listened and nodded, understanding. I've been waiting for you this way. As they walked, he yawned tiredly. When they reached an old door, the guide stopped. You can go in here, and after opening the door, be careful of your head. Listening, Asta didn't understand why, a head full of question marks. As soon as the door cracked open, he slowly walked inside. Then a pile of papers and fine dust hit Asta's face, so that's what careful of your head meant. Next, he couldn't help but cough for a moment. Then a voice sounded, You are Master Astor. A man holding a candle slowly stepped out, very pleased to meet you. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Henji von Blanco. You've come to meet my younger brother. Asta furrowed his brows in confusion. What? Younger brother? Did he call him his younger brother? Suddenly, Asta remembered the memories of his past life, where he was infiltrating that place. His eyes stared intensely at a spot, sensing something from his experiences infiltrating many magic academies as a troubleshooter. Below was the magical tower, Asta murmured, a place where mages research magic. Next were their miserable faces. He understood this was characteristic of those known as pen-bearers. Asta noted each person, starting with tangled hair from pulling it too much, preventing growth. He then rubbed his chin deep in thought, considering dividing it into stages. Asta's gaze moved to a friend with dark circles. Stage 1, trying to hide it by pulling their hood over their head. Next was someone biting their nails. Stage 2, giving up and removing their hat. Then, nothing left to lose. Stage 3, shaving their head. Finally, the last stage, Stage 4, when they realize how to make the impossible possible, hair regrowth magic, with no success yet. Back in the present, Asta quietly evaluated Henji, who differed by pouring tea and speaking, apologizing first. Henji said he wondered if the behavior was due to youth, assuming the young master's guest wouldn't make such a mistake. Asta quietly listened. Once more looking at that face, he admired, impressed by Henji's youth. Asta guessed Henji might be working at the Magic Academy, and Henji confirmed, serving as vice president. Asta raised his tea, savoring it, noting that as a young vice president, Henji must have talent, not just Bloodland's family ties. Henji seemed aware of the observation but only smiled slightly. He then noted, young Master Aster is different, unlike the typical stubborn nobles. Asta awkwardly smiled, thinking it was more understandable if Henji stayed up all night, but instead, he smiled kindly. Observing Henji's relaxed demeanor, Asta felt they matched well. Henji continued, mentioning Asta being encouraged to join Zenyan Academy, congratulating him. Asta replied, thanking him. Henji revealed that it would be a good opportunity, mentioning his own graduation from Zenyan Academy, class of 145, making Asta freeze, puzzled by the sudden mention. Feeling Asta's confusion, Henji embarrassedly scratched his head, apologizing for his random words out of joy about Zenyan, suggesting they get to the main topic. Henji set down his tea. Asta furrowed his brows about the main topic. Henji nodded, saying he needed to verify something. Henji's eyes sharpened as he asked if Asta would risk everything for his friends, making Asta question, why? Henji summoned a book with golden magic, saying this matter related to the Blandor family reputation, testing if Asta would risk it all. He gently pushed the book over, offering it to Asta, who was shocked. The book. Asta instantly recognized it might contain the Blandor family's core secret, light therapy, a family secret. Meanwhile, in the flower-covered glass house, Bianca suddenly sensed something. The beautiful sunflowers made her stop. Bianca turned, looking up. She pondered how Damien's transfer to the academy, initially troublesome, was resolved without any issues, giving her peace of mind. With the clear sky, Bianca affirmed that Aster, that boy, was a good friend. Recalling Asta's confident image from that day, she quietly evaluated his talent and nature, despite Alfredo saying he was a bit odd and cheeky, but that was normal for his age. Bianca softly laughed, eyes closed, considering her favorite aspect. She valued Asta not changing his attitude or flattering Damien, despite knowing his background. Bianca's sharp eyes lifted, acknowledging his uniqueness and worth keeping, yet because of that, Bianca understood that he belonged nowhere, like a free bird. She sighed, thinking of ways to keep him close, knowing she couldn't lose such talent for Damien's sake. Returning to the present, Asta was still staring at the table. He still finds it hard to believe, thinking, is he really giving me the secrets of the Blandor family? Asta slowly raises his head, his eyes cold and sharp, thinking, is this a trap? He carefully examines every part of Henji, his eyes clear and bright, perhaps because of this. In the end, Asta is even more uncomfortable, realizing he can't read him. His brows furrow tighter. No matter if the look is good or bad, it should show some emotion. But like a perfect assassin, he has none. In other words, he's like... Seeing Henji's slight smile, Asta confirms he is wearing a mask, to the point that even Henji himself might not truly know himself. Faced with this scrutiny, Henji doesn't show discomfort, gently reminding, don't underestimate this, don't rush to answer just by seeing the rewards ahead. Without hesitation, Asta smirks and replies, I'll answer now, thinking, once it's clear, the discomfort fades away. Asta responds coldly, not interested. Naturally, Henji is directly shocked and left speechless. He casually crosses his legs, saying, there's no need to feel awkward when we're in the same boat. Come on, if there's anything you want to ask, just say it. Furthermore, Asta crosses his arms, stating bluntly, if I can do it, I will. If I can't, I won't bother. Henji's fake smile finally disappears. Just hearing it could risk your life. If you listen and still refuse, I might kill you, young Master Aster. Hearing this, Asta doesn't back down, responding coldly, then kill me. We only live once. After saying that, he pauses, reminding himself, I've lived once already, haven't I? At that moment, a sound comes from the opposite side. Then, a huge surge of magical power bursts from Henji, scattering papers everywhere. Even the teacup on the table shakes violently. He furrows his brow, his power increases even more. The movement in the room becomes more intense. Yet Asta remains calm, sitting with arms crossed. After a few seconds of silence, Henji can't help but laugh. Next, he withdraws his magic, rubbing his head. Oh dear, I couldn't control it. Young Master Aster, you've passed the test. Henji breathes a sigh of relief before continuing. I'll speak freely then. I actually need someone I can trust, but that person can't be a member of the Blandor family, so... Upon saying this, Asta frowns displeased, almost like he threw a surprise punch. Seeing that expression, he laughs helplessly. I didn't expect much. All the kids from the black and white area are the same. You're too young, perhaps not a good judge of character yet. Henji seems deliberately revealing some information, but would a renowned head of a family really allow a stubborn young lord from the black and white area to stay nearby? I wonder if there's something hidden behind this, however. Asta doesn't avoid it. Continuing himself, did the youngest and another guest argue? Is that true? He isn't surprised, just reminds whether talking casually or formally. Choose one, young Aster. Asta responds indifferently, fine. Henji coughs to keep calm, anyway. There happened to be a suitable excuse. The younger brother and guest argued, so the brother calls those involved to discuss. This is also possible. At this point, Asta is seriously pondering. He said it's possible, but why would a vice principal of the Magic Academy use his younger brother as an excuse to get involved in a conflict? What's going on here? Suddenly, he raises a finger, suggesting, how about this? This is a tricky situation, so I can't proactively step out. This isn't a power struggle within the family. The Blandor family is very united. Henji suddenly stops, as if hesitating over something. Finally, he gravely reveals, I'm being watched by the Devolan family. As soon as that name is mentioned, Asta can't help but be surprised. Devolan? Despite this, he casually asks why. Henji explains, you said you don't care if you die, so I'll be honest, but I don't intend to kill you. Not stopping, he announces. Actually, I'm currently studying the Devolan family's celestial magic, and it seems I've succeeded. Asta can't help but widen his eyes at this. Seeing this, Henji seems very excited to introduce, celestial magic, right? It's a secret that only the Devolan family bloodline can learn, but I stumbled upon it. And at this point, Asta raises his hand to interrupt. Wait a minute. Asta frowns, mentioning someone. What about that guy, the one who should have died a long time ago, still alive? If he's researching from the Blandor family's stance, shouldn't he be studying how to destroy it? As if predicting it, he says, the Devolan family is a bit isolated. If he just studies it, even the vice principal would try to take me down. Looking up, Henji's eyes are sharp, but I have to say, initially, I only intended to study how to destroy it, but you don't see? He mentions someone, affirming a fact, celestial magic, originally the source of all secret arts of the Devolan family. Henji's smile carries some awkwardness, a supplementary method to enhance an already perfect secret art. I can't stop, if it's you, Aster. You understand my feelings, right? After hearing everything, Asta can't believe it and remarks, this person isn't just crazy, he's completely insane. Henji watched Asta's expression before speaking. There's no turning back, Aster. You understand how I feel, right? Asta had to admit, this guy wasn't just crazy. He really was researching that in his own family? Suddenly, Asta looked down at the book from earlier. Wait a minute, the timing matches perfectly. In his past life, when the Deculan family annihilated the Blando family, everything revolved around Henzi's research on the new heavenly magic. The teapot on the table was only half full, reminding him of Paheran, that jerk who gambled Deculan's fate to crush Blando over this. Now Asta was sure that from the beginning, he saw the potential in the new heavenly magic. He recalled Farin's power and doubted, was that why he was so terrifyingly strong? At that time, Asta himself had been blown far away by that thing. Just then, Henji called out, Aster, pulling him back to reality. Henji smiled, his voice very confident. Do you regret it? Yes, it requires a larger scale. But Asta brushed it off. Forget it. So why did you find me? Henji explained seriously. First of all, I haven't reported the research on the heavenly magic to the family. It seems Blando has planted a spy somewhere, but I can't find them. Asta's face was cold, giving his opinion. If the secret leaks, wouldn't you suspect someone? Like the secretary? But Henji raised his teacup and shook his head. Probably not. More accurately, it has a lot to do with the collection route. Upon hearing this, Asta immediately understood the reason. If they traced the collection route, someone definitely leaked the security plan intentionally. Henji laughed loudly, satisfied. Exactly. As soon as I realized I was exposed, I released part of the security plan to counter it. I don't want to die either. At this point, Asta straightforwardly asked, wouldn't it be easier to side with Deculen? They'd surely welcome you. Henji blinked and replied vaguely, let's just say I have my reasons. Henji waved his hand confidently, saying, anyway, Aster, because you're not directly involved with the family, I need you to handle this secretly. Actually, this research is a joint project, but my part isn't progressing well. Papers flew around the room. One landed in Henji's hand. I will make sure you are properly compensated. Then Henji offered, deliver this paper to Professor Faroon at Xenian Academy. After that, I'll give you the light healing magic. Asta listened in silence, arms crossed. Suddenly, he gave a calculated smile. This is my chance. Finally, Asta spoke. All right then. He didn't forget to add his own condition. I accept the light healing magic. But I also want the complete new heavenly magic later. Only then can we truly be allies, right? Determined. He decided to take another gamble. After a pause, Henji couldn't help but speak. Aster, you're shameless. Asta didn't care and repeated, just say yes or no. If not, I won't accept it. This time, Henji could only helplessly hold his forehead. Fine, the new heavenly magic. The name doesn't matter. You haven't learned heavenly magic either, so it's useless right now. but I'll give you the complete version later. Henji then opened his eyes and announced, however, I have a condition too. He emphasized the necessity. Until this paper is completed, I might need your help, Aster. I hope you will lend a hand then. Since we're in the same boat, you should at least do that much, right? Without thinking, Asta agreed, reaching for the document. That's no problem. If it's related to the paper, I'll help. By the way, I can't read. After saying this, the atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing again. A few seconds later, Asta spoke again. Just kidding. Henji wasn't amused. Not only shameless, but also boring. Asta put the document into his inner pocket, not forgetting to probe. So, is this Professor Faroon trustworthy? Hearing this, Henji leaned back and laughed, recalling, from being students to becoming assistants, he and I always competed for first and second place. Sadly, the competition ended when I returned to the Blando family. Asta bowed his head, silently wondering, am I still superior, or is that just my fantasy? He looked at Henji, who still had a fake smile, and realized something. Professor Faroon, this world really is ending, another madman in the academy. Night had fallen on the mansion, with warm lights appearing. In some room, books and a letter spilled out of a large bag. Asta looked down, puzzled. He stuffed everything into a space pouch to avoid detection, but why bring so much? Of course, his attention was on the letter with a rose seal. The letter began with, to my dear friend Aster. Immediately, Asta muttered under his breath, dear my ass. The neat writing inside read, I've selected the necessary magic books you need for the future. I've written down the order to study below. Diligently research to cultivate intelligence worthy of your stature. Not only that, at the end of the letter was the sign-off. Your friend, Henzi von Blando. Asta paused before saying, this really is a good gift. Asta began to organize the thick books. He was pleased with what he had done, arranging a study program from basic to advanced magic. Truly, he was a genius. He smiled and said, good. Suddenly, Asta took out a piece of paper and a pen, placing them on the table. In his mind was the thought, funding list, Henzi von Blando. Asta looked at the pile of books, resting his chin as he calculated. Let's see, aside from the light healing spell and the new heavenly magic thesis, there are about 132 books. Placing the holy book of light healing in the tower for everyone to see is another matter. I'll have to discuss it with Damien later. Suddenly, Damien came to his mind. You could call it a friend's privilege. Asta even realized that the 132 books Henzi gave him weren't just random. They formed a unique system. The letter nearby reminded him. If this system existed, anyone wanting to learn magic could build a foundation. Asta seemed to realize something, nodding. Yes, before I only thought about storing books in the tower, but now it's different. The dream of a library appeared in his mind again, a symbol of the tower, a place to grant knowledge to those who seek it. The moonlight was somewhat full that night as Asta muttered in satisfaction. An unexpected harvest. At that moment, Henji stood silently by the window. Initially, he thought of having Asta submit a thesis if useful, or exploiting and discarding him if not. Thinking this, he assessed quietly, but Asta, he's interesting. Henji suddenly laughed. Moreover, Asta coldly insisted, kill him. Whether it's once or twice makes no difference. At the same time, he rubbed his forehead helplessly. Kill him? Does he really want me to? It was just a threat to test him, but thinking again, I have no reason not to. However, Henji sensed through his eyes that Asta wasn't just bluffing. He genuinely didn't care about dying. He leaned against the wall and said, different from those pigs, really interesting. Henji admitted, though he hides many things, it might be better this way. I've found an ally who can stand beside me and look in the same direction. Moreover, he craves my research results. It feels refreshing. Looking outside, he wondered. But does he really not know how to read? As the moonlight shone down, Henji rejected the idea. No way, of course not. Before long, the next day arrived with the sunlight shining on the mansion. Asta dressed in his pristine clothes, buttoning his cuffs. He didn't forget to stand in front of the mirror with a big bag beside him. Then someone entered to inform him, Sir Aster, it's time to depart. Asta turned to look. The person was helping him carry that large suitcase. Walking down the long hallway, Lancy reminded, upon arrival at the academy, there will be some simple paperwork. By the way, both the young master and Asta are exempt from the entrance exam. Lancy suddenly stopped, looking back and smiling gently, thinking of something. She glanced around and then said, even so, you look every bit an academy student now. It suits you well. Asta smiled confidently and replied, thank you. And Lancy turned, let's go. Asta looked up, quite satisfied. Exempt from the exam? Truly a prestigious family, like being directly accepted. Anyway, I have no complaints about skipping the exam. At that moment, Damien's familiar voice called out, friend. He was waving eagerly. Hurry up, come on, with Bianca beside him. Before leaving, Bianca worriedly advised Damien, "Take care of yourself, okay?" Then she softly called, "Aster," and Asta replied, "Yes." Bianca lowered her eyes, reminding again, "This is a big opportunity. I sincerely hope you achieve good results." Asta understood her goodwill and smiled. "Thank you." As Asta stepped forward, he thought, "The result I want, of course, is my plan." Alfredo was also bidding them farewell, his mind wandering. "The greatest academy on the eastern continent, Xenion. Countless sponsors await me there." As the carriage door closed, Asta resolved, "And I will seize it all." Asta rested his chin on his hand, gazing outside with a slight smile. "Wait for it, you idiots. No, classmates, I'm coming." The sound of the horse carriage wheels started moving through the space. Asta sat quietly in the back, while Damien was incredibly excited about everything, clinging to the window of the carriage. He was gently touching the leather of a book, just as expected. Asta looked down, quietly assessing. Henji was truly a remarkable magic scholar. The basic principles of magic were simple, but the detailed explanations varied greatly. He remembered the words inside, using water as an example. Like a pouring rain, Asta thought that for some people, it was just a regular water source. Or when water starts flowing rapidly, he knew, but for someone else, it could be a natural disaster like a flood. Suddenly, Asta became thoughtful, reflecting that the perspective is the difference. Even though the principle is the same, from different viewpoints, each major family develops their magic in different directions. The image of Henji appeared in his mind. He realized the more he read the magic books, the clearer it became that Henji's secret techniques were related to Deculin's primal magic. Right then, Damien exclaimed excitedly, "Hey buddy, look." He was eager, quickly announcing, "We've arrived." "This is Xenion Academy. So many carriages are arriving here today." Asta looked up indifferently. "This is Xenion Academy." While they waited, Lancy softly informed them, "The carriage can only go this far. As for enrollment, according to the teachings of the sage and the first leader, no matter your status, everyone must enter on their own." Her eyes seemed to smile as she said, "Perhaps we need to part ways here. I wish you a successful opening ceremony and valuable teachings." After dropping them off with their luggage, the carriage immediately turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, Damien turned around, not forgetting to urge, "Hey brother, let's go quickly." Ranji said if we're late, all the seats will be taken, Damien mentioned, while Asta only had question marks in his mind. He was dragged along, bewildered, thinking, what on earth is he talking about? Is the opening ceremony at this academy really that big, yet organized like a village school needing to fight for seats? At that moment, Asta realized something. Wait, I can consider this as clearly for making Damien not dawdle when coming to the academy. Still, he let himself be dragged along, thinking, let's trust him a few times. Although I'm a bit quiet, I'm not rude. I'm not doing this because I'm carefree, but I also need to fit in here a little. Soon they entered, and the space was quite simple. Voices of discussion rose everywhere, making it a bit noisy. This place was quite spacious, and there were still plenty of empty seats. Damien couldn't help but shout out in excitement. So many people. He kept turning left and right. Lancy was right. Latecomers won't have seats, but it seems it's only partly true, Asta thought with a sigh. Not true at all. There are plenty of seats. Then Asta quietly put a hand in his pocket. Suddenly he glanced towards a direction to suggest, look over there, room M3, seats 11 and 12. Damien was so anxious he trembled a bit. Hey buddy, can we sit there? If we don't sit quickly, the seats will be gone. But Asta calmly replied, no, wait a bit. Inside, he couldn't help but wonder, weren't you the one who said you didn't want to come to the academy? Why are you so excited now? Suddenly Damien exclaimed and sat down on the floor. Just then, as if sensing something, Damien looked up. In front of him was Hickster, frowning in displeasure. He spoke coldly as if threatening. Do you have a problem or something? Asta quickly helped Damien up. Are you okay? He asked. Damien smiled, scratching his head. Not hurt at all. Damien waved very friendly. Maybe I didn't see ahead. Excuse me. As they were about to leave, Hickster spoke up again. Wait a moment? Hickster raised his cuff and said, you got something dirty on my shirt. Damien also looked at it, thinking to himself, spit it is. He seems to have big family blood from this kingdom. In this kind of situation, Damien might. Damien cheerfully approached, wiping his fingers on his mouth and then onto the shirt. Sorry, let me clean that for you. When Damien excitedly exclaimed, great, it's spotless now. Let me polish it better than before. Asta knew trouble was brewing. Over on the side, Asta predicted there would definitely be a fight. Hickster immediately threw a punch to the middle of the face, shouting loudly, use your brain, idiot. While he was gritting his teeth, someone spoke up, hey, classmate. The person announced, you're wrong now, as a hand grabbed Hickster's fist. It turned out to be Asta, with a calm face saying, we should stop here. It's probably better. The guy got even angrier, his jaw clenched. Who are you anyway? Asta squinted slightly before Damien interrupted. He's my friend. And Asta confirmed helplessly. Yeah, I'm this guy's friend. Hearing this, Hickster pulled back his hand. Oh really, you two are good friends then. He started to threaten. People willing to take a hit for their friend are hard to find. But today, you'll regret this choice, making Asta helplessly sigh and think to himself that making friends at this academy from day one might be tough. Asta turned around, rubbing his neck and asked, well, whatever, we'll figure it out later, but for now, you don't want to talk civilly, right? This attracted the attention of others nearby. What's happening here? Someone asked. Looks like something's about to go down between those three. The green-haired student, curious, asked, who are they? The black-haired friend shook his head. I don't know, but the big one over there seems to be from the Dolan Feka lineage. I've never seen the other two. They looked at the tense atmosphere and speculated, who's gonna win this? Hickster was quickly recognized. Maybe the big guy from the Dolan Feka clan heard this round of students is full of brutal ones. Just then, someone appeared shouting loudly. Hey, what are you doing? He looked at the people beside him, urging, there's something going on, do something, intervene. The black-haired friend hesitated. Is it all right to stop them? The green-haired one worried too, right? Before it grows bigger. John pointed towards the three of them, raising his voice. Are you guys just causing trouble on your own? He then loudly ordered, hey, you guys there? Spread out a bit. The silver-haired one is a wizard, making the two behind him completely bewildered. John wasn't done. He turned and shouted again, create a magic barrier around them, and they immediately cast the magic. Layer upon layer appeared in view. Despite that, inside there were those eager for a fight. Hickster, go for it. I'm on your side, someone added. I bet 2 food tickets. Another raised it. I'll go 3. Fools, others thought. The two on the other side are the ones who might win. At this moment, someone stood silently in the crowd. The person observed everything, then smirked slightly. Hickster's fists cracked loudly as he punched. He tightened his grip, stabilized his stance. What's your name? Asta casually loosened his tie. I don't have noble blood like you guys. Just consider me a passerby. Hearing this, Hickster sneered a bit. So you don't have the great blood of a noble family in this kingdom, huh? Great in a confined arena like this. Wizards are at a disadvantage. I won't talk much. I'll beat you first. He even urged, come on. This display made Asta stop for a moment. But then Asta couldn't help but laugh. This idiot, you're funny. He swung his tie mockingly. Such long words, you don't want to fight, are you scared? Come on. This made Hickster tremble with rage, gritting his teeth. He pushed off with his feet and lunged forward, shouting, you bastard. Hickster charged like a madman, while Asta stood there calmly. Hickster's face was full of bulging veins as he punched. Asta stepped aside. Immediately, Asta taunted. Well, that's interesting, making Hickster even more furious. His fist swung up, energy pulsing down his arm, his voice cold. But if you mess with me, you're done for. An intense power radiates as Asta charges forward, coldly declaring, maybe you'll understand after a beating. Inside he wonders, how many magic students can withstand this punch? A powerful punch lands straight on Hickster's face, making blood splatter everywhere. The immense force from Asta's punch sends him flying backward. Hickster staggers back in shock, thinking, what is this? What just happened? He turns pale, cold sweat running down his temple, gritting his teeth in frustration. What kind of punch is this heavy, he thinks. This guy, seeing the deep blue magical aura surging around Asta, Hickster is bewildered, asking himself, is he actually a mage? Suddenly, a green magic circle appears, healing the wounds on his face. It's healing magic. It turns out Damien is using magic to treat Hickster's wounds. Damien smiles brightly, leaving Hickster in doubt. What is going on? Asta suddenly speaks, startling Hickster. Noble lineage is still noble lineage, right? Asta launches a powerful attack, closing in on Hickster, forcing him to brace himself. You still have time to be distracted? He asks. The green healing magic appears again. Even cornered and taking direct hits, Hickster stubbornly withstands the attacks. Confused, he thinks one person attacks, as Asta continuously lands punches, smiling challengingly. You're really strong. Hickster looks over at Damien, bewildered, as Damien continues healing. The crazy combination of both Asta and Damien shocks him, thinking, these maniacs, if I get beaten down, is that it? Despite weakened legs, Hickster struggles to remain standing. Sweating heavily, eyes wide with fear, he wonders, am I scared? Meanwhile, the crowd outside cheers wildly, yelling for Hickster to do something. Don't hold back against him, the pride of the Dolan family, the pride of the Eastern continent. They keep urging him, the hope of the warriors. The unending cheers press on Hickster. We believe in you. Hey, this is taking too long. Finish it already. All he can do is brace himself, holding a tense defensive stance. His anger peaks as Hickster grits his teeth. How dare you? Face distorted with rage, he screams, how dare you? You're just an ordinary mage. Hickster suddenly throws a retaliatory punch, but Asta swiftly dodges it. Asta calmly responds, oddly relaxed. Pretty good, I'd say. Hickster launches a fierce counterattack, shouting, "You hit my face, now you pay." He continues yelling as he charges, "Don't underestimate me." This time, he hits Asta, sending him flying. Witnessing this, the audience erupts into cheers. He's done it, it's Hickster all right. Everything that follows leaves Hickster puzzled, thinking, the force from the punch clearly showed it was strong. He is shocked to see Asta unharmed and wonders, why does he look unscathed? After being sent flying, Asta gracefully flips in the air and lands upright. Dusting off his clothes, he casually says, "Too dusty." Hickster looks bewildered at every move Asta makes. Eyes wide with ultimate panic, he screams. Then, Hickster dashes towards Asta like a bullet. As his opponent rushes in, Asta calmly observes. He then turns to look at Damien beside him, thinking, Damien is still using restorative magic on him. If I want to end this, I need to take him down with one punch. Damien is smiling brightly, enjoying the magic he's casting. Asta focused hard, his face cold and calculating, thinking it might just work. His hand was wrapped in powerful electric energy, a secret technique created by him and his comrades in a previous life. Asta's eyes shone sharply and dangerously. Energy formed from the collision of magical particles. Facing Hickster's swinging punch, he stayed calm, analyzing it. Though using magic energy, it entirely depended on his physical skills. Finally, Asta delivered a decisive blow, a pure secret technique based on the actual transformative properties of magic. With a burst of powerful green magic energy, he launched a direct attack that pushed his opponent back, an expert close combat technique. The overwhelming power shock, even the group outside the protective circle. A friend exclaimed in disbelief, "What the heck is this?" Inside the circle, both of them stood still after the big clash. Then Hickster dropped painfully to both knees on the floor. After taking Asta's finishing attack, he was defeated and crashed onto the wooden floor. The crowd, who were just cheering loudly, suddenly went silent. They were incredibly amazed and admired his skills. After defeating Hickster, Asta raised one hand confidently. With piercing cold eyes, Asta commanded, "Now yell out." He continued with a challenging tone, "Show your excitement." Immediately, the crowd roared wildly, "Incredible! Is he really a wizard? How did this battle become so intense? We have money now, you guys." This is what he called civilians. Suddenly, Damien called out to him, "Friend." Asta patted his head, happily celebrating. "We won, you know." He smiled softly, thinking to himself, "So stop sucking your thumb from now on." Dibby quietly watched the two of them amidst the excited crowd. He smiled cunningly and said, "Truly a genuine magic student, yet turned to fight like this." He remarked on Asta's actions, how incredibly pointless. Just then, John unexpectedly appeared, shouting loudly, "Break it up, you kids." With a fierce face, he yelled, "Who's here fighting on the first day of orientation?" The crowd began to scatter. "Run. If we don't disappear quick, we'll all get caught." Asta tensely assessed the situation, thinking, something really happened. He remained calm in the chaotic crowd, thinking, but it's okay. I've faced many situations like this before. While Asta continued thinking, deciding how to escape. If everyone's having a good time, it'll pass too. Damien quickly spoke up. It wasn't them. It was us. Over here. Over here. Hearing Damien confessing quickly like that, he closed his eyes in resignation. John asked again, "So, it's you guys?" And Damien directly confirmed, "Yes, it was us." In contrast to the crowd's excitement, Hickster was lying exhausted on the floor, dirty-faced and unconscious. In John's office, he called out, "Mr. Damien and Mr. Astor." Both of them replied at the same time, "Yes." John, sitting on his chair, asked them, "You two came to admit your mistake honestly, right? If so, this time I'll forgive you without marking down your conduct points." It seems the student wasn't seriously harmed either. He warned them seriously. "But from now on, I'll keep an eye on you two at this academy." Astor nodded in agreement, but he was sweating bullets. The scene shifts to inside the academy building. Astor and Damien opened the door and walked in. Astor sighed in relief. "It's lucky, the magical orientation hasn't started yet." The other students around began whispering when they saw the two of them. "Is it him? With that build, he managed to beat his opponent? How can he fight as a mage?" Damien excitedly waved at everyone. "Look, everyone is looking at us," while Astor looked worried. "Oh no, how did we become famous? I told you not to wave." The two found their seats over there. He cheerfully praised, "Looks like they've saved spots for us. Friends, you guys are awesome." To which Astor reluctantly replied, "Maybe." Headmaster Lehelm stood on the podium giving an enthusiastic speech, and because of that, he spoke endlessly. Our academy has thus passed down the teachings from the first headmaster. His speech continued non-stop. Then, and but, making Astor feel exhausted listening to the long speech, this headmaster is really something. being able to speak this long. He noticed Damien sitting next to him had fallen asleep long ago. Aster sighed helplessly, looking at him. And this young master. He even took Damien's hand to wipe off his drool. Stop drooling already. Lihilm's assistant suddenly spoke up, drawing Aster's attention. Excuse me, headmaster, it's time for you to leave. Lihilm asked in puzzlement, is there something more important than this magical orientation? The assistant leaned down and whispered in Lihilm's ear on the podium. After the conversation ended, he sighed in contemplation. Then Lihilm spoke up. I'm sorry, everyone. I have an urgent matter to attend to. We'll have to end the speech here, but the ceremony will continue. Before leaving, he signaled for Jayla to come up to the podium. She appeared with long hair as bright as fire. Jayla, with a stern face, loudly demanded, everyone, listen up here. The crowd was startled by her presence. Damien, confused, woke up. John was also startled by Jayla. She stood confidently on the podium and introduced herself. I am Jayla. I will continue the orientation in place of the headmaster, who couldn't finish due to unforeseen scheduling. Jayla looked around, then called Dahlia up. Let's start with the new student's oath. First representative of the magical field, Dahlia de Dene. She responded, yes. The crowd began whispering about Dahlia. What? Does the Dene family also need to apply here? Or is it because her abilities aren't enough? She ignored the whispers. Think before you speak. That's the third daughter of the head of the family. If she wasn't capable, would the Dene family even allow her to apply here? Aster watched her intently. Dahlia de Dine. Watching Dahlia's back, he began to think, if the Deculin family is the best wizard family in the eastern continent, then the Dine family comes right after. He compared the two families, and within families that are always in second place like Dine, Dahlia will grow stronger and become the family's representative witch in the future. Her abilities aren't ordinary. Besides, when I quit my assassination job, she helped quite a bit. The image of Aster and Dahlia not getting along appeared with his thoughts. If we call each other benefactors, that's not quite right. Maybe we're like love-hate friends, he smirked arrogantly. Whatever. But Dahlia being a new student is still something celebrating. On the podium, Jayla continued. Next, let's welcome the representative of the martial arts students, Paula, to the front. Paula quickly stood up and responded, yes. He watched the two of them from behind, thinking, for the martial arts side, I noticed they weren't mentioned, so they might not be from a big family. After all, names from families like Hickster or Hifster are just that. Big families must be annoyed. Paula and Dahlia stood side by side on the podium, solemnly taking the oath. With these words, let's conclude the oath here. After they finished, Jayla spoke up. Next will be the introduction of the professors who will be in charge of class 172. Professors, please come forward. The first professor. For a moment, he and she locked eyes. Aster was stunned and thought, what's going on? Am I overthinking? Looking at Dahlia in front of him, he noted, it seems like she's looking at me. Then Aster looked away, thinking to himself, never mind, it's not important anymore. Suddenly, Dahlia twisted her ankle as she was walking. She fell forward, but he was still contemplating. Did he say his name was Faroon? Aster watched as people took turns speaking on the podium, but he didn't see the person he was looking for. When will they show up? Countless professors took turns speaking on the stage. Finally, the person Aster was waiting for appeared. Pleased to meet you. Farun, with long brown hair and sharp eyes, had a somewhat mysterious face. I am Farun, and I will be in charge of the basic magic philosophy course. He put his hand on his chin, looking thoughtful. I thought there would be a tense atmosphere and he would be like Lancy, but he was completely different. Aster quietly observed the professor, but Lancy herself wore a mask, seen as kind and ethical in society. Maybe it's not easy to judge anyone. Jayla sternly announced the end of the ceremony. We conclude the introduction of the professors and end the orientation ceremony here. She continued, all students please proceed to your assigned rooms with guidance from the assistants. Aster looked over to see Damien still sleeping. Aster placed a hand on his shoulder to wake him. It's time to get up. Damien woke up dazed. Is it over already? He calmly delivered shocking news. No, you got caught sleeping during the ceremony, so you're expelled. Now we have to go home. After hearing about the expulsion, Damien's face looked confused. He was shocked, gasping and yelling loudly. At the academy dorms, it was already dusk. Aster walked down the hallway with a sigh. That kid Damien, I only teased him a little, and he's crying his eyes out. He stood in front of his dorm room, wondering, here it is, right? It was a tightly closed door. Aster opened the door and walked into the room with a sharp gaze. It was on the top floor. The fully furnished room made him marvel. This place truly is a great educational facility. Aster looked at the personal items prepared in advance and wondered, these are daily essentials, right? The items allocated to students are all the same. As he arranged his belongings, he contemplated, even the smallest items can show someone's status, but I'll gradually get my own things. Then Aster noticed someone opening the dorm room door. He saw Paula at the door and wondered, my roommate? Her name's supposed to be Paula, but why does she look at me so disapprovingly? Paula, with a cold demeanor, suggested, let's just keep to ourselves and live quietly. He shrugged indifferently. I don't care about what you do. Paula set her terms. Stay up as late as you want, but let's not disturb each other. That includes conversations later on. The two faced each other, and the tension rose when Paula asked challengingly, what do you say? Aster, feeling irritated, thought, bold move, but who taught her to talk like that? Asta, with a slightly sarcastic attitude, thought to himself, look at this guy. Paula urged him, asking why he wasn't answering. He quietly assessed, having heard she's the top-ranked new student in martial arts. But how good is she really? He suddenly moved closer, startling her. Paula was confused and highly alert, wondering what he intended to do. Asta coldly observed her actions, thinking they were pretty similar. He looked down at Paula's sword handle and thought, the grip is adjusted to avoid hitting surrounding objects when drawing the sword. Not bad. Just then, Damien's voice came from outside the door, calling them out quickly. He calmly answered her question, saying he just wanted to go outside. Asta approached her with a smile, suggesting she just do what she wants, but before leaving, he added, if I sing after midnight, you can't stop me, okay? Outside, Damien cheerfully ran and called out to him, buddy, this way. As they walked and talked, Damien happily asked, who's your roommate? Asta replied simply, Paula. Damien questioned Paula. I don't know her. Asta thought coldly, of course, since you slept through the introduction meeting. Damien excitedly suggested, let's go explore the academy. Ranji said, there's a lot to see. She insisted on seeing it all on the first day, but you need a friend with you. Asta calmly observed their surroundings. The Xanion Academy was huge. They probably wanted him to get familiar with the layout to avoid getting lost, so they dragged him along. The academy grounds gave off a classic and spacious school vibe. He responded indifferently, saying it's not a bad idea. Asta looked thoughtful, focusing on things he needed to care about. Despite them being different from his past life, there were still connections. He thought about the castle at night, with mysterious blue lights shining from the rooftop. A masked figure hiding on the rooftop, Deculin, part of the troublesome cleaning team. Asta smirked cunningly, thinking let's see what they're up to, then urged Damien to hurry. They strolled together around the campus. Both of them wandered, taking in the bright scenery. The magnificent castle was visible under the warm sunset. Damien exclaimed excitedly, look at the lake. We don't have anything like that back home. Reflecting in the lake was the image of the surrounding castle. Asta maintained a serious expression, slightly squinting as he thought, this is exhausting. Why do I feel like I'm babysitting? Ranji must have put Damien with me for this reason, but I'm a bad-tempered person, so whatever can be returned, I will return it all. He suddenly spoke up, causing Damien's innocent face to question. Well, we can build one too. With confidence, he said, just some rocks and water is all we need. Damien's eyes widened with excitement, exclaiming, yes, let's build a really big one, bigger than this at home. Inside the Lancy mansion, someone sneezed unexpectedly. He pondered aloud to Asta, thinking about a good name for the lake at home. He quickly answered Damien, sweat and tears. Damien praised, nice. Someone shuddered unconsciously again. Damien praised endlessly. Look at that statue over there. It's so cool, he suggested, then ask her to build one too. Call it Sweat and Tears too. Damien happily agreed with all his ideas. Perfect. He slyly added, model it after the dragon. The proportions look great, to which Damien excitedly praised, awesome, so cool. The astonished face behind glasses. Lancy felt uneasy and scared. What is this? Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? He urged Damien to head back. Okay, we've seen everything now. Let's go home. To which Damien cheerfully replied, sure. With an expressionless face, he calculated in his mind, let's see. I met about 7 people from the cleaning unit. Counting those I haven't met, it'd be about 10 people. According to their positions, the center spot is likely at the tall, imposing, and ancient-looking tower under the bright red sunset, the second magic building. Asta stood, observing the entire scene. The building, if it was magical building number 2, was also Professor Faroon's research lab, fitting his goals perfectly. Images of Henji and Faroon flashed, as Deculin probably knew Henji had help, suspecting Professor Faroon, Henji's close friend. Then Asta glanced to see a mysterious figure hiding behind. He smirked with interest, thinking, I was wondering why they hadn't followed me. But they've conveniently tailed me all the way here, completely unaware they've been spotted, he thought. Asta was intrigued, wanting to see how much they knew as night engulfed the academy. A breeze swept past the dim streetlights. A member of the cleaning squad glided through the night. He landed silently in the building's courtyard. The cleaning squad member climbed into the building with agility. In the dark room, a voice asked, you're here? Their conversation began with Ron asking, what about the others? Han replied they had gone ahead with an urgent mission from above, with instructions to gather at the mission center. He wondered, target, meaning the main target, or the secondary one? Han answered briefly, secondary target. He added that the main target seemed found and observed, and crucial info would be delivered to the secondary target exactly at midnight. Ron started to calculate, understanding now. Their task involved Faroon, so the main target, like Henji, had changed, and orders from above had been sent down, marking Professor Faroon as the target to monitor. At this moment, Ron realized something, and his eyes widened. He asked, "Wait, so I'm the only one watching him? He's too much to handle alone. I think the best person, number one, and more should be on this to follow him." The other responded calmly, saying number one was busy, and others wouldn't show up. Ron cursed, "Damn it." Seeing this, he reassured, but the other grimly informed, "Callahan the fire demon will be involved." Ron's eyes widened in shock, feeling immense pressure hearing the name, Callahan. Callahan appeared, confident and smirking arrogantly in Ron's thoughts, as the deputy of the Ruby Legion. With him there, things would be fine. Tension and anxiety were clear on his face. This task would be ruthless and dangerous. Fear filled Ron's eyes, meaning anyone participating might die. Han interrupted his thoughts. The situation is tense and could erupt any time, so no identities can be revealed to protect families. Yes, that's necessary, Ron agreed, urging, "Let's go now." The two cleaning squad members flew out of the building, agreeing to regroup slowly to increase survival chances. Asta quietly watched them leave, having overheard their entire conversation. Asta silently pondered, "Tonight at midnight, and Callahan the fire demon too?" Asta is remembering what he knows about Callahan, a man who once stood at the top, even while Asta was still working. Callahan stood facing Farron, after the Deculin family risked everything to fight the Brando family. He watched the man silently, but Callahan remained proud, still loyal to his family, even as it was on the brink of collapse. The man knelt before him, showing his respect. Callahan stood tall among the ruins of the battle. It was dangerous now, but this was the glorious pride of Callahan, the unstoppable fire demon of the Deculin family. He smiled mysteriously amidst the flames, perhaps the one who would write a new history as a battle mage. Asta made a serious decision. He must catch him. The image of the fire chain surrounded by flames. It was one of Deculin's secret fire spells, worth the risk for such a famous mage across the continent. Asta paced on the rooftop, wondering why the cleanup unit came, but then left. It was better than expected, but something about it concerned him. He gazed into the distance. The item they mentioned, or perhaps Henji's spell scrolls he had, couldn't be fake. A page filled with ancient magical characters, and the cleanup unit people came to mind. If not the spell scroll, it's unlikely. Asta concluded that the item being moved today is a fake spell scroll. Switching to the bedroom scene, Paula started changing into a disguise. He carefully put on gloves. Then, Paula checked his weapon on his side. Finally, he donned a hooded cloak. He cautiously watched Asta on the bed. Paula stared sharply at him. Then he left, unaware that the Asta there was fake. The highest office in the number 2 magic building was lit up. Inside, Faroon was sitting by candlelight. The weak light from the candle clearly outlined his thoughtful face. He closed his eyes, looking weary. Deculin, those filthy rats. Faroon sat alone at his large desk, thinking. Though they were cornered, he had to endure, as they hadn't reached the final end. Yet they came to make trouble on his turf so openly. Suddenly, his eyes became sharp. It could only be this way. The room door opened into the dark night. Paula, cloaked in black, face hidden, walked in. Seeing him, Faroon wondered if he was a mercenary, then said, he called his name directly, making him pause. Paula. Faroon seriously advised him, next time, if you're in disguise, learn to adjust your magic attributes first. It's a basic thing for hiding. Without speaking, Paula handed him an envelope. Faroon looked at the letter calculatingly. Next time, he said. Hearing that made him sweat nervously. He took the letter, thinking to himself, Henji, you really are something. He held the envelope firmly, trying to send the spell scroll without Deculin noticing, only to be caught easily like this. Faroon pondered, face turning serious. No, a cunning guy like him couldn't be caught so simply. What are you planning, Henji? At that moment, footsteps came from the hallway. A huge explosion happened in the room. Smoke and fire filled the air. Callahan emerged from the smoke, saying, Pleasure to meet you, Professor Faroon. He smiled challengingly, introducing himself. I'm Callahan. I wonder if a professor who only buries himself in research knows me. Paula was wary of the guy, stepping back, ready to fight. Callahan smirked mockingly. Who's this other guest, a mercenary? Oh, it seems the swordsman knows me. What about the professor? Faroon coldly replied, making the guy glare angrily. I've never heard your name before. The professor, showing impatience, spoke up. So stop rambling and get to the point. Faroon's eyes were red with menace as he looked with disdain. The stench of you guys makes me sick. This made Callahan force a twisted smile. He threw his head back, laughing maniacally. Damn, this is interesting. It's my first time being treated this way. You want to play? Fine, I'll keep it short. Callahan pointed directly at Paula, saying, that friend of yours has to die. He cast a glowing magic circle, turning to the professor. Callahan's face was dangerously sinister with a wicked smirk. Is it okay if I keep an eye and an arm? Magic exploded, as Faroon deployed a massive blue magic circle to block it. The aftermath of the clash was a huge magical explosion. The terrifying event left Paula stunned, the heat making him uncomfortable. His eyes were trembling in panic at the overwhelming power. Ice surrounded both of them, protecting them from the flames. Faroon turned back, calling, Paula. With a cold gaze, the professor ordered, from this moment, I'll consider you a mercenary, not a student, so protect your life. Paula, still cautious, followed the order, yes. Faroon turned silently, assessing even with such a loud explosion no alarms. The Deculan rats must have cast a black veil with some spell. The entire academy campus was quiet at night. The professor looked thoughtful, unlike Paula's pale face, as they had only one new mercenary. Callahan arrogantly spread his arms, challenging. I bet those documents are from the Blando trash. Seems they won't give them up easily. Looking at the cold Faroon across from him, the guy remarked, what are we going to do now? Callahan's eyes widened in madness, asking, is it okay if we play for a bit? With that, he unleashed a violent power, shaking the ground. Faroon kept forming ice blocks to defend against the guy's power. Finally, they jumped out of the tower. Callahan became eerie, focusing entirely on his attack. Paula could only gape in shock at his brutal strength. Faroon cast a brightly glowing blue magic circle in response. The fight ended with a blinding explosion that destroyed everything around. Asta quietly stood at a distance, watching the situation. He thought calmly, it's finally starting. Asta held a mask in his hand. As he put it on, he thought, long time no see, huh? Asta's eyes were sharp as he confirmed, not as Aster, but as Cleaner number 1. As soon as the thunder struck, Asta immediately started his journey of action. All right, let's join the fray, he thought. He clasped his hands and wholeheartedly prayed, placing all his trust in the divine. O moon, he implored. Asta sincerely wished to the Supreme Force, asking for a blessing to become a purifier with the mission of protecting justice today. Yet deep down, a bit of anxiety lingered within him, knowing he had never truly defended justice before. As soon as he finished speaking, Asta launched himself up high, determined to begin his series of actions. The high-rise building on the other side was completely consumed and destroyed by the inferno. Callahan, with a wild glee, was frantically setting everything ablaze. Can you stand this, mercenary? He taunted. Paula felt utterly powerless and worried, since she couldn't confront him. He opened his eyes wide in despair, watching everything drown in the sea of flames. Damn it, he muttered. Paula was momentarily safe under the effective protection of a charm. I didn't think the captain's charm could protect like this. Lucky indeed, he thought. Suddenly, a voice startled him. Move aside. It turned out the powerful and authoritative voice belonged to Faroon. He was fully focused, deploying his spell. Quickly, Faroon summoned a wide wave of water to counter Callahan's flames. He gently placed a hand on Paula's shoulder, offering praise. Not bad. Gives a bit more peace of mind, he said. Suddenly, Paula's sharp sword was enveloped by a mysterious power. He was very surprised and quickly looked around to understand what was happening. A boost enchantment on the sword? Faroon worriedly asked about his well-being. Can you still protect yourself now? Paula hurriedly replied to reassure him. Still fine. It's better than just surviving. If not, I'd be done for. Callahan, witnessing everything, smirked in excitement. A wizard and his assistant, huh? Quite a touching combo, he remarked. Then he immediately unleashed a large flame, preparing to attack them. This time, Callahan used even more force without holding back. Paula quickly drew her sword to defend herself. Meanwhile, Faroon was also vigorously attacking. I've got your back, he assured. The battle became more intense as Faroon's teammates slowly fell. If this continues, I might get dragged to one side eventually, he thought. Witnessing the sacrifice of his comrades, Faroon resolved to fight wholeheartedly. Maybe it's time to give it my all, he decided. The cruel man continued to mercilessly ravage and flatten everything around. Faroon focused intently on his breathing, preparing to unleash his spell. With natural magic being limited and 2 of us using it, a battle for control is about to start. He channeled all his strength to draw natural resources into his body. All right, let's see how much you can take from me. Callahan was still casually being ruthless to the others. Look at that, daring to face me head-on, he thought. He felt even more thrilled to have a worthy opponent. All right, let's see how it goes. He eagerly anticipated. Callahan's laughter echoed maniacally throughout the space. Their powerful magic formed a purple mass in the sky. The fierce flames scoured every corner of the ground. Paula stood quietly on one side, silently observing everything. He was horrified by the devastation of the battle. This is madness, he thought. Paula was utterly helpless standing by as the two clashed fiercely. Just some bizarre monsters. Intervening is impossible, he realized. Various questions filled his mind. If that's the case, fighting directly from the start should have ended it already, he wondered. The terrifying storms from the battle left everyone bewildered. We're doomed. It looks horrific, he thought. All the surrounding soldiers could only stand by helplessly. Let's wait for now. Jumping in would be suicidal. Let's take this chance to rest a bit, he suggested. He worriedly asked about everyone's situation. How many from the cleanup crew are left? He inquired. Suddenly from afar, a massive sandstorm swept through. At that moment, someone quickly noticed something very strange, a figure speeding through the dusty haze. Everyone was amazed and started making guesses, thinking someone had attacked the arena. Asta suddenly dashed forward and landed on the ruined ground. Right then, both Callahan and Faroon looked towards him in surprise. Using his sharp eyes, he loudly announced, "Dad, I'm here." Asta immediately shifted his body to get ready to act. He skillfully jumped over the wreckage, leaving them confused. Seeing this, the guy got very annoyed and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Asta completely ignored him and sped down. He grabbed Callahan's shoulder tightly, as a stern warning. "This will be." Asta stared seriously and loudly confirmed, "You're grave." That firm statement made Callahan break out in a cold sweat. The guy quickly swung his arm to defend against the blow. Callahan immediately leaped back forcefully to escape the explosion. He hurriedly backed away in utter terror. This left Callahan so drained that he coughed. Damn it, the magic got reversed. But from within the explosion, Asta still walked out unharmed. At that moment, the guy truly felt an extreme horror, calling for reinforcements. Many attackers suddenly jumped down from the sky. Callahan quickly tried to think of a plan in this critical moment, trying to prevent the magic from reversing, and hurriedly drank the potion in his hand. Callahan was also surprised by the opponent's perfect plan, but wondered where that guy came from. In the intense situation, he suddenly realized something. Asta was putting all his strength into attacking him relentlessly. Callahan was stunned by the enduring strength, finding it remarkable, a type of movement that achieved maximum efficiency without any wasted motion, with suitable magic cast at the fastest speed. In that dangerous moment, the guy suddenly snapped back to full alertness. Wait, am I praising him? Callahan immediately unleashed his most powerful magic move. Even though I don't know who you are, he went completely berserk, pouring all his remaining energy out, but you will definitely die. As he finished speaking, everything around was consumed by Callahan's power. His fierce skill was so fast that no one could evade it. Seeing this, Asta's eyes widened, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Right after, there was an incredibly massive and terrifying explosion. Even though the battle had ended, Callahan remained worried and doubtful, wondering if he had truly been defeated. He quickly scanned his surroundings to assess the current situation. Even if more cleanup crew members joined the fight, they weren't worth the worry. It seemed that Asta had completely succeeded in instilling fear in Callahan, but the main goal was to complete the mission, so that masked figure had to be eliminated. Not seeing the opponent anymore made him happy again. I got a bit anxious, which isn't like me at all. But now, if I join forces with the remaining cleanup crew, subduing Professor Parun is still possible. The medicine box lay quietly on the floor, signaling Callahan's return to calm. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence, causing him to be at a loss. Is that all? Asta continued speaking loudly, reminding of the opponent's crime. Callahan, on the outside you're like a wild beast gone mad, but inside you're cold like a venomous snake. You intended to wipe me and the cleanup crew out, something I realized long ago. Asta kept his focus on his move, speaking in a cold tone. You. He confidently declared that the battle had now turned too cruel, and that's why you failed. With determination, Asta immediately launched his attack forward. Facing the sudden attack, Callahan was left standing still in silence, so fast. A cold light flashed by quickly, but Callahan did not move at all. On the outside, everything seemed very calm and peaceful. But suddenly, his bright red hair fell to the ground on its own. A critical strike to the head made Callahan fall to the ground. Asta gently landed on the ground after the intense battle had ended. He looked up at his opponent lying still on the cold ground, truly living up to the name, Callahan. Asta recalled the fierce battle earlier, still feeling a chill. Other magicians would have fallen the moment I ambushed them, yet he managed to counter. The title of Battle Mage isn't just for show, his reactions and judgment were extremely sharp. He also realized something new from directly fighting Callahan, but it was Callahan's last spell that unintentionally helped me. If he had coordinated with the cleanup crew to prolong the battle, I would have surely lost because my magic power is still quite lacking. Asta slowly approached the opponent to inspect the situation. He skillfully and thoroughly checked Callahan's body. Let's see, This place must be it. Asta quickly retrieved a small cloth bag from Callahan. Just as I thought, most battle mages don't trust anyone, so they always carry secrets with them. He carefully put his prize inside his pocket, which was a magical space pouch attuned to its owner. Obviously, I'll slowly undo it. After finishing, Asta turned his head towards the sound. Now you're late, Professor Parun. Turns out he had already noticed his teacher approaching. Despite being exhausted, Faroon casually replied, I was busy dealing with the pests, so I'm a bit slow. It turned out that the enemies had already been frozen and captured by him. Faron cautiously approached Asta step by step. But more importantly, are you also a pest? Asta helplessly defended himself. One is a lunatic, the other is like a fighting cock. What do you think? I just took down someone from the Declan house. What does that mean? Hearing that, Farun slowly withdrew all his magic power. Hearing you call the other guy a lunatic must mean Henji is behind this, right? I'm not a fighting cock. Asta was surprised at how easily they believed him. Already trusting me, just like that? Farun quickly returned to the main topic to ask further. So what about the mercenaries approaching me? Paula seemed confused by those words. Did you divide the thesis into two parts? Asta continued to give answers based on his guesses. I wasn't informed about that, don't know anything. But it's very likely a fake, definitely Henji's work, using a fake bait to lure the pests into the light, then catching them all at once. Every thought like that made Asta feel a bit uneasy, but it also helped strengthen the defenses of Howan City and the Academy, while reducing the power of the Declan family, I guess. Asta immediately cast a doubtful look to further contemplate. As for the cleanup crew, despite using dark magic, they still fought fiercely. Even if the information was late, it's unreasonable that the Royal Knight team hasn't shown up by now. Surely the Declan family has interfered with the Knight team as well. Farin said nothing more, just calmly asked again, So are you really the courier? Asta quickly presented a stack of papers for his opposite to inspect. Here, the thesis. Faran nodded slightly, accepting it, and concentrated on examining everything closely. He looked up with a skeptical gaze and asked again, Do you know what's in this? Asta immediately answered confidently, his tone full of danger. I know more than just the content. Faran understood the hidden meaning in those words. I see. He kept probing for the other's thoughts on upcoming matters, saying he wasn't afraid of making trouble, but he didn't want to lose a reliable ally. His teacher agreed with this point of view, saying, All right then, I've received the dissertation for now. I don't want to lose an ally either, so let's set this aside for now. Suddenly, Faroon asked a question that made Asta a bit puzzled. Do you want anything? Faroon explained calmly. Someone like Henji only trusts desires that are clear and goals that align with his. I suppose you're the same. To build trust, I need to give you something. After hearing this, he was a bit hesitant, thinking a lot, books. His teacher was a bit surprised by his straightforward answer. Books? Asta was very excited to share his big plan. I'll build a tower, really tall, and put books there for everyone to read. It would be great if it included a book on the professor's magical theories. Farun smiled and gently patted his head when he heard Asta's innocent dream. Sure, I don't know who will understand it, but writing your own book might be even more interesting and appealing. After everything was settled, he turned around to leave the place. I have to go now. His teacher suddenly called from behind. Wait, how will we stay in touch? We still need to exchange the next dissertation. Asta refused, looking unconvincing. Communicate? I don't like receiving messages from men. Even so, he took out a strange item from thin air. Asta threw it towards the other and quickly explained how to use it. Use this. It's a communication crystal. The two are linked. If one breaks, the other does too. To call, break one. If there's trouble, break two or more so I won't come looking. Farun swiftly caught the flying item. He raised an eyebrow, replying irritably. No, I don't like men either. As soon as the words left his mouth, Asta was gone, leaving Farun to sigh. Why does it always feel kind of dirty? Not long after, the Empire's royal knights arrived. They quickly cleaned up the scene. The knights gently escorted the injured to a safe place, and they evacuated Academy students to prevent a potential next attack. Asta was lost in thought, not noticing Damien watching him. Naturally, I blended in with the students right at that moment. He sleepily asked his friend, Hey buddy, where have you been? Feels like ages since we've last met. Asta glanced away and responded vaguely, Just watched a good play. Asta kept guessing the opponent's next moves. Let's see. Callahan's body and the cleanup crew, the evidence is clear. The Declan family will probably stay quiet for a while. Seeing this scene made Damien curious. Why are you suddenly quiet, buddy? Constipated? I can fix that. Asta seemed not to hear, staying deep in thought. But why did the hidden fire activate during the battle? Asta's mind lingered on the recent fight. Usually nothing happens, but when blocking Callahan's magic, the barrier released energy, which helped block the counterattack. Not bad, but it wasn't the barrier being stronger, it was a rejection phenomenon. He felt very puzzled about how Callahan fought, a technique elemental mages use to avoid hurting themselves, just like Callahan's wild fire spells. Asta furrowed his brow, concentrating on his thoughts. Not clear, not clear, take off your pants. Suddenly, Damien spoke again. Hey buddy, why did it activate right then, and what are the activation conditions? He decided to set this matter aside and continue investigating. Anyway, need to research. Don't pull my pants down, Damien. Asta looked ahead, thinking, the Academy has the largest library in the East. Lafitte, there's bound to be a clue there. Suddenly, a strange voice drew his attention. Hello, you're Asta, right? It turned out to be a new friend greeting him. Nice to meet you. I'm Chenbia. Despite the friendliness, Asta coldly replied, and then he quickly smiled brightly, complimenting the other. You're really good at fighting. This made Asta become extra cautious. What? He's seen me fight. If my identity is exposed, that's big trouble. Should I take care of it now? Yet Asta remains cautious around Chenbia, feeling like a big black mark on a cleaner's record. He keeps going on and on about how he admires Asta, mentioning the fight with the martial artists on the first day. It was impressive how Asta fought like that. Asta could only manage an awkward smile at the admiration. Getting recognized without bad rumors was nice after all. Faced with the situation, Asta calmly replied that he just wasn't strong enough back then, but it'll be different next time. Chenbia scratched his head and laughed loudly, understanding now. After the conversation ended, everyone quickly turned away and left. Finally, Chenbia gathered the courage to express himself, saying he wanted to hang out with Asta. He hadn't gotten close to anyone yet, and felt out of place joining other groups. Hearing this, Asta glanced over to observe closely, thinking he understood. Because of Asta's life experience, he knew this meant the Academy claimed to treat everyone equally regardless of background, but students might not. So he wasn't really worried about being pushed to the side. Not wanting to make things difficult, Asta replied vaguely with, "It's up to you." Hearing this, Chenbia sighed with relief, admitting he was a bit worried too. Chenbia showed great concern for Asta's situation, noting that handling things alone was tough. Asta, seeing his understanding, gave a polite smile back, thinking it made sense. After everything, they chatted lively, and Asta started paying more attention to everything around him. So this is what a normal conversation was like? He felt a bit sad remembering past experiences, always dealing with crazy people. Thinking of all the folks he met, Asta felt confused, having forgotten what normal felt like. Now Asta has new hopes for the future, feeling his academy life is really starting now. The sun rose high, signaling an energetic new day. Warm rays of sunshine flooded the long streets. Inside the building, students sat neatly, ready for their lesson. Damien sighed deeply, looking tired and bored. He couldn't focus because he didn't get enough sleep last night. He was so sleepy. Chenbia stepped closer with a friendly smile, greeting, "Good morning, Asta, Damien." He asked with concern about his friend's well-being after yesterday's incident. Asta, familiar with such things, calmly replied that it was okay. Despite this, he carefully noted every word Chenbia said, thinking it didn't match a noble or wealthy background. Yet Chenbia showed no fear and was shining brightly. Asta felt comfortable with his new friend, considering it was nice to have a friend. Suddenly, Chenbia asked, "Did you hear the news?" Chenbia excitedly shared the latest rumor, mentioning that Professor Jairada is their M3 class advisor. Hearing this, Asta curiously asked, "Jairada?" Chenbia eagerly introduced the soon-to-be lecturer, hinting not to say he didn't know Professor Jairada, the one rumored to have taken down a whole troll herd alone. As soon as Jairada stepped into the class, Asta immediately remembered the familiar face. I remember now. He focused closely on her beautiful face, recalling she was the professor from the introduction ceremony yesterday. Jada started guiding the students about today's lesson. Nice to meet you, I'm Jairada. Yesterday was a bit chaotic, but nothing serious. Let's focus on studying. She outlined the day's lesson, saying they'd start by measuring magic power. The fundamentals were quantity and quality, so which mattered more? Immediately, a hand shot up, catching Jada's attention. What's your name? The student stood and said, I'm Arjane. She stayed still, listening intently. Okay, Arjane, please answer. Arjane answered seriously, saying no absolute answer exists, but if one has enough magic power, quality matters more. Jada asked why. Arjane slowly explained details to everyone, saying when facing a mage of the same level, superior magic quality gives an advantage. Asta, sitting below, listened intently to the popular view that magic quality affects accuracy, stability, and power. Lots of magic is useless if it doesn't hit, but suddenly the teacher sighed loudly from the podium. This unexpected act instantly changed her expression. Jada bluntly asked for personal details without explaining why. Arjane, what family do you belong to? Timidly, Arjane replied, from Viscount Pelham's house. She sighed deeply again, seeming annoyed. Jada showed a tired and disappointed attitude, muttering figures. This frightening realization made her feel scared to tears. Then, she quickly changed the subject, as if nothing happened. Does anyone have a different answer? She asked. She glanced around the class but still didn't see anyone volunteering. No one? She persisted. Jada decided to randomly pick someone to answer. Hey, you there? She called out. Ipol was startled and immediately responded, yes. But she cut him off with a loud scolding. Is your name Yes? He quickly corrected himself. No, I'm Ipol. Ipol stood up and confidently expressed his viewpoint. I believe the amount of magical power is more important. After all, in a large-scale battle, the quantity will have a bigger impact, right? Asta listened carefully and analyzed every aspect of what was said. Right, if you look at it from a different angle, in a chaotic battle, quantity is more important than quality. In some cases, both are important. Jada continued to show clear disdain on her face. She repeated a similar question. Which family do you belong to? Ipol awkwardly replied. I don't belong to any family. Confused by the situation, he wondered, did I miss something obvious? Jada wasn't done yet. She continued to call on more students. Next, what do you think is important? Speed of casting, family? Over and over, no one gave the answer she wanted. And you? Your agility, family? Seeing this, Asta tried to guess her intentions. Is she designating students, repeating the same question? But the questions still hadn't stopped. And you? What's with this suffocating atmosphere? Eventually, Jada spoke up and commented, I've heard all your answers. While some students were scared to tears, she coldly assessed, in truth, each of your answers was close to being right. No, there's no single correct answer to this question. What I want isn't a right answer. What Jada said next stunned him. Think carefully about the answers you gave me. She coldly asked all the students, are those answers truly your own thoughts? Or are you just guessing what I want to hear? Jada meticulously explained each topic covered in today's lesson. A mage, in any situation, must not lose their opinion or be swayed by the looks of others, and they must realize their own will fully. She frowned, showing her disappointment. So, what did you achieve just now? Jada's cold question plunged the room into silence. Is that truly the quality of a mage? Finally, Jada concluded with advice for her students. In the future, you must become true mages. This is what I want to impart through today's lesson. Remember it well. Everyone turned red with embarrassment and admiration for her strength after hearing that. Asta felt relieved upon hearing the right answer. Finally, what I thought was correct. Truly a complicated yet fresh cycle. Next, Jada prepared for an important part of the lesson. Now, let's measure each person's magical power. She called on the first student to undertake the task, Arjeen. Surprised, Arjeen responded, yes? Jada bluntly gave her a new responsibility. You will be the magic class president of class M3. Your first response was impressive. From now on, you'll record everyone's magic levels. Delighted by what she heard, Arjane ran to the lectern to practice her task, saying, thank you, ma'am. Asta observed everything and finally understood the teaching method. So this is how she wins over the class. Nearby, Chenbia bit his lip in admiration. Jealous, really? Asta was confused by his friend. What are you jealous of? Jada turned and called for her assistant to prepare. Assistant. He quickly removed the scarf from around his neck. What was brought out was a blue crystal orb, surprising everybody. Is that a magical power measurement device? I heard it's hard to find. She explained the object to the students. This is the first time you've all seen this, right? Jada enthusiastically introduced its purpose. Now it's time to know your own magical power levels. Who knows what you'll find? All the students were stunned by the function of the crystal orb. She calmly predicted about everyone's magical levels as the orb displayed numbers. There's a monster hiding among us again. Damien was very excited as he focused on listening to everything. Jada softly spoke, guiding the person in front of her step by step, explaining, the usage is quite easy. She patiently guided Arjane to place her hand on the orb, saying, Arjane, place your hand on the crystal ball and channel your magic into it. Her dedication surprised Arjane a bit. Yes, Arjane replied. As soon as Arjane gently touched the orb, it immediately lit up brightly. Suddenly, she felt a surge of magic flowing around her. Instantly, a strange magical symbol appeared on the stone. Seeing the number 4 next to the symbol shocked Arjane. Seeing this, Jada quickly explained, do you all see? Among many metrics, the important part is in the middle here, the refinement index or the quality of magic shown from level 1 to 10. She pointed to the number 4 and commented, Arjane has reached level 4. Last year, the average for newcomers was 3, so this result is quite good. Hearing this, Arjane scratched her head excitedly and responded, thank you so much. Jada continued to guide them on how to perform the next test, saying, next, we'll measure the total amount of magic. It's simple, just channel your magic. Arjane immediately followed suit, yes. She then explained as the magical symbol showed the number 17. The total amount of magic is divided into 100 levels. Arjane reached level 17, a bit higher compared to last year's average of 15. Jada smiled brightly and praised Arjane, looking at both the quality and amount of magic. It's clear how diligently Arjane has been practicing daily. The compliment from Jada made Arjane blush with happiness. Truly commendable. Everyone around was in awe, wishing they could achieve such high stats themselves, while Asta was lost in his thoughts. Wow, the future's so clear now. That girl will surely become an excellent researcher. The class ended quickly with Jada's announcement. I have work to do. So let's stop here. Follow the assistant's instructions to measure your magic. Yes. Everyone was buzzing about their performance evaluations. I need to focus more on my breathing technique, one said, while I need to pay attention to refining, another added. Chenbia suddenly called out, Asta, snapping him out of his thoughts. Should we also go measure? Sure. Suddenly, a loud exclamation caught their attention. That's crazy. It turned out someone had achieved quite high stats, and everyone was surprised. Refinement reached level 6, isn't the average only level 3, and the total amount reached level 20? I'm so jealous. A student stepped forward, asking the person for their name. What's your name? Furion slowly introduced himself. Furion. She then faced the crowd and introduced her full name. Furion de Dinai. Asta glanced over to observe the newcomer more closely. Same family as Dahlia? Different hair color? Must be a branch member, he thought. She gave both her first and last name. Looks impressive. Chenbia nodded, stroking his chin in approval. Truly worthy of a prestigious family, impressive stats. Even if the total is a bit low compared to level 6 refinement, it's still quite high. Hearing this, Furion smiled cunningly. I see. At that moment, Damien next to them stretched as he woke up from a nap. So noisy. What's going on? Asta remembered something and stopped him. Wait, don't go back to sleep. Asta reminded him to focus more. It's almost your turn to measure magic, but Damien didn't seem to care. Why measure? Asta quickly urged him. Not sure, but it's good to measure, right? We're in class, after all. Hearing that, Damien suddenly shouted excitedly, Really? Then let's give it a try. Asta, feeling frustrated, smacked his forehead. Don't overdo it like that. Why am I the only one embarrassed right now? Suddenly, everyone's conversation turned towards Asta's group. Isn't that him? The young lord of Blandor? He looks so young. And the one next to him is Aster, right? The one who defeated Hickster? Who's leading them? Shocked. Asta felt awkward and pretended not to care about their words. Darn. I didn't want to be famous for punching someone before. A student cheerfully offered Asta a chance to measure. Young lord, would you like to try measuring once? Damien, curious, pointed at the crystal ball and asked, Just channel magic into this, right? Then he placed his hand on the orb and concentrated. Everyone present was immediately astonished. What's this? Is this even possible? Even Furion nearby widened her eyes in surprise. No, it can't be. When the magical symbol showed the number 7, it shocked the entire room. Is he a monster? Refinement index of level 9, total amount level 67? Is this device broken? In contrast to their reaction, Asta just calmly observed. That's how mortals feel when faced with a genius. He understood that this unexpected event was beyond what ordinary people could fathom. Based on common sense, this shining bright wall is unimaginable. Asta silently looked at Damien, impressed. Well, knowing Damien is a genius is one thing, but exceeding the average by this much was unexpected. Meanwhile, Damien just sat there sucking his thumb, curious about everyone's reactions. Is this high? Asta realized the immense latent power within Damien, understanding why he was called Blandor's monster. His innate traits were just different. In Asta's heart, there was a bit of regret for what had happened. If, in the past life, Damien had put in the effort, the continent's situation would have changed, so in this life things will be different. He started meticulously calculating his next plan. To keep Blandor as Declan's obstacle, he just needed to help Damien surpass the limits of mortals. That student, sweating yet still offering praise, said to him, Damien, you truly live up to the Blandor name, extremely excellent, but you must not be smug. A magician's realm doesn't just depend on magical power. Hearing that, Damien cheerfully smiled brightly and said, Yes. Suddenly, he immediately turned to ask, Hey, have you measured yet? Seeing this attitude, Asta softly replied, Not yet. Hearing that, Damien eagerly urged him, Then go measure now. Asta could only sigh a long, weary, and bored sigh. He understood the curiosity of the eyes staring at him. Surely everyone was curious about how strong he was. A person not from a renowned family yet always beside the Blandor heir, and had even defeated the Dolanfi house's younger son. Asta confidently stepped forward to the orb's position. All right then, let's see. He was fully mentally prepared for the challenge. To avoid trouble, he thought it was fine to choose a median level. The student standing there asked for his personal information. What's your name? Asta quickly replied, I'm Asta. The student reminded him to follow proper etiquette. Take your hand out of your pocket. Asta slowly placed his hand on the magical orb carefully, adjusting his magical properties a bit. He tried to find a way to balance the force of his hand accurately, then infused a moderate amount. Suddenly, Asta realized something was entirely wrong. Wait, why is the threshold set so low? Because a bright light flashed, making him uneasy. At this rate, it'll measure higher than expected. Just as he feared, the magic symbol showed a perfect 10, refining level 10. Suddenly, the magic symbol on the ore blurred visibly. Immediately, the system reported an error, causing everyone to worry. Exceeded threshold, please reset the standard threshold. What's this? Exceeded standard threshold. Is such a thing possible? Damien was thrilled and jumped for joy. Amazing. Asta immediately thought the magical device must be malfunctioning. Probably an error with the device, need to measure again. The student there also agreed, maybe. Seeing this, he immediately changed his attitude, protesting. No, that's correct? Asta stood nearby, only able to curse silently in his mind. Shut up. Damien became even more convinced of his own opinion. I knew it, surely so. At this point, Asta felt more confused than anything else. I said, shut up. The student quickly went to check the system and reassured everyone. It's been reset, please measure again. Asta quickly got ready to get back in position. Yes, this time, the magic symbol showed a lower number, refining level 3, total level 15. Everyone immediately stopped their chatter. So that's it, the last time was an error, right? I knew it. Asta saw those numbers and silently breathed a sigh of relief. Being careful this time made it all right, balancing really is tough. Suddenly, a loud curse startled him. Damn. Asta recognized it was from Damien, so he worriedly asked, Damien? Why did you say that? Damien immediately seemed very irritable and snapped. You said getting into situations like this, so damn annoying. Really damn annoying. He realized he had misled Damien, so he felt ashamed. Really, I won't speak carelessly anymore. The story's background now shifts to a day with beautiful weather. The warm, rosy sunlight shone at Magic Academy number 1. Jada was in the room quietly watching everything from the window. Suddenly, her dazed eyes quickly scanned around the room. In Jada's mind, she was still pondering many questions. Magic Academy number 2 is being repaired smoothly, but she didn't understand why Declan, specifically Mage Callahan, was in conflict with Professor Farun. She sighed, a breath of relief to let go of all troubling matters. Well, Professor Farun, having a reputation, probably knows how to handle it. That affair doesn't concern me. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out loudly from behind her. Professor, it's Yorby. He diligently brought a large stack of data from the recent exam. I brought today's magical power measurement data. Jada gently took the document folder from his hand. She quickly glanced over and assessed each person. This semester's average is quite high. Furion is a bit regrettable compared to the Deny House. Jada paused at a very impressive student regarding power metrics. Damien, the numbers are worthy of a rare genius in Blandor's history. Need to guide him further. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she noticed something unusual. Jada carefully read through the information about this subject. Asta, the first measurement had an error, so it had to be retested. As she read, she silently considered carefully over what she saw. This error code exceeds the set threshold. Suddenly, Jada's eyes narrowed, showing full alertness. Asta, you need to keep a closer watch. Elsewhere, Asta was trying to correct his friend. Damn it. This is my thing to use. Damien snapped back. Why can't I? I want to use it too. Chenbia hurried to stop their argument. Hey, you two, can you stop using that word? A blue dragon appeared, prompting Damien to ask, Buddy, are you okay? The tension was clear on his delicate face. Do you think this is okay now? Even though Asta was focused, he calmly replied, I think that's enough. He then declared the product was complete, saying, well then, this is the upgraded version of blood, sweat, and tears. Chenbia suddenly felt it needed to be more complete. Wait, make it a bit more flexible, so it can spread its wings and open its mouth like it's ready to charge forward. Damien tried to find a new idea to add. Do you remember the stone lion at home? It looks cooler with its mouth open. Asta agreed. That's actually quite simple, while Damien happily joined in the discussion. I like this. While observing him play with the creature, Asta felt a bit amazed. That formidable monster was created from a 12-sided polygon. It isn't simple, but it seemed his magical power was quite high, as if he was playing with a magical control test. Asta easily noticed that Chenbia was very envious. This world is really vast. I used to be useless and cast aside. Even so, he could only sympathize with the other. I understand how you feel in front of a genius, but you have to face reality and keep trying. Suddenly, Damien called out in a playful tone, Buddy, prompting Asta to look up and reply, What? He showed a genuine smile, expressing true feelings. Today is really fun. I think coming to this academy was the right decision. Asta was a bit surprised, as it was the first time he had seen Damien smile so brightly. But Asta quickly calmed himself and sighed in relief. Hearing you say that makes me feel at ease too. It was another beautiful morning at the student dorm. He quietly checked the spoils of his previous battle. Asta realized this item held many intriguing secrets, the spatial pouch of Callahan. It was locked, but with my magical security principles and magic sensing ability, I can easily break the magical security structure set by the user. However, he also realized it was difficult to decode. If there was a supporting device, it would be faster, definitely not taking a week. Because of doing it sneakily in a private practice room, it took a month to open this pouch. Asta tried to think of a way to use this item reasonably. At least, I'm not just doing this during my stay in the dormitory. I have also integrated the elixir I received from Blander into my body's magic flow. He tried to recall the knowledge he attentively listened to in the past, and I've learned quite a lot of valuable knowledge from this academy. Finally, Asta used force to open the pouch. Anyway, now I can open it and see what's inside. However, he was puzzled to find he couldn't unlock it. Open it up. Suddenly, Asta pulled out a mysterious-looking bottle. This is a potion. Next, he took out a piece of red magical fabric. This shirt isn't usable. Then Asta retrieved a silver bracelet. This is a protection item. He quickly deduced the item's purpose. It probably has a good magical resistance. Not bad at all. Yet these items didn't satisfy Asta. Where is that thing? Here it is. This time he pulled out a really impressive treasure, the prophecy book of Declan, Scarlet Fire. Asta knew very well the powerful use of this item. It's a branch of blue fire developed by the researchers, a terrifying magic that can incinerate a wizard's magic shield. He meticulously checked, then stored the hard-earned items again. Of course, only master wizards with advanced magic power can burn that shield. Since it can't be learned overnight, I'll gradually absorb and study this magic later. Suddenly, Asta remembered an important schedule for today. Thinking back, is today that day? Today was indeed the day of the midterm test. Damien was excited by the lively atmosphere and shouted, "Midterm exam!" Chenbia was also thrilled and immersed in the bustling space, so crowded from class M1 to ours, we're all here. Suddenly, he whispered into Asta's ear, "Hey, heard any news?" Asta curiously asked, "What news?" Chenbia eagerly shared information about this exam. They say the midterm is likely to be a canyon raid. A few days ago, some M1 students overheard academy staff saying they needed help cleaning the canyon given their busy schedule. Hearing this, Asta pondered a bit. Chenbia said the midterm would consist of 3 practice parts. Asta seemed to grasp a basic understanding of the exam regulations. The challenge room, where you must cross a maze-like sewer system to reach the goal. He immediately realized this time, the rules focused on speed and endurance. A canyon raid means reaching the destination in order of who gets there first. Asta also realized that this would be difficult with many challenges ahead. The simulation room, where we will fight against high-level opponents or monsters, including the canyon raid, is quite tough. He quickly regained his composure and reassured himself. Anyway, whichever format it is, as long as I get through it as usual, it's fine. But at the same time, Asta worried for his friend. Chenbia doesn't seem like he'll do well on this test. Chenbia showed concern about the test. If it's a canyon raid, everyone will start from here, and the students will definitely throw magic around. So if I keep my defenses and move ahead, it'll be all right. Suddenly, a voice broke the air, startling them. Everyone, quiet. Faroon appeared and greeted everyone, saying he was honored to meet them today. He introduced himself confidently. I am Professor Faroon, in charge of Class M1 in the School of Magic. I've been appointed as the supervising professor for this midterm exam. Asta was a bit surprised to see him in this situation. Long time no see, Professor Faroon. The dark circles under his eyes seemed darker than the last time Asta saw him. Faroon started explaining the details of the upcoming exam. As you all know, today is the day of the midterm exam. He slowly revealed the format of the exam. Today's test is... Faroon's words felt like a slap across Chenbia's face. A challenge room. Chenbia started trembling so much he could barely speak. No way. The preparation plan. What a scam. Now, Chenbia seemed completely crushed in spirit. Faroon began giving instructions on how to participate. Next, I'll explain the rules. Everyone line up according to your class and get ready. The goal of the test is very simple. He clapped his hands to announce it was time to start. Faroon seriously explained each challenge and regulation of the exam. The challenge room is a labyrinth-like sewer system. If you reach the final door, you complete the exam. No matter which path you take, you will reach the destination, so don't worry. Chenbia sighed in relief, feeling like he had a chance. Sounds easy enough. Suddenly, he continued discussing the difficulty level of the exam, but that would make it a boring race. Immediately, Faroon summoned a monster. This is a golem. Chenbia's newfound confidence vanished as hope did too. What? A golem in the test? What's going on? Damien saw this and warned his friend. Watch what you say, buddy. The professor hearing you could be troublesome. Faroon briefly described the golem's power. After all, it's just a clumsy fighting machine. Its level makes it a bit tough, but I've revealed its weaknesses and lowered its defense a bit, so you should be able to beat it easily. Faroon's seemingly easygoing words presented a tough challenge for the students. However, in tight spaces, it will catch you immediately. It's tough indeed. He sighed, analyzing the situation with some helplessness. If it were open terrain, it would be easier, but as magicians, your minds need to be more decisive. Faroon suddenly remembered the earlier battle's scenario. I've shown my determination to push this challenge to the limit for you all. But due to the academy environment, care needs to be taken for the students. His eyes suddenly flashed with a scary glint, but on the surface, there were still some quite promising students. Faroon observed the students' expressions one by one, noting some were worried but still showed a fighting spirit. He also noticed some students appeared excited, with determined, fearless eyes. Suddenly, Faroon's gaze settled on Damien's face, thinking this student was eliminated, as he didn't seem to have many advantages. Abruptly, he paused and took a long breath. Faroon immediately raised his voice loudly to announce. That's enough said. Finally, he gently reminded everyone one last time, the golem will only guard the corridors. You will decide whether to defeat it or avoid it. Faroon extended his hand to introduce the use of the bracelets that will be given to each person. Additionally, you'll be given experimental bracelets. These bracelets have a protective ability equivalent to a magic shield. He directly tested the item's quality. If the shield breaks, that person will be eliminated, and the golem will no longer attack. It's an excellent competitive system for this round. Everyone nodded as if they understood. Then he gently encouraged them. Finally, since you are all too passive, I'll propose a quite interesting suggestion to motivate you. Faroon proudly expressed his feelings to the students. Show me an impressive performance in this exam. It doesn't matter who comes first or how many are eliminated. He also announced that a dramatic, mysterious reward had been prepared. Anyone who delivers an impressive performance will receive a personal reward. That person will get quite a large prize. Hearing this, Asta was immediately excited and determined. What? A big reward, huh? Everything started again in the Grand Library of Knowledge, the largest in the entire eastern continent, Lafitter. This place is vast and divided into three main areas: the top floor, middle floor, and lower floor. The only area I'm allowed to enter is the lower floor. Asta quickly arrived to check out the situation here. I came hoping to find clues about the fire mark, but I couldn't find a single arcane book in the area. However, what he got was a mysterious answer. To find what is necessary, I have to survey at least the middle floor of the library. Unfortunately, entry to the middle and top floors is restricted to royalty, high nobility, or esteemed families. Moreover, the only way to enter is with the recommendation of at least 3 professors. Feeling frustrated, he tried to use his own effort to partake in this exam. This means I must try to earn rewards from Professor Faroon. It's exhausting. I just want to progress slowly, but the people around never leave me alone. Yet Asta is very confident in his ability. I've memorized the whole layout map of this place now. Let's see if I can calmly pass this midterm exam. Finally, the exam officially started. The explanation of the practical test concludes here. We will give you time to prepare. Please collect the necessary items from the teaching assistant. Suddenly, some worried students rushed over to ask, Assistant, do you have blasting powder? Also, the flint, please. My main attribute is fire. The instructor bluntly responded, I'm skipping this request. They tried seeking help from everyone. Assistant, I need a golem controller, but this trick didn't fool the instructor. Don't try to cheat. Pass. Asta witnessed this and felt confused too. Truly a chaotic scene, hard to tell if they're mages or just a bunch of hooligans. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Professor. Damien cheerfully asked for some supplies. Can I get some vine seeds? Just about 20 will do. The assistant was a bit puzzled but tried to help. I'm not a professor, but you're asking for vine seeds? But Damien, your main attribute is... He excitedly smiled, playing around. I don't have a fixed attribute, but I can use plant magic. The assistant, surprised, sighed. I see. Damien sincerely thanked them. Thank you very much. And Chenbia was very curious about what was happening. He swallowed to regain composure. He quietly watched this, feeling uneasy. Even Damien, who always seemed to enjoy playing around, was preparing in his own way. Could Chenbia push his limits this time? Then the announcement sounded again. I will now assign the starting points. Confirm your name and move to your designated position. Everyone looked on with anticipation. The display showed a detailed map drawing Asta's attention. I was assigned to starting point number 3. He glanced around to gauge the situation. Let's see, what about the others? Damien cheerfully raised his hand high. Hey, see you inside the maze. Chenbia also smiled and advised, Aster, Damien, good luck with the test. Seeing this, Asta realized the paths, each starting from different points. He quickly figured out the layout. It seems there are 6 people at point 3, all unfamiliar faces, which reminded me of supervising times when I was sent to another unit. Such an uncomfortable feeling. Suddenly, a voice called out, Are you Asta? It turned out to be DB's group approaching, making him uneasy. What's up? You don't look like the M3 group at all. I've never seen such an arrogant expression. He introduced himself. I'm DB. I heard you're quite a fighter, so I want to propose something. Asta, uninterested, replied, Go on. Daibi slyly smiled. I want to buy the wristbands of the eliminated ones. He shrewdly calculated the price. 30 gold coins per wristband, including you and my team. We're 3 people. If we eliminate the other 3, I'll give you 90 gold coins. He carefully calculated in his mind. 30 gold coins, equivalent to a month's income of a normal family for one wristband. That's not bad at all. Daibi knew the backgrounds well and quickly pounced. This isn't a bad offer for a vagrant like you in the gray zone. Although the young master is protecting you, how long do you think that will last? You should find an escape for yourself. Asta showed no change in expression but acknowledged what he says isn't entirely unreasonable. He fairly evaluated. Others might see this as a cowardly deal, but these guys know how to maximize their advantages. If they're well off, there's no argument. Clearly they gain from it. However, Asta immediately replied, dissatisfied. Why just 90 gold coins? Daibi hastily bargained. Not enough? Okay, I'll raise it to 35 gold coins per wristband, totaling 105, even if the math is still wrong. Suddenly, he sarcastically replied, I might have to teach these young masters how to do math again. 3 people, right? Yes. Asta pointed directly at him with a loud voice. And with your group, we're 6, correct? His firm voice held power. Aren't you pricing your own lives too? 35 gold coins each, adding up to 210 gold coins? Everyone stood dumbfounded by the calculation. Daibi angrily disagreed. What loan shark math is this? A vulgar brute like you doesn't know your place. Where does your confidence come from? Finally, he responded bitterly. Still not enough at 35 gold coins? Okay, I'll raise it to 40, but no more after. Asta smiled slyly. So it's 240 in total now, is he insane? Daibi suddenly realized something, narrowing his eyes. Now I get it. A pitiful like you is trying to use this chance to fill your pockets. Now filled with unpredictable schemes, he failed to see that greed would destroy him. A brute like you can't foresee that. I've wasted time talking to you. However, Daibi had to grit his teeth and endure this offer to fulfill the young lady's orders. There was no better hound than Asta, but if this hound became too crazy with greed, they'd need to find another option. In the end, he turned to leave reluctantly. So, the negotiation was over, was it? Then, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. But suddenly, Asta spoke up to stop him, asking where he thought he was going. All right, let's leave that aside, but pay for your group's bracelets before you leave. This successfully poked Daibi's anger. What nonsense are you spouting? If we load 3 items and 3 people in the same cart, and you take the items, shouldn't we at least pay for the people the cart transported? He showed clear provocation on his face and waved his hand to propose. Pay your debt. 120 gold coins, 40 gold each. This successfully ignited all their anger. Fakon immediately turned to shout directly at him. You despicable commoner, I've never seen such a brazen thug like you. How dare you forget your real lowly status? He was visibly angry, ready to attack. Do you think DB's nobility is like yours? Even his distant ancestors held the Baron title. DB's voice called out the other person's name. Faken. Faken couldn't calm down, ready to fight. DB, please don't stop me. Today I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. But the voice continued to repeat, Faken. This made his expression change from anger to surprise. DB showed clear rage in his eyes as he commanded, Are you going to stop or not? After that, he slowly adjusted his collar and returned to the proposal. 120 gold coins. Is that what you want? I'll give it to you. In Daibi's mind, he was staying focused, reminding himself that the young lady's orders were more important than these fools. If they could strike a deal with her, their guild would grow significantly. Instantly, he pulled out a wallet, producing an amount that pleased Asta. I didn't realize someone so important would be here. He accepted the coins and sarcastically, yet excitingly said, Then the price for such a high-status client should double, totaling 160 gold coins. Daibi reluctantly took out the exact amount and completed the transaction. All right, 160 gold coins. However, in his eyes and words, there was an attitude. From this moment on, I'll show you how miserable your life can become just because of these 160 gold coins. You can just wait and see. The sky shone with a warm ray of sunlight welcoming the new day. The final announcements and reminders about the contest rules rang out. And I repeat, if the bracelet stops working, you will be disqualified. Everyone should pay attention to their condition and equipment. The force field will be activated when the body suffers a physical attack. Chenbia's face was full of worry as they continued to listen, or an attack containing magic. As for Damien, who always seemed relaxed, if the force field is destroyed, the bracelet will immediately drop. On Dahlia's side, there was also a lot of tension, and the wearer will be automatically transported out of the test area, so there's no risk of severe injury. Arjani also paid close attention and heightened his alertness. As for Asta, it seemed he had a plan in his head. Paula heard this and immediately froze. Finally, the instructors exchanged one last time. Farun took a sip of tea and then boldly declared, "The contest begins." The students were immediately transported to another space. The teleportation process finished, displaying internal video, and the official assessment began. He carefully checked each contestant's location. Dahlia and Damien were at the same starting point, and then suddenly, the screen suddenly encountered an error. "What's going on with this thing, huh? Has the screen turned off? Didn't you check the magical eye thoroughly?" "No, I checked it very carefully." Farron put down his teacup, expressing worry. "Enough, I also checked the magical eye once. So, which starting point is it?" The assistant struggled to explain this case. Turns out, it was an expression of DB's anger. "It's number 3. Gentlemen, you're fined an additional 320 gold for insolence." Farron's voice echoed across the battlefield, announcing once again that if the bracelets stop, the participants will be disqualified. Magic shields will automatically activate if physically attacked directly or by any attack with magical energy. When the shield breaks, the bracelet will remain unaffected. Asta stood below, listening impassively. Whoever wears it will be removed from the combat area, so there's no need to fear injury. The students' faces showed determination. The teacher casually announced, "You may begin now." The students were transported one by one to the battlefield. The moment the system's mechanical voice ended, the competition officially began as everyone had been transported. Suddenly, a dangerous voice rang out, "Well now, my dear guests." Asta's eyes filled with caution. "The way you're looking at me, it's like you want to devour me whole. We don't have much time, so let's get started." Immediately, the young masters group deployed their magic. Daibi grinned slyly and charged forward first. "Arrogant brat, let's see how long you can keep that confidence." Their magical attack charged straight ahead. Asta quickly understood the situation. Getting hit by a magic attack means being eliminated and transferred away, if that's how it is. Asta tried to dodge and defend against the move. Thanks to his agility, he slipped past and dodged the attack. "I just need to avoid then counterattack, and if I withdraw my magic just before striking." He immediately pushed forward. Asta used one hand to strike hard at DB. They wouldn't be recorded by the system as defeated. Asta attacked while thinking about his strategy. Defeat them this way, it's quite fun to keep pressing and attacking the enemy. Asta was relentless as he stepped forward, clearing everything in his path. Too good. He finally tied Daibi up in an isolated area. Our spoiled rich kid can afford so many people in such a short time. Now then. With a cold voice, Asta threatened, "A 320 gold fine for arrogance, and from now on, every punch will deduct 1 silver. Agreed?" Time passed, but the tension remained high. Daibi cursed angrily, filled with frustration, "Bastard." His face was bruised from the battle. "Just you wait. How dare you, someone like you?" Before he could finish, Asta cut him off, making the opponent shout, "All right, shut up." Asta sank into thought to calculate his loot. "Let's see, 100 punches. That's a deduction of 10 gold, huh? It's not easy to control my strength when Damien's not around. After all, you can't confuse the victim with the troublemaker." Astach gently raised the bracelet in front of him. "Obviously, I'm the victim here." Then he carefully put the item in his bag. "Good, I've collected 6 bracelets. What next?" Asta sat still, planning his next attack. "I need recommendations from at least 3 people. Which means I'm still missing 2 after getting Professor Farun's part. This means another professor has to appear and give me a recommendation." He focused deeply on his tangled thoughts. How should I make a truly impressive showing? Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in Asta's mind. How about I just bring down the whole arena? I only need to break the 4 pillars supporting the foundation. But despite this, Asta felt a bit conflicted and decided to dismiss it. Am I crazy? I can't do that. I'd become an enemy of the entire Eastern continent. Still, he wasn't really concerned about that. Why should I worry about that? I'm out of opponents anyway, might as well explore outside. Suddenly, Asta remembered something very important. By the way, I wonder if those guys are okay. In the distance, there were loud arguments. "Hey, isn't this cheating? Damn, you managed to pull that off?" The others seemed very worried and pleaded earnestly, "If this continues, we'll all get disqualified. Please, young master." Their voices showed clear fear towards the golem. "Let us through," but Damien just laughed loudly. "Don't dream." Everyone realized they couldn't persuade him and quickly looked for a way out. How is he controlling the golem with vines? Damn it, those vines are interfering with my magic. Suddenly, one of them tripped and fell. He fell to the ground with extreme pain. Due to the fall, he'll become easy prey for it. The golem slowly raised an arm, causing everyone to scream. On Chenbia's side, they carefully discussed the current situation, saying, "Listen up, everyone. I just plan to pass this test, understand?" He tried to hide behind the rock to avoid facing it. "So please don't attack anymore. You're just a civilian. Shut up and hand over your bracelet." The students were all arguing because no one wanted to face it. "Hey, you turn around and catch it." "What? Why me? What if you stab me in the back?" Realizing their intent made Chenbia anxious. How about just keeping him busy until he runs out of mana? How can I trust you? Did you forget you just sneak attacked him? Now's the time. He crouched down and stealthily moved forward. I shouldn't be too greedy. The noises around make Chenbia very scared. All I need to do is pass the test, so this is enough. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately sped forward. Suddenly, Chenbia realized something was wrong. It turned out the bracelet in his hand suddenly lit up. What's wrong with my bracelet? Chenbia felt like he was out of escape options, so he sadly cried silently. Did I get hit by a magic spell without knowing? Looks like I'm going to fail in the end. In a few seconds, I'll probably be sent back to the square. He was sitting in a corner, sniffling in sadness. But time passed, and Chenbia still wasn't affected at all. He immediately realized something was off. Why wasn't I sent away? Can everyone hear me? Suddenly, a strange voice echoed. Good morning, bookworms of the Xenion Academy. Chenbia immediately recognized something was wrong. That sinister voice. He's not from the academy. The voice continued with threats, making him unable to sit still. You may not know who we are, but I believe some of you might recognize us. And if you do, you know why we're acting. The more the voice spoke, the more serious everything became. I have a message for him. We demand nothing, only the price for daring to anger the Great One. Damien heard this and immediately showed disdain. What the heck, it's really scary. Then the voice adjusted its tone to announce, Today, right here, all of your academy will perish. The control system is down. There's no way out for you. All magical surveillance eyes have also stopped working. Now die in despair. Faroon couldn't sit still any longer and stood up immediately. Damn it, you bastards. Who are you? Stop it already. He just needed to ask for help from experienced people. Don't waste any more time. Go call the professors immediately, and make sure to invite Professor Felina here. The assistant heard this, saw the situation getting tenser, and quickly accepted the order. Yes, sir. They quickly discussed and got to work. Hey, call the professors now. Find Professor Felina, the headmaster. Call the headmaster too. Hurry up. Farun was so angry he slammed his fist down, shattering the ground. His eyes showed clear anger. These worthless bugs, how dare they? Switching to Asta's location. An unfortunate golem was lying on the ground, severely damaged. On Asta's side, the situation was still difficult. Damn it. Huge golems kept wandering around the area. This made him realize something was wrong. What the hell is going on? This made him realize something was off, and he wondered what the heck was going on. Asta didn't say a word and jumped straight into battle, taking down the golems one by one. He paused, thinking that about 10 minutes had passed since the announcement echoed throughout the competition area. Asta suddenly realized something was wrong with the golems. They, usually slow and clunky, were now fast and nimble. He noticed this wasn't simple. Moreover, they were accurately locating and attacking him. Asta quickly figured out that the enemy had tampered with the control systems, causing the golems, which were supposed to guard, to attack. Someone must have summoned all the golems from storage, explaining their large numbers. Yet, these issues didn't trouble someone like him. He thought, who do they think they're up against? I'm the expert in handling problems. I've outsmarted everything I've wanted to. These creatures are nothing to me. Asta focused his power and launched his move, determined to crush them all. Chenbia had run long and was now exhausted. He was very worried about the current situation. If he'd known how dangerous it was, he would have quit earlier. He thought he was doomed, but realized there was still hope. Suddenly, Chenbia noticed something ahead. He saw a figure approaching, someone still alive running towards him. Who is it? He wondered. It turned out to be Asta, which greatly surprised Chenbia. He was so happy he wanted to rush to his friend. Then, Chenbia suddenly realized the danger. He quickly ran up, slapped Asta on the shoulder, and suggested they escape together. It's you, Chenbia, quickly run. They're coming. The two of them ran as fast as they could from the massive golems behind them. Asta looked disappointed when he realized Chenbia wasn't who he was looking for. He thought, I noticed someone and came to check. But it's not Damien. If this continues, Chenbia will be caught with his poor stamina. It's time to execute Plan B. He immediately called out loudly for help. Chenbia, give me the ring. Asta then explained his sharp observations, saying, the alert range of these golems can't reach that far, how they're tracking us closely. Hearing this, Chenbia checked his belongings and realized the ring he was wearing was linked to the control system, acting like a beacon for the creatures. His face changed, worriedly asking, What about you, Asta? Asta calmly replied about the urgent situation. I've been marked as the target, so I don't need to say anything. If I take your ring, your chances of survival will be higher because their attention is on me. When you're escaping, I'll distract them and then search for Damien. Then Asta suddenly said something that struck a chord. Besides, you still have family, right? He calmly encouraged Chenbia. Those who can survive must try to live. Hearing this, Chenbia fell into deep thought. He suddenly remembered words from those around him. My boy, don't worry about anything. Just focus on your magic. Ignore what others say. Don't let them discourage you. Got it? Big brother. After you graduate, you must teach me. Chenbia was really torn in his thoughts. He immediately handed his ring to Asta, saying, Damn it, you must survive. We have to meet again at the academy. Asta took the ring and smiled confidently. Got it. But leaving his friend behind made Chenbia feel extremely guilty. There's nothing else I can do. I have to survive and get out of here. He thought of his loved ones in the small house, his parents who went without to buy him a magic book, his sister who quit school to work because of him. Chenbia felt strengthened and immediately picked up his pace. The benefits my family deserves, I have to live and get them back for them. At this moment, his mother's loving words echoed in his mind. Chenbia, you are our pride and hope. This thought made Chenbia burst into tears like a child. Amid these thoughts, he suddenly stopped, asking himself, Am I someone my family can be proud of? Chenbia struggled internally, feeling hesitant and cowardly. Can an ordinary person like me really do this? He suddenly turned back to look at the battle with the golems. Seeing the silhouette of his friend alone, Chenbia felt guilty. Do I deserve to be proud and live while leaving friends behind? No. Thinking so, he immediately turned back, intending to go back and join his friend. I can't let this guilt crush me anymore. Chenbia raised his hand, focusing his energy to cast magic. No matter how lowly I am, I will never. He promised himself to fight until the end. I will never abandon my friends and family. Chenbia tried to use everything he learned, reaching for the most powerful magic he knew. He still remembered every move taught by his master, the magic that unlocked his potential, a powerful technique. Chenbia decided to trust himself completely, hoping it would work. Just as he finished the incantation, a massive rock appeared, called the Earth Spear. Chenbia felt proud of himself. What do you think? The name sounds cool, right? After successfully casting, the first person he thought of was his master. But look closely at this magic. Chenbia recalled every word of his master's teachings, its power like a knight's spear, piercing through. Immediately, he shouted out for his friend, Asta. This made Asta open his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, a rock as big as a sword flew at him. The power was so immense it caused a massive earthquake. Chenbia rubbed his head in amazement at the overwhelming strength. This magic not only changed the rock's shape in the challenge hall, but also its nature. He witnessed the technique's attack firsthand. Altering its shape and nature was incredibly difficult. But before he could continue, Chenbia sensed something was wrong. He suddenly realized his body was filled with injuries from a high-level magic that he shouldn't control. He staggered and collapsed to the ground. Asta rushed over to catch him. Worried, he softly called his friend's name to check on him. Chenbia. Chenbia gave a satisfied smile, explaining the move. A long time ago, my master, or how you call him, gave me this technique, called Earth Spear. Sounds a bit cool, right? Asta mildly criticized the cheesy name. It's not that impressive. He simply said, Oh, really? Then quickly added, but it does sound kind of powerful. Asta evaluated and advised on improving skills. For techniques like this, the user must demonstrate its power. Whether it's impressive depends entirely on how you act. Chenbia kept smiling and called his friend Asta. He took out a potion and poured it into his friend's mouth. Even though the magic is risky for his current strength, don't act like this again. It could cost you your life. He couldn't react and started twitching. What kind of recovery potion hurts and itches this much? Asta pondered what to do next, wondering, what should I do with him now? I can't take him with me, but leaving him behind isn't an option. Just then, Chenbia quickly recovered. Is this the effect of the potion? He closed his eyes to feel the surroundings, thinking, let's see. Asta immediately started thinking of a plan to handle the situation. If I check for the presence of other students, they are behind me. He quickly organized tasks to find help together. Chenbia, keep going straight that way. At the intersection, head right, and you'll find the other students. Asta, what about you? Asta looked around, assessing the situation. He felt something unsettling. The magic flow toward the control room is odd. It seems familiar but isn't Deculin's way, so. Asta quickly determined his goal and his expression changed. There's something I need to confirm. I must find out what this is. Asta runs as fast as he can toward the front. Sweat trickles down as the emotions hit him. This feeling is familiar. Where have I seen this before? When he finally slows, Asta thinks back. It's not something from Deculin, but something that once passed by him. Then his eyes suddenly freeze on something directly ahead of him. It is a colossal eye radiating a purple energy. This is the demonic realm. Asta finds it ironically amusing. No wonder it felt familiar. This dark aura is unforgettable. The entire space is shrouded by the dark energy. At the center of the eye, thousands of strange beasts are crawling. They're demonic beasts, recreating these cursed creatures that spread terror centuries ago. These wretched creatures always resort to such despicable acts. His face becomes distorted with hatred. His pupils widen as he thinks prison. Asta's mind is filled with the image of Prison, grinning, that contemptible, rat-like being. The scene shifts to the control room inside the trial hall. The man stands before his achievement, laughing with delight. I've done it! I've really done it. Prison's mouth could barely contain his exuberance as he shouted, a real demonic beast has appeared. The demon realm has manifested perfectly. Last time only the demonic aura appeared, counting as a partial success, but this time it's a grand victory. Looking at his large black glove, Prison feels like he's struck gold. It's all thanks to that ancient artifact. He could act without any barriers, thanks to the isolation space. He infiltrated without any hindrances, and using demonic aura infection, took control of the control room. Not only that, he recreated the demon realm. How magnificent this scene is. Suddenly, Bimar's serious voice pierces from behind Prison. Success, huh? Did you cut corners? Hearing this, Prison squints dangerously. Hey, as long as I create the poisonous mist, our contract is fulfilled. That professor you're after will collapse under these hardships. Through a rock-hard mask, his voice remains steady. All right, I don't care how you do it. It's not difficult, Bimar says flatly. As long as Genyon Academy, the place protecting that professor, is flattened. Prison bows with his hand on his stomach but can't hold his tongue, saying, got it, okay? True to Bimar's watchdog, they act like you have other options. He snaps back. If you want to keep your pathetic life, keep that foul mouth shut. Don't mention my family again. His face angles down with clear contempt, thinking at the end of the day, he's just a henchman for Deculin, bragging all day long. Just a coward. But once this contract is done, Bimar promises me my own lab. I can endure him until then. Irritated, but thinking of the spoils, Prison smiles delightfully. More importantly, creating the demon realm here matches the cult's wishes. This joyful feeling is exciting. He gets so excited that his mouth starts to drool. Those old men will surely drool over my accomplishments and turn to support me. Bimar breaks Prison's thoughts by asking, Prison, how's the control in the labyrinth area? There's a student approaching. Prison, puzzled, says, a student? In a flash, he beams. The first test subject has come willingly. Puzzled by Prison's words, Bimar asks, test subject? Prison shows off his arrogance without hiding it. Aren't you curious? Looking at Asta struggling below, Prison wonders, what happens when a human body is exposed to this much demonic energy from the demon realm? Will he go mad or die instantly from the poison? A deadly grin spreads on his face. That's common knowledge. But according to ancient records, those with demonic power or talent will react differently. Prison goes mad, imagining Asta turning into a demonic beast. He might become a beast, acting only on wild instincts. He heads to the screen showing the demonic beasts. So, what are you all planning to do now? Around Asta, there's just turmoil. A golem behind him, demonic beasts in front. There's nowhere to escape this labyrinth anymore. But Asta stands frozen, not fleeing at all. No way back, so just go forward, right? But this will only lead you to the brink of death. Asta's cold, icy face appears. Prison is startled, feeling an indescribable emotion rising. Asta smiles, a bold declaration of war. His lips move. Get ready. He's ready to follow the natural course, moving forward. He seems confident in this battle, Prison. Seeing this demeanor, Bimar asks, have you seen that kid before? Prison, utterly shocked, says, never. Who is that brat? Prison feels a chill down his spine, wondering how the boy knows his name. What's going on here? His sharp eyes catch a few things. Asta tightly grips an experimental bracelet in his hand. The demonic beasts began to leap at him. Asta's agile legs allowed him to slide easily. Even though he was moving forward, his eyes kept glancing back. In one motion, Asta threw all the experimental bracelets at them. The beasts suddenly froze and stopped moving from that moment on. It seemed they all had been corrupted completely. He coldly glanced at the beasts and ordered them, attack and slaughter each other. At this moment, Prison desperately clutched his head and shouted, it can't be. No, my beloved creations. He grimaced, uneasiness rising within him. Wait a second, what about that kid? On the screen, Asta was no longer visible. What's happening? How is he moving so fast, and he's not affected by the demonic energy? Terrified, Prison shouted, stop him, block him immediately. A long green streak flew at a dizzying speed. You useless fools, he's breaking through the barrier. Hurry up and stop him. The light moved faster and faster. It easily passed through every corner, and he finally pierced through the barrier to step inside. Asta's friendly greeting echoed, but Prison stood there stunned. Long time no see, Prison. Meeting an old friend. He was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. Finally, we've come face to face. The scene shifts. Chenbia, shocked to the point of being awkward, agreed, yes, we finally meet. How did you escape those monsters just now? He frantically wanted to question, you're Damien, aren't you? Damien stood with the golems like a savior. Yes, I came here to protect everyone. He was so excited he even named them. Look, These are Cerberus number 1, number 2, and no. 3. Chenbia admired him a bit. Cool, he can control golems like that? Suddenly, Dahlia approached and called out to him, "Hey." Then she asked coldly, "How did you get here on your own?" Chenbia was about to honestly tell the truth when his eyes caught something in Dahlia's hand. Thanks to this bracelet, finding it odd. They still wear bracelets? Kind-hearted, he advised. Everyone, throw away your bracelets immediately. Unconsciously, she raised her bracelet, and Chenbia quickly explained. The golems in the maze are tracking and attacking us through these. The sound of footsteps approached. Ridiculous. It turned out to be Purion, annoyed. This is a challenge area. Why should I believe you and throw away my bracelet? Dahlia wanted to explain further. That's because... Before she could finish, he rudely stepped up close to Chenbia. You're trying to get us to throw away our bracelets so you can collect them all, aren't you? Those words left him puzzled. What? Purion seemed quite angry and accused Chenbia. Are you planning to seize everyone's wristbands here or what? Hearing this, Chenbia couldn't hold back and shouted, Are the wristbands still that important to everyone? They're just tracking devices leading monsters right to us. With hands on his hips and a gloomy face, he asked, Did you figure this out yourself? Chenbia, flustered, admitted, No, Aster told me. Getting what he wanted. Purion sneered and said, I wasn't wrong then. Chenbia started taunting Purion. You threw your wristband away after being tricked by a sewer rat in the gray zone, and now you're planning to cheat again just to pass this test? Purion's words got more out of control. Birds of a feather flocked together. Even you, someone who always studied hard, have been corrupted by that rat. Chenbia's face was a mess, ready to explode. Anger sparked as he gritted his teeth. Don't talk as if you know everything. The painful memory of Aster surged within Chenbia. Aster, because of me, you had to stay and face. His recollection was interrupted by Damien's voice. The first time I met Aster. He stepped out of the golem and seriously shared his concerns. I once asked what I had, and he responded without any hesitation. More surprising, Damien had naturally removed his wristband. You've gained a friend, because I trust him completely. Without a second thought, he threw it away, saying, I don't need this anymore. If you want it, take it. Feeling elated, Damien quickly walked away, calling to his friend, Come on, Chenbia. Leaving Chenbia in shock, Damien. Chenbia's disbelief showed in his eyes. You're not like this. Why are you doing it? Switching to Asta's battle, he chuckled. Long time no see, prison. Finally, we meet again. Meeting someone he once admired, Asta was amused. I went all the way to the demon realm to take your life. And now I stumble upon you here. But Prison was different. His head wobbled as he kept shaking it. Crazy. I don't even know who you are. Demon realm? The Hound, aren't you supposed to protect my life? Baimar, calm as a statue, asked, Are you sure this is your first time seeing him? Prison hastily said, Yes, it is. Accepting this, he sighed. All right then. Baimar's muscles flexed, chains tangled around them. Kid, I'm bound by a contract, so I have no choice. Without hesitation, he challenged. I'll send you on your way, leaving no trace. At a glance, he recognized the one in front, Baimar, one of the vassal families under Deculin. Asta felt some fear over Baimar's deep history. Baimar's secret techniques, wind magic, their terrifying speed, and their piercing attacks are legendary, like experienced hunters. Their creations for the battlefield are trained from talented children at a young age under special conditions. This hound is one of those creations, a true hunting hound leading the front lines on the battlefield. But a look of disdain crossed his face. Why is Baimar's hound aligning with a worthless sewer rat? Disgusted, he asked. Do you even know who we are? With Asta's nature, he wasn't easily intimidated and shouted, I asked first. Losing his cool, Asta yelled, Why is Baimar's hound with a worthless sewer rat? Baimar got annoyed. What's this? Has he gone mad from fear? Then coldly replied, What's that got to do with you? For some reason, Asta kept whining. Why is Baimar's hound with a worthless sewer rat? Answer me now. Baimar's patience wore thin as he snapped, This crazy fool. Baimar, equally shouting now, Stop repeating the same question. He released chains, embedded with beast heads and sharp blades. Not wanting to risk his life, Asta swiftly moved. He recklessly charged into the bunch of chains. Stubborn as ever, Asta kept shouting, Why is Baimar's hound with a worthless sewer rat? Baimar, casting magic, said tiredly, I told you to shut up, crazy dude. Do you even know who I am? Why are you so obsessed? His sharp, sinister weapons were ready. It brushed past him. But Asta didn't care. Charging forward like a madman, yelling insults at Baimar, calling him a hound and a sewer rat. Baimar couldn't take it anymore, his eyes flaring up. He started moving menacingly, threatening, You crazy bastard. I'll tear you apart while you're still breathing. The two rushed at each other like young doves. I've reinforced my weapon with whirlwind magic and increased its speed. You won't dodge this move, Asta taunted. Seeing this, he teased, "Getting excited now, aren't you?" Asta barely bent down, eyes filled with rage. His hand reached for some floating chains, saying, "I once kept dogs." Then he slammed them down hard on the ground. And those dogs, he looked up, delivering rapid rap lines flawlessly. They panic when they hear loud, intense sounds over and over, just like you look right now. Weimar, furious, cursed back, "You damn dog," comparing others to dogs. Using the moment, Asta swiftly moved in. He knocked down Weimar's weapon. "Aren't you Deculin's dog?" Prison, terrified for his life, screamed, "What the hell are you doing, hound?" Asta's hand clenched tightly, surrounded by blue lightning. "If you lose to a kid like this, why live?" Asta delivered a top-tier punch to Weimar. Afterward, Prison could only watch wide-eyed as Weimar fell. With Weimar dealt with, Asta turned to Prison, still hiding behind others. "Prison?" Asta grinned mischievously. "Now it's just the two of us, isn't it?" Prison, in fear, pulled out a mysterious orb. "Damn, you cursed brat." But Asta wasn't scared, borrowing Weimar's sword. He cut off one of Prison's arms. Blood flowed like river water, and Prison screamed in pain. "My arm, my arm." He clutched the severed end. "Who the hell are you? Don't come near me. Back off now." Prison turned to the magical orb and realized, the demon world. Yes, it's the demon world. Thinking he had luck on his side, Prison regained confidence. "If you kill me, you can't stop the demon world from expanding." Hearing this, Asta frowned. "Are you going to let your friends die in this labyrinth?" Asta's words were calm. "So what if they do?" Leaving Prison speechless. "What did you say?" Asta boldly advanced, threatening. "All right then, let's see. Make sure you enjoy watching the demon world consume everyone here." His face became terrifying, and next, it'll be your turn. Prison now just wanted to find a hole to hide in face of Asta's terrifying words. "Laugh while you still can." Prison's deep red blood dripped slowly to the ground. Damn it. What exactly is this bastard? He held his wound and cursed under his breath. This wasn't just ordinary demonic energy, it was an extremely powerful demonic realm. How could it devour his comrades in this maze and he wouldn't even blink? In Prison's eyes, Asta appeared strangely. Is he still human? Outwardly, Prison still insisted with a firm voice. "Do you think you can stop this demonic realm from bursting out?" "Just 5 more minutes and your friends," Asta interrupted. "We'll all be dead, right?" Prison started to panic. "That should have been so. But why are you?" Asta replied. "Are you wondering why?" Asta tightened his grip on the opponent's hand and tore off his glove. "The method is simple." Prison cried out in pain. "My hand." Prison gritted his teeth in anger. He looked down at his now empty hand and thought, "My artifact? Since when?" Asta put on the glove and casually replied, "This artifact here. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to use it?" Asta touched the magic orb and sighed. Memories from the past suddenly came alive. Then a dazzling light radiated from the crystal. Seeing this, Prison wondered, "How the hell do you know how to use it?" He looked at it, feeling a rising unease. Asta's face turned savage as he taunted, "How could I forget your face? You, who taught forbidden techniques to the young master." In another scene, hundreds of people screamed in the dark magic, and this dark magic, rumor had it that after you were done here, another force would come. Farron considered Prison as just a pawn in his hand. Certainly Deculin would blame everything on you and then eliminate you. Asta explained why he hunted Prison. "That's why I chased you. Because I wouldn't let Deculin take your life. I seem to have been following you for quite a while," Asta continued. "Back then my mind wasn't clear, so I don't remember the time well." Prison was stunned into silence. "Even I, who was confident I could catch anyone on this continent, let you slip away. It proves you're extremely cunning and good at escaping." Asta recalled when he had to journey endlessly, enduring as he chased Prison. From the gray area, to the dark alleys of the kingdom, and the underworld of the empire. There wasn't a place I hadn't searched, and these hands have been stained with fresh blood. Finally, Asta stopped at the demonic realm. He just kept chasing and chasing. The final destination you chose turned out to be the demonic realm. After speaking, Asta held his face and laughed bitterly. "That's right, the demonic realm. I thought I was going crazy. Couldn't find a trace of you. Only the demon beasts kept attacking. My body was drained by demonic energy, and my mind felt like it was breaking." Asta continued as he touched the magic orb. "When I gave up looking in the demonic realm and stepped out, an assassin sent to deal with trouble was waiting. He said he had news to report but was too scared to enter, so he waited outside. Guess what the news was?" His smile became inhuman as he said, "They claimed you were dead, caught by Deculin, and you spilled everything about using the forbidden magic and artifact." Asta kept talking despite Prison lying in pain on the ground. "The feeling I had was really hollow. I sat dazed at the entrance of the demonic realm for days and nights, just staring at the sky." When Prison finally spoke up, his body weakened. "I don't understand what nonsense you're babbling about. I've never been involved with any young master of any clan. Asta created a spell to find first aid items. Looks like you're losing quite a bit of blood. Asta opened a bottle of strange red liquid. I was too careless. He acted cruelly, pouring the potion into Prisen's mouth, threatening, "You're not allowed to die yet. So take a rest and listen to the full story." Prisen thought in shock. What is this? A healing potion. He's healing me. This is my chance. I have to find a way to strike his weakness while he's overconfident to survive. After treating him, Asta continued rambling. Anyway, let me continue the story. As I was staring at the sky like that, one day a wyvern flew by. Its silhouette made Asta reflect. It looked so free and unrestrained. Then Asta compared himself to the wyvern. Then I looked at myself, seeing how foolish I was. My revenge, at some point, was no longer for my comrades. It was just to vent my anger. So, I wiped the thought of revenge from my head. Seeing Asta lost in storytelling, Prisen planned to cast a spell. Now's the time. Forbidden magic. Before he could cast, Asta hit Prisen's face and continued, but Asta excitedly pinned him down, planning something reckless. Today, I've coincidentally found you again. Asta possessively confessed to Prisen. Yes, I've waited endlessly for this moment. That's why I obsessively studied the knowledge you left behind. He continued expressing his obsession, this entire demonic realm. The forbidden magic, even this disgusting artifact too. Asta created a magical circle. Moreover, detailed notes were kept on how my comrades died. He pulled out a weapon with an iron chain. Luckily, what I have plenty of now is time. The sound of the weapon slicing through the air. Asta quickly moved to attack Prisen. I will reenact every bit of that pain on you. It will be entertaining. Prisen turned pale with fear, tears flowing down his face. The moonlight lit up the entire corridor. In the silent dark hallway, countless shattered golems sat there. Their remains were scattered across the ground. Suddenly, a tile broke from the ceiling, letting light shine through. The group of kids was trying to find the remaining people to escape outside. The barrier's broken. Hurry up, find the students. Don't be afraid, even if it means risking your life. Save the students, you bastards. Suddenly, there were footsteps approaching. Felina arrived and swore, damn it. She looked around and thought to herself, that damned magic cost us 2 hours. No one should die here. From a distance, a student ran over to report, Professor Felina. He handed Felina a magic orb saying, all magic has been dispelled. Internal magical connections have been restored. She wisely gave an order. Finding survivors is more important than capturing the intruders. We don't know how the enemy might appear, so keep the broadcast ban in place. Whether using magic or running, we must find the kids, understood. The group of kids searched around the nooks and crannies, then moved on to provide first aid to the injured. Chenbia and Damien happily showed off their achievement of defeating the golems. The kids around were eagerly discussing. Felina frowned, looking ahead. She pondered. The intruders have occupied the challenge hall for 2 hours, yet no one has died. Suddenly, the magic orb spoke. Professor Felina, can you hear me? Felina recognized the voice. It was Professor Farlin. He continued reporting the situation. I've reached the central control room. Can you see the images through the crystal orb? I think you should see it for yourself. She was surprised. Hold on a moment. What appeared on the screen made her freeze. What is this? On the screen, Farun stood with 2 brutally tortured bodies. There were 2 intruders, as you can see. They've been left in this terrible state. Felina thought to herself, even I, who have seen many horrifying scenes, can't bear to look directly at this mess. Farun shouted, hey, go puke outside. She was horrified and wondered, who turned them into this? A thought suddenly came to Felina. Wait a minute. She recalled an old memory. Jayla brought out Asta's file. It's this student. When Felina held up his file, the person opposite explained, a wandering child from the gray area, but enrolled thanks to a recommendation from the Blandot family. And as you can see, Felina acknowledged it and replied, his magical stats exceed measurable limits. The system reported an error, far above a normal student's level. Hearing this, Jayla added, yes, I don't know the situation exactly, but this student needs to be closely monitored, Professor. Back to the present, she glanced at Asta still standing there. From behind Felina, Wilhelm's voice was heard. It seems, I've arrived too late. He warmly extended his hand in greeting. She was startled and exclaimed, Headmaster? Wilhelm gently responded, just call me Principal. Looking around for a moment, he expressed, I tried to get here as fast as possible, but it seems everything is already over. Felina replied helplessly, there wasn't much else to do. You had to travel all the way from the eastern continent's outskirts. Hearing this, Wilhelm praised her. Anyway, it's thanks to you that everything was resolved smoothly. My trust in you wasn't in vain. That's why I say this. Professor Felina, suddenly his voice lowered. Wilhelm looked at the boy through the screen, assessing him. In your judgment, is this boy the one who caused the tragedy? In the dark night, with the rain pouring, every mage carries their own inner demon. That demon is a bastard that always appears suddenly without warning, causing chaos in our minds. and the outcome rarely ever ends well. In my past life, I didn't have that in my mind since, as a problem solver, I had to do what was assigned regardless of whether my comrades lived or died. It was just our fate. Asta is sitting alone, practicing magic. Without those feelings, there'd be no reason to get so furious. I once thought I had successfully suppressed those emotions. But the emotional outburst in the trial labyrinth, in some way, was the seed of the inner demon. He thought to himself, this is all so confusing, like holding a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any second. After finishing his magic practice, Asta stood up to leave. But who am I? He walked on, lost in thought. For a former problem solver, no scenario is more familiar than one full of uncertainty, and this level of tension is actually beneficial. Asta took out the red fire and thought, in that sense, today, a week after the incident in the trial labyrinth, now that the chaos has settled, this is my opportunity. Physically and mentally, I'm at my peak today. Asta looked at it with satisfaction. Red fire technique. It's time to conquer this bastard. He opened the book page by page. The technique I learned in my past life was a non-elemental technique developed specifically for problem solvers. This is my first approach to an elemental technique like red fire. Asta looked at the red fire thoughtfully. So, although I've comprehended the first stage, entering fire, dozens of times, I'll still check this technique thoroughly until the very last moment. He placed it on the floor to prepare for magic practice. The main magic circuits used are not much different from the Sky Origin technique. Asta closed his eyes, activating his power. But if I merely circulate magic power through the circuits of red fire, I'll only get ordinary fire magic. Therefore, the flames of red fire gradually enveloped his body. Materialization. I have to clearly grasp the form of this visualization. The flame burned fiercely, a fire blazing alone, needing nothing else. His body continued to push through the magic practice, born from magic power, but still burning even though the magic power was depleted, a fire that doesn't need external stimulus to blaze. The flame in Asta's hand burned more fiercely. It grew larger, the fire contained in his heart, entering fire. After a while, he reduced the flame's size and praised it, saying, "It's truly destructive. Compared to the amount of magic power I usually have, this spell is at least twice as strong." Asta condensed the flame in his hand and thought, let's see, so the compression of this firepower is just one compression. Is this the current limit? Its intensity forced him to admit that the thrust and impact are too strong compared to the non-elemental magic I had learned before. In this situation, I can't even dream of applying this firepower formula to battles. Suddenly, Asta extinguished the flame. Not being able to use this fire magic in battle is a pity, but I need time to fix this issue. He continued to think about Farron. Anyway, I've taken a step closer to that talented but ill-fated model mage with Sky Origin technique, because I've added fire attributes to the foundation technique. Asta leaned against the wall to rest while his mind kept racing. Now I need a few more high-level real combat spells for fire magic, since they don't rely too much on the compatibility between advanced techniques and incantations. At this moment, whatever spell I choose to use, it'll be fine. He pushed aside his thoughts and looked toward the door, dismissing it. As he walked, Asta analyzed a strange pressure. Whoever that is, they're blatantly showing their presence. He headed towards the door. He stepped outside as the rain continued. Suddenly, Asta stopped when he heard a familiar voice. As expected, Professor Felina had a reason to be cautious. Who knows how long he'd been standing there, assessing him. Your sensitivity to magic power is incredible, and handling that troublesome fire magic as skillfully as this. Then Lihelm praised him. Good job. Asta politely greeted him. Director Lihelm, as humble as ever, said, "Call me the principal." As usual, his attitude changed unexpectedly. However, all of a sudden, a hint of killing intent radiated from Lihelm. Seeing that Asta was wary, damn, what kind of crazy situation is this? With that guy Henzi too, why does everyone feel they have to intervene when they see me? Asta's hands also started to tense up, but who am I? He stood there with steely resolve. Asta affirmed himself. As a former problem solver, I may break, but I'll never bend. Asta thought, an unyielding belief will keep my spirit strong. Contrary to the earlier situation, Lehelm just asked a simple question. Aren't you going to greet me? Look at me, even though I look like this, I'm the head of this academy. At that moment, he also started to sweat. Quickly, he bowed to greet him. Hello, director. No, I mean principal. Another thought also crossed Asta's mind. But isn't the waist meant to bend, right? Lehelm awkwardly patted his head, saying, your character is really strong, but lower your voice a bit. Hearing this, he bowed and apologized. My voice must have been too loud. I'm really sorry, headmaster. I was just too worried, so. He explained further, no matter how loud you shout, no one can hear you. I've sealed off all the sound in this area. But that made him curse silently, thinking, I was trying to call everyone when I saw you appear quietly. Damn old man. Asta politely asked, so what brings you here? Lehelm replied, I came out of curiosity about a few things, but I'm not sure if you'll answer honestly. He emitted a menacing aura, saying, let's sit down first. Asta felt more uncomfortable, thinking, this isn't a usual aura. But quickly, Asta sat down too, thinking, is this magic power? Can he create such a binding force using just pure magic without chanting? Lihilm seriously inquired. Professor Felina told me you seem to be hiding something. His aura seemed to freeze the falling raindrops, and he asked directly. That pressure felt like it was weighing down his body inch by inch. What are you hiding? Asta became alarmed, thinking, damn, is this really the same stuttering guy from the auditorium speech? He's a monster. He recalled the image of Farron for comparison, but thought, compared to that jerk, this guy isn't the real monster yet. Asta's body unleashed a stream of energy. Reading the flow of the magic pressing down on him, he would follow and adjust his own magic accordingly. He formed a seal to use magic, thinking, if the magic flow aligns, that oppressive force will disappear. Asta skillfully used a technique, intervening with a formula, dispersing the magic pressure on his body. In an instant, he calmly replied, Teacher, you came here because of the maze trial incident, didn't you? Asta admitted, yes, I did clean up those rats. Hearing this, he nodded in satisfaction. Then Lihilm wondered, you didn't even bother to hide it? Asta honestly answered, it's not a secret worth keeping tightly. It's best never to let it out, but it's not that serious of a secret. Finally, Asta asked Lihilm in return, so is there anything else you want to ask? His eyes gradually sharpened. Asta still tried to stay calm. Asta looked at Lihilm and blamed himself inwardly. Damn it, just like with Perrin. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten that wyvern. Now this is quite troublesome too. His silence made Asta think, the headmaster is also a rare kind of crazy, being serious one moment, then relaxed, then serious again, now laughing. His attitude changes constantly. After a while, Lihilm decided to suggest, your gaze is not bad, let's do this. Asta frowned listening to him. I will only ask, and you only need to answer within what you can. Isn't that better than getting beaten? Lihilm urged him, sit down, and Asta obediently responded, yes. The two sat silently under the rain. So, Asta realized that the atmosphere was now completely different from before. His eyes still had a wild red tint, like a battlefield mage, thinking, perhaps that's his real nature when he sheds the headmaster facade. But Asta's thoughts were interrupted when Lihilm spoke. Now, let me ask first. He hadn't even asked yet when Asta confessed, do you know the wyvern became my meal? Hearing this, Lihilm was somewhat stunned. Huh? Then Asta continued to respond nonchalantly. Nothing, please continue. He became helpless, junior, which Asta didn't like and retorted, I'm a student, and you are a teacher, headmaster. Lihilm pointed at him dramatically. If you call wrong, I'll hit you. If I say you're a junior, then you're a junior. I'm your senior. On the battlefield, there's no teacher and student. Asta's face showed clear annoyance, thinking, what nonsense is he talking about? This isn't a battlefield, and I don't have any mentor, no seniors or juniors. But the words of the strong are law. Asta reluctantly complied. Yes, senior. He was pleased with the attitude. Good, now you're behaving. Asta listened as Lihilm said, now, let's continue the story. He talked with a palpable menace. Junior, on the other hand, Asta kept analyzing, thinking, the eyes of a battle-hardened mage. However, Lihilm growled, which bastards left those monsters in that maze? Asta's thoughts continued. That murderous intent is aimed at the intruders, not at me. Right now, Asta is kneeling, asking for Lihilm's advice. What's the next step, sir? Lihilm decisively says, we must crush them under our heel. The king will surely agree with this decision. We need to gather our old comrades once again. Asta knows well the terrifying strength they possess. When you mention them, you're talking about the mages and knights who fought alongside him. They are certainly not an ordinary army. Suddenly, Asta mentions a name. It's about Deculin. Lihilm hears the name and just stays silent. He abruptly asks Asta, do you know which mage became food for the wyverns? Asta doesn't know, so he says, I don't know, sir. Lihilm responds with ominous words. I'm not sure either, but your attitude seems a bit rude. Maybe it could be you who's unfortunate. Asta realizes the meaning behind those words. Damn it, he's always sharp and scary. It would be a good show if they could easily blame everything on Deculin. Asta brings up another name. And Vimar, he says. Lihilm seems a bit surprised. Vimar, both of them? Asta imagines two crazy mages, one named Vimar, and the other Prison, a magic transmission engineer. Lihilm needs confirmation. Do you have any evidence in hand? Asta can't help but sarcastically raise his voice. You don't know yet. Or should I spoon-feed you the information? Lihilm doesn't bother to argue. Your way of speaking is quite insolent. All right, how do you know about them? Asta just shakes his head, not answering the question. Lihilm sees this and doesn't ask any further. Under the pouring rain, Asta prepares to reveal something. The next part is. After a while, Lihilm understands the whole story. So that's it. I understand now. Asta only provides just enough information. I've reported everything necessary. Even though I tried to answer, I must not reveal the regression or the existence of the magic book. Asta notices Lehom's extremely angry expression, even though he's not mad at me for answering poorly. He questions, "Do you know which mage turned into goblin food? Why do I feel you're disrespecting me?" Asta quickly defends himself, maybe because of old age. No, it's just a misunderstanding. Helm still feels uncomfortable. Don't show me that mocking face with eyes like rotten goblins. Outwardly accommodating, Asta internally mocks him. Yes, sir, such a stubborn and difficult old man. Helm suddenly brings up Asta's idea. So, your intention is to build a massive library like a tall tower. He looks up at the rainy sky, wanting to share a thought. It's a meaningful project. If you leave the highest floor empty, I'll fill a wall with bookshelves for you. Asta nods slightly. Grateful. Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, this world revolves around connections of blood, hometown, and school. Yet, Lehelm suddenly adds a condition. As for the ticket into the library, I'll give it if you complete a task for me. Asta feels a bit let down. Damn it. He doesn't say it outright, but teaches him, observe carefully. Sometimes one eye is enough to see the world. Asta smiles awkwardly, eager. I can't wait to know your request, sir. Damn, he looks like he'd rip my eyes out for real. Lehelm doesn't answer but changes the subject. Okay, let's leave requests for later. We'll discuss in detail when the time comes. It's a treasure that can create magical realms. He explains further about the treasure. It has many risks but also tremendous benefits. The ability to divide space will surely be a great help for the tower you're planning to build. Asta understands well what he says. He's right. Asta immediately recalls the treasure's true ability. This artifact's feature is spatial separation. Thanks to that power, even the magic teleport circles in the trial corridor are completely nullified. Asta still has a flaw he hasn't resolved. If it's magic that even expert professors can't decipher, it'll be extremely useful for protecting the tower later. But the problem is, however, sir, I'm not really knowledgeable about magic transmission techniques. Hearing this, Leihelm introduces someone to Asta. If so, find Professor Felina. I'll put in a good word for you. She's someone you can trust. Leihelm also has a few reminders for Asta. Even though I've agreed not to dive into your background, convincing Professor Felina to accept you is a big challenge even for me. Leihelm proposes a new plan. So, follow this method. Asta hears this and can't help but be impressed. Transition to the next day. Currently inside a certain building. Asta is now quietly sitting and reading a book. Someone suddenly comes and calls him, "Hey, you." Turns out it's Damien and Chenbia, who come over. "Hey, my dear friend. It's been a while since we last met." Asta notices their fuller appearances. "What's up with you guys? Why do you suddenly look bigger?" He awkwardly laughs. "Well." Just then, someone invites, "Chenbia, good morning. Do you want to practice magic together later?" He quickly agrees. "Sure." At the same time, a girl walks by to express gratitude. "Damien, thank you so much for your efforts in the trial corridor." He happily replies, "Yeah, we appreciate your help a lot." Chenbia explains the reason for this. "Thanks to the information about the bracelet you shared in the trial corridor, everyone shows their deep gratitude to you. Friends even gifted us elixirs as gifts, and their parents have supported our families a lot." He also felt very grateful to Asta, saying, "Thank you, Asta." He turned back to say, "I don't think that's something you need to thank me for." Chenbia didn't understand and asked, "Why is that?" Asta explained further. "It's your achievement. I didn't force you to do anything. You're the one who convinced them." He continued explaining his earlier response. "This positive turn of events is completely due to your efforts." He now understood. So that's how it is. Asta suddenly looked over at Damien and wondered, what about Damien? What has he achieved? Chenbia quickly recounted his feats. He used plant magic to tie up a golem and made it work for him. I think its name is Cerberus. He was amazed. He can control a golem? He's crazy. He didn't even bother picking a decent attribute. He wanted to set that aside for a moment and chat. "Come on, let's sit down for a proper conversation. It's been a week since we last met. There must be a lot to share." Right then, someone spoke up, startling Chenbia. "Really? I also have a lot to say." It turned out Felina had something she needed to discuss privately with Asta. "Asta, could you spare some time for me?" He of course recognized the newcomer, Professor Felina. A while later, they moved to another building, and she now led him to her private office. Felina subtly probed Asta. "Do you know why I summoned you here at this time?" Asta looked around and guessed. "I assume it's not for a counseling session." She immediately agreed with his guess. Very accurate. Felina then crossed her legs and said, "I've heard the whole story." She got straight to the point. "Are you really a descendant of an ancient war wizard? The mastermind behind this whole scheme is Vimar, isn't it?" Hearing that, he showed disdain for the name. "They're nothing but scum." She agreed with Asta's opinion. In summary, anyone linked to Deculan is trash. Asta nodded and said, "This matches exactly what the headmaster, or rather my predecessor, had set up. Drawing attention at Blandor with a fake identity was incredibly risky, so we decided to use the persona of a wandering descendant of an ancient war wizard. He immediately recalled his conversation with him from the previous day. Asta had also gathered some information about Felina, among which was someone whose master had a deep-seated vendetta against both Deculin and Vamar, making this scenario very fitting for his own situation. She started, anyway, there are still a lot of unanswered questions here, but since the headmaster personally vouched for you, I won't pursue it further for now. Felina suddenly turned and called out, but before that? She suddenly fell silent and thought for a moment, and suddenly felt embarrassed about what she was about to say. She made a suggestion, for now I'll keep everything secret. You don't seem like someone who would endanger this academy. And one more thing. He was still very serious as he listened to Felina. Professor. Asta suddenly noticed her strange attitude. I'm sorry, but my position is a student, and you're a professor. The age gap between us. Felina, hearing this, was incredibly embarrassed. What the heck is going on here? Felina was furious at this point. This disrespectful kid. She couldn't hold back and immediately unleashed her power. Then, Felina realized she was being a bit rash. She quickly retracted her power, expressing how difficult it was to speak when acting out of character. Yet some things need to be said clearly. Felina, although a bit embarrassed, spoke up, thanking him, crediting him for the recent maze challenge, where all the students were safe. He was surprised upon hearing this. Asta quickly frowned, regaining his calm demeanor, realizing it was about that matter. Suddenly, he wanted to discuss something with her, making Felina seem a bit impatient, asking him to speak quickly. Asta adjusted his hair and shared his desire with her, saying she might have heard from the dean about his wish to establish a library for everyone, without distinction, and if she wouldn't mind contributing her books to it. Felina hesitated a bit, thinking the idea wasn't bad, and agreed. Asta was secretly pleased, thinking it was great that she was the third academic figure he successfully persuaded after Professor Faroon and the dean. She suddenly became serious again, asking if they could move on to the main issue. Felina immediately mentioned an important matter, the ancient artifact that created the illusion in the maze challenge, saying researching how it worked would surely take a lot of time. She still felt uneasy, highlighting the extreme danger of that artifact, but mentioned to destroy it immediately if the situation got out of control. He listened more carefully as Felina spoke. She mentioned that the real threat was those who would try everything to claim that artifact. The Forbidden Magic Guild, Salvatium. Asta didn't catch the name clearly and asked again, thinking it was Silvertown, but Felina immediately corrected him, warning it was Salvasium, and for him to be careful if he mispronounced it again. She continued by briefly explaining the danger, saying the Salvatium Guild was a gathering of adept dark magic practitioners who worked alone but united under a single goal. Felina emphasized their true aim, which was to restore the illusion realm. She also knew some details, like Prison, the one who created the maze illusion had ties with this forbidden guild, but had now perished. Felina sternly reminded Asta that he would be their next target, as they would seek the artifact from him. She tiredly expressed that they would doggedly pursue him, posing as much trouble as the Deculin family, adding she didn't know what secrets or hidden strength he had, but warned that once targeted by the Forbidden Guild, it would be hard for him to survive. He considered the possibility of losing his life over this. Asta simply smiled confidently, knowing it meant inevitable confrontation with them, dismissing it as no big deal, thinking he'd just have to eliminate them all. He then smiled victoriously at Felina, promising to remember her warning. She was surprised by Asta's confidence, remarking on his attitude. He suddenly shifted the responsibility of the artifact's protection to Felina, saying he entrusted her with researching it. She understood Asta's intent, but happily accepted the request, acknowledging his ambition, but agreeing to delve into the artifact. Just then, someone rushed over in panic, calling for Professor Felina. The person was incredibly frantic at that moment in the Academy's grounds. Hearing the next words, Asta was shocked, learning the head of the Declan family had arrived. She immediately ordered the person, confirming the head was present, to increase security immediately, closely monitoring the parents of the students involved, and quickly bring all students back to dorms. The Declan family head's carriage was approaching the academy. Lahelm and two professors were there to welcome. The carriage came to a stop. The person inside remained silent, not stepping out. This was his first encounter with Farin, realizing he was the head of the Declan family. He kept a cold expression while looking down at the three. Lihelm recalled some rumors about Farin, known for exceptional talent reaching Archmage level and taking over the family at 30, notorious for the Declan family's brutality since his reign. He sighed, acknowledging not to fully trust rumors, but there was an obvious truth. Lihelm felt uneasy about him, noting that under the Academy founder's rules, even royal lineage had to walk through the school grounds, yet Farin arrogantly refused to set foot on the ground. He also realized the intention behind this action, driving the carriage into the school grounds himself like a servant. This act of entering by carriage trampled on the Academy's traditions, a truly cunning person. At this moment, Farin suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Not done yet? Lihelm seemed quite surprised by these words. I really don't understand what you're implying, sir. He quickly mentioned the recent rumors. I've heard whispers, saying the Chamber of Trials was attacked by some pests. He listened in silence, not responding. Wilhelm suddenly clenched his teeth and silently cursed. This damned man, unable to hold back, he immediately burst into anger. Sir, did you really come all this way just to say such meaningless words? Is he testing my patience? Felina was also very surprised. We haven't disclosed the identity of the attacker to the outside world. Only a few people really know that Declan is behind everything. She still couldn't understand Farron's intent in this situation. Why would he come here and say such nonsensical things? Seeing Wilhelm get angry, the man only smiled slyly. Things aren't as you think. Farron calmly summoned a magic circle while explaining, I came here only to support the Academy because it seems you are struggling to manage this attack properly. Right after that, mysterious red things appeared in the air. Witnessing this, he was wide-eyed with surprise. Even after summoning several heads, he remained very calm. I personally captured those pests and punished them already. I will investigate the bloodline of the Weimar Patriarch and eliminate every last one of them. So, do you like my gift? Asta was observing all of this, thinking, as expected, he's already acted against the Weimar Patriarch. He wasn't too surprised by Farron's ruthlessness. Considering Farron in his past life, this action wasn't shocking. He had always been willing to team up with even those who killed his loved ones if it benefited Declan. Asta suddenly remembered his own fate in the previous life. He suddenly noticed something odd. However, the timing coincidence was very suspicious. Asta looked down at him with suspicion. Just last night, I mentioned Declan and Weimar to the professor, and now he's here today. Is it luck, or is this a meticulously calculating person? He wasn't too worried now. After all, you're just flesh and blood. In my previous life, you were an enigma I couldn't understand. But what about now? Asta smiled confidently. An insurmountable mountain? He raised his arm high and denied himself. This is just a temporary reality. Asta suddenly pointed two fingers at him. He then clenched his hand with excitement. In this life, I will personally take his head. Asta now felt the changes within the academy, and so, the following days passed quietly, as the atmosphere became incredibly lively. He recalled the time Farron first arrived, at the Weimar vampire clan meeting, where Farron's appearance had already caused quite a stir. But he took things even further at that moment. Asta naturally saw through the schemes behind these actions. Farron announced he would enroll a pure-blood descendant of the Deculan clan, implying this was a strategic move only powerful families could pull off. He remembered an important piece of information. It was unclear if there was any agreement beforehand, but the royal family soon confirmed that the third princess would also attend the academy. Asta still had other concerns, though those were matters for the near future. The earliest would be the next semester, or perhaps the following year, but there was something more important than all that. Damien and Chenbia were quite excited about the festival's lively atmosphere. Of course, Asta knew about this festival, the Pistonike Festival. It was a celebration of victory for students who had ventured into wartime struggles. Asta sighed as he watched them laugh and chat joyfully. It seemed the academy equated the seriousness of the incident in the testing corridor with an actual battle, and this was an excellent excuse to dispel the gloomy atmosphere hanging over the place. He was currently focusing on a competition, which was why alcohol was publicly allowed at the students' festival. Given its nature as a celebration, the school management seemed to turn a blind eye. Asta noted that perhaps only the mercenaries tasked with maintaining security were not allowed to drink while on duty. Philip, having just won a drinking contest, laughed heartily. This guy couldn't hold his liquor well at all. Anyone else want to try competing with me in drinking? Just then, someone placed a large bag of money on the table, ready to challenge him. Turns out Damien was extremely excited and wanted to try. Count me in as well, I want to give it a shot, he said, leaving Chenbia wide-eyed in surprise. Damien? At that moment, an announcement reached everyone. Attention all Academy members, the Pistonike honoring ceremony is about to commence. Those on the award list, please gather at the presentation hall. After the announcement ended, someone grabbed him by the collar. Asta quickly pulled the sulking Damien away from there. Let's go. Anyone who's given their all deserves a fitting reward. He walked, smiling expectantly. Now, it's time to reap the rewards. By the time Asta arrived, Wilhelm had finished introducing the first part of the ceremony. Just as expected, the headmaster wrapped up his opening remarks. The ceremony host was also ready to call the award recipients. We will now proceed with the award distribution. If your name is called, please step up to the stage. The first name called was Dahlia de Dinai. Next was Damien, who suddenly woke up, Damien von Blandor. The next name wasn't too surprising, Eveline de Plancher. When it was Chenbia's turn, he seemed a bit nervous. Chenbia. Naturally, someone who played a crucial role was Asta. He then focused on Eveline with a puzzled look, Eveline de Plancher, the daughter of the Goldrin Trading Company. But how to put it, something about her just didn't add up. Asta thought to himself, I have no memory of her shining in the past. Still, hearing from other students, it seems her contributions were indeed officially recognized. He nervously readied himself, knowing the moment to receive his reward had come. Asta guessed what was inside that luxurious box. Undoubtedly top-grade potions. The person presenting the award spoke coldly. I sincerely thank you for the efforts you've devoted. Asta. Asta suddenly mocked. Senior, do I have to return this box? It doesn't look nice at all, more like trash. Wilhelm warned him immediately. If I find it in the incinerator, I'll throw you in there as well to burn with it. Asta wasn't giving up. Then I'll secretly burn it somewhere private. Then Asta and his two friends joined the festival, and thus, the honoring ceremony officially concluded. They leisurely strolled around the campus, enjoying the festival atmosphere. He took part in a guessing game, while Damien indulged in eating, after all the hustle and bustle lately. Chenbia also demonstrated his incredible strength, so taking some time to relax today seemed just right. It was now evening. Just then, a light shot straight into the sky. Then it exploded, creating beautiful fireworks. The three of them, Asta, watched in awe at the sight. He stood there, watching the fireworks continuously go off, seeing the sky filled with dazzling displays. Asta had to admit how spectacular everything looked, even if it did seem a bit extravagant. They truly looked magnificent. He suddenly closed his eyes tightly, thinking about something. Asta looked toward the future, knowing that one day, he too would have a day where he would build his own tower and spend money lavishly like this. At the top of the tower, which usually doesn't have many great views, Asta would stand on the highest floor, overlooking everything. He would throw a grand party for 7 days and 7 nights, even if he couldn't see it all. Asta imagined himself in this grand scenario, with the final act being the ascension ceremony of a wise sage. The great sage Aster riding on a wyvern, opening a new chapter for the continent. A pure white wyvern would indeed look very majestic. Sometime later, a white owl appeared at his window. Asta immediately dismissed the idea of a wyvern. It wasn't. No, I don't mean that kind of white owl. He quickly went to take the letter from the owl's leg. Asta read the letter, and knew it was from Wilhelm, calling him to meet up. Veteran, huh? He immediately prepared to leave, just after the festival, and got an early morning call like this. The veteran truly was a hard-working person. Even his summoned spirit beast looked just like its master. Asta quickly rushed to meet him. In no time, he was almost at Wilhelm's place. As Asta arrived, he saw the ancient look of the place. This building seemed to have a long history. He was now in front of a fairly large building. It used to be a place for dealing with troublemakers in the past, so now it's abandoned and out of sight from the academy, perfect for secret meetings. Asta quickly pushed the door open and entered. Veteran, I'm here. You came, huh? He suddenly looked quite confused. Yes, but... Asta saw the splendid interior, which was nothing like the ancient exterior. What's with all this stuff here? He got a brief reply. In a glance, this place looks like a real office. I've considered that, but those tradition issues leave me no other choice. Wilhelm invited him for some tea. Would you like a cup? Asta still had questions. Is there a big event that you're offering drinks so early for? Why, he calmly repeated. I haven't mentioned this to you. I told you there's something I need your help with. He immediately remembered the conversation under the rain. It's about that deal we agreed upon for a library card, right? Wilhelm suddenly put his hand in his pocket, preparing to take something out. Actually, it's a rather light task. He quickly pulled out a letter and assigned Asta a task. Deliver this letter to my friend for me. Asta started feeling worried. I'm starting to smell trouble, a very bad feeling. Asta wanted to know more about this task. So, where should I go? Wilhelm explained. I've asked old teammates and found where that bastard is hiding. He's hidden quite well. He immediately mentioned a location, the Great Hamern Forest. Upon hearing this, Asta knew it would be tough. Damn it. He had heard about this place before. The Great Hamern Forest, an ancient jungle still retaining its wild charm, is not only full of beasts, but also has extremely rare magical ingredients. Asta still couldn't believe this task. You want me to find someone in a godforsaken place like that? Wilhelm reassured him. It won't be too difficult. People do live around there. You just need to check a few campsites, and you'll find him soon enough. He was already planning to refuse, veteran. I'm really sorry, but Wilhelm cut him off. Right, I almost forgot the most important thing. Wilhelm quickly presented an agreement. I have prepared a little gift for my eager young apprentice here. Asta quickly skimmed the rewards written on it, 2 superior potion bottles, 5 high grade, and 10 medium grade. Out of curiosity, Wilhelm wanted to know what Asta was about to say. By the way, what were you going to say after I'm really sorry, but... Asta just mumbled the same words back, but... I'm sorry, but... Suddenly, Asta was extremely excited about the task. I'm already late for departing from the academy. The price you offer is just too tempting to refuse. It's now noon, and Asta is in a building inside the academy. He suddenly takes out his agreement with Wilhelm. Looking at it makes him feel quite satisfied. Just seeing it brings a great sense of relief. Asta recalls the box he received earlier. Including the festival rewards, he now possesses 3 high-grade elixirs. Life is really smiling on him. He pulls out a special crafting ticket from his belongings, which is even more important. Asta can't help but marvel at the crafting ticket for ancient Iracane items. It's from a renowned blacksmith where even nobles wait in line. How did such a valuable item fall into his hands? He remembers his earlier meeting with Lehelm, the high price he paid for an offer too good to refuse. Clearly, the mentor is hiding a secret. At that time, he needed help. Initially, Asta planned to persuade him to return to the academy. Amidst the Mana Branch issues, the Declan family, and all the current chaos, he thought he needed an ally like him. Lehelm also explained the reason, but insisted that returning would be very uncomfortable. He mentioned unresolved personal issues. He made a request. So go help that guy finish his unfinished business. Asta just smirked. Mentor, you really don't feel guilty at all? Asta would never accept an unfavorable agreement like that. He strongly opposed the deceitful mission and demanded more compensation, nearly getting beaten for hitting a nerve. He suddenly remembers something and reflects. Asta thinks about his own idea, initially planning to use the high-grade elixir to expand his mana capacity. But with 3 elixirs now, focusing solely on storage isn't the only priority anymore. He recalls a pretty effective method, a technique developed for enhancing knights' bodies using ether, or chimana. Asta is eager to surpass himself. This method will help him break past the limits of his past life's menial roles. Finally, it's time to revamp his weak body. He still has many aces up his sleeve, a mage with the physical attributes of a knight. Plus, he possesses shock formulas, interference formulas, and numerous secret techniques yet to be used. Asta is hopeful for the future ahead, thinking he can reach heights far beyond his previous life. A while later, in an ancient building nearby, he's meditating there calmly. Asta suddenly senses an important moment has arrived. All right, let's begin now. In the wooden box is a golden elixir, and he quickly consumes it. Instantly, Asta's body exudes a rich golden mana. He uses a familiar absorption method, still the usual breathing technique, but this time he directly channels the pure mana from the elixir deep within him. Asta attempts to let his whole body absorb this mana, letting it penetrate every joint, muscle fiber, and nerve cell. This is what sets him apart from others and his main goal. Suddenly, he feels an intense pain. He widens his eyes and looks down. Damn, it's you again. A red sigil appears on Asta's chest, the fire sigil. He quickly tries to calm down, nearly getting distracted. And then, Asta suddenly smiles confidently. However, if the fire sigil activates now, he's eager to see what it will bring this time. So, what kind of luck will you bring me now? His eyes turn red, but he continues absorbing mana calmly, following the plan by spreading mana throughout his body instead of just along the mana circuits. Just as he thinks that, another wave of pain hits, and he channels mana into every muscle cell. Asta can't hold on and collapses, gasping. Insane, this pain is brutal, like my muscles are being torn apart bit by bit. Yet he grits his teeth through the pain. Do I really have to endure this much agony? It's nothing like my past life. This is truly beyond what I can bear. Should I stop here? Asta tries to motivate himself but screams in pain. Need to try harder, you bastard. His screams echo throughout the building. Idiot, I haven't even finished the muscle yet. How dare you channel mana straight into the bones? Later, the mana absorption session ends, and Asta is now exhausted, panting heavily. He stands up and walks forward, still a bit in disbelief. Chimana, it finally succeeded. Did I really overcome that challenge? Asta clenches his fist to check, even though the newly gained strength isn't fully adapted to his current mana, just in this enhanced state. He won't fall behind any knight. Once his body is fully developed, combined with physical training, he was quite excited about his new power, thinking that a mage using his fists to defeat a knight was no longer just a fantasy. Asta suddenly bit his finger. All right, let's test the self-healing ability first. He was surprised to see the blood gushing out non-stop. What's going on here? I clearly tried to control it. Asta then looked at his thumb and waited for it to heal. The wound was deeper than expected, but it should fully heal in about 15 minutes. However, he was amazed. What on earth is happening? This regeneration speed is beyond imagination. Asta still couldn't wrap his head around his new strength. Even in his previous life, he had never achieved such miraculous results. I've accidentally become a genius. Combined with the light healing art learned from Henzi, I can match Damien, the monster from the Blander family. He looked down at the ground again. Asta was staring at the drops of blood scattered around, feeling a faint magical force. Don't tell me, it's coming from this blood. He had a familiar feeling. The magical energy was identical to his own. It seemed like he could control it. Asta wanted to experiment a bit. Let's try casting some light magic. Immediately, the bloodstains on the ground began to glow brightly. He couldn't believe his eyes at this sight. This was completely against all usual rules. I cast the spell with willpower, But the source was not from the caster. It was from the drops of blood. Asta suddenly smiled with satisfaction. If I increase the amount of blood and apply the shock formula, the results will be amazing. He also wanted to use more magic. If later I add regenerative spells from the Blander family, it would be incredibly effective. Those spells are strong in regenerating bones and flesh. Should I discuss this with Henzi? But Asta decided to put that aside for now. Oh well, it's best not to get too involved with those oddballs. Just in time, Lancey is coming to talk with my parents before class. I'll wait until later. He had now invented a new skill anyway. The result was incredible. Let's temporarily call this blood magic. Meanwhile, on a certain street, someone shouted, "Thank goodness both are safe. Young Master Damien and Young Master Asta." It turned out the person speaking was Lancey. Do you two have anything else you need to discuss? Damien replied cheerfully, "No, nothing. I'm still very well and fine." She wanted to convey a message. "Madame Gamma wants me to tell you something." Damien looked confused. Huh? What message? Lancey quickly reminded him of an old topic, related to the draft proposal for the lake, an architectural statue for the Blander house you suggested last time. She also praised it. "I'm not sure who supported you, but in terms of presentation, it's quite good. The proposal was very professionally presented." Asta, listening, understood. Oh, she's talking about Sweat and Tears number 1 and number 2. Lancey took a sip of tea and prepared to get to the main point. Madame Gamo's specific message is. He was eager for her response. What did she say? But her next words dashed his excitement. She refused. Damien was thunderstruck, couldn't believe it. Rejected? Lancey still had more to convey. However, she did say not everything is hopeless. She gave him a glimmer of hope, adding that you should rank in the top 15 of the upcoming midterm exam at the academy. Only after achieving that will there be a chance to discuss more requests with Madame Gamo. He quickly realized that was Madame Gamo's real purpose. Lancey encouraged him. "Young Master Damien, don't worry too much. Don't you have great friends here? They will surely help you." Asta agreed with her, of course. Lancey immediately asked Asta and Chenbia. "Chenbi, Asta, if you can support young Master Damien this time, the Blander family will certainly reward you generously." Asta felt a bit worried hearing that, although for sure, things will not be easy. Finally, the time for patience and difficult challenges has come. He was still trying to be as patient as possible, if not for that formula. Asta accepted the request, which made Damien extremely happy. "I understand. Right now, we're inside a busy cafe. Chenbia is asking Damien, 'Damien, how well do you understand basic magic?' Damien, clueless, asks, 'What's basic magic?' Feeling a bit at a loss, Chenbia changes the topic. 'Damien, are those notebooks for class? Have you done your homework?' Damien, still confused, dumps everything from his bag. 'I brought everything I have.' Suddenly, a heap of books appears on the table. Chenbia and Asta are both shocked by the sheer number of books. This is hell, absolute hell. Chenbia presses on. 'Damien, have you done the homework the professors assigned?' Damien cheerfully replies, 'I have.' Chenbia sighs in relief. Thank goodness. While Asta focuses on something else. Asta starts checking the books on the table one by one. He suddenly spots a messy drawing labeled Padam Tear number 2. Asta begins to feel discouraged. It's over. The whispers in the center are fading away. He thinks I can still salvage this. Thankfully Goyang's culture and history aren't bad. I trained in Bladga. Asta is hesitant. The issue is the magic-related subjects. I could teach him, but I'm not confident. Despite his doubts, he decides, I guess I have to teach him. Damien innocently asks, "Is it that serious?" Just then, someone approaches them. "Hey." Asta is surprised by the newcomer. Purio. Purion corrects him. "It's Purion." Asta. Asta adjusts. Purion. Purion pleased. "That's right." Purion explains, "I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard about helping Damien with his studies." Asta isn't surprised, and Purion then glances at Damien. "Maybe." Damien perks up at the possibility of Purion helping. "I could use the help." But Asta remains skeptical. "You?" Purion notices the doubt. "You don't seem convinced." "I wasn't going to show this." Chenbia suddenly realizes something, and Purion compliments him. "Of course you'd catch on, Chenbi." Purion pulls out a confidential stack of papers. This is a complete compilation of the Academy's exam papers from the past 10 years. He produces another stack. And there's more. Proudly, Purion continues. "These are individual professor exam compilations. I've covered trends and key areas for all the M1, M2, M3 classes." Purion asks them, "Isn't this worth acknowledging?" Chenbia, wide-eyed. With this, he has a shot. Asta, still wary of Purion, recalls past incidents with him. From the test ordeal to sabotaging Chenbi, nothing sits right. But now there's hope, and I have to accept Purion. Asta is annoyed by Purion's arrogance. "Honestly, I want to punch him, but I'll hold back. Purion naturally has conditions for helping, but I have conditions." Asta hasn't abandoned the idea of a fight. Maybe after a good punch, we can talk. Purion requires Asta's help. Assist in a duel after the midterm evaluations. You're capable, it seems. Asta is surprised by the condition. Asta gets excited and agrees. All right, let's do it now. Follow me to the training room. Purion quickly clarifies. Wait, I meant help someone else in their duel. Asta pauses, surprised. Someone else? Purion offers to take Asta to meet the person. Do you have a moment? I'll guide you. Soon, they reach the outskirts of the academy, in the city of Hazen. Asta feels anxious as they walk. How long are we walking? Purion reassures. We're almost there. Ashtak grows more irritated, walking this deeply into an alley. Damn it. I can't hold it in. Asta still contemplates hitting Purion. I really want to punch him hard. But then, Purion arrives at their destination. Here we are. Asta recognizes the place. Oh, it's the training ground. He looks around at the grandeur and thinks, this must have cost a lot. Finally, Asta meets the person they came to see. Turns out the person waiting for him was Dahlia. Come in, Asta. Of course, he recognized the person in front of him. Dahlia, is that you? Purion whispered to her, suspicious. Dahlia, do we really have to go this far? It's impressive he defeated Dunhappy. But this challenge is tough. Can he do it? Dahlia chose to trust Asta. He can handle it. She decided to take on this task herself. I'll say it again, I won't use my family's power for this. Dahlia straightforwardly asked, Asta, I need your help. He shared his thoughts. For this deal, I need an additional condition. Asta suggested, Purion, I need to borrow your friend for a bit. I'll return him after the exam. I need him to tutor Damien through this exam. He glanced at her serious expression and panicked. Wait, what? Dahlia, are you considering this? You can't be fooled by such nonsense. Purion immediately questioned Asta. Explain yourself properly. We've already paid with all these study materials. Asta directly replied, that's not enough. Asta reminded him of an old issue. That scheme you pulled on Chenbi during the maze challenge has already been cleared up. Purion wanted to argue back, but Dahlia nodded in agreement. I agree. He loudly protested. What the hell? No. Why should my fate be decided by Dahlia? I can't accept this. Purion pounded his chest and declared, I am a proud bloodline of the great Dina, with free will. Asta smirked and asked, all right, proud bloodline, just when I need a punching bag. Are you sure you can handle it? He didn't react to that. Purion bit his lip, clearly resigned. He had no choice but to comply. There's not enough time. The exam is coming up, so I need to leave now. Asta sighed with relief. All right, this way I can worry less. Now that I've been compensated, I'll fulfill my part. He finally paid attention to her request. You want me to teach combat training to someone else? Dahlia didn't reply but nodded to confirm. Meanwhile, in another diner, someone enjoying a steak asked, and further, there's no turning back. Are you sure about this? The person across remained silent. The speaker continued eating calmly. That person was Eveline. I'm not sure if you're overexerting yourself with this. Sitting across from her was Daibi, who spoke Evelyn. Evelyn had gathered some important info. Due to the incident in the last challenge cycle, client dissatisfaction is high. Surely you can't pay to cover up that someone disrupted the last trial, can you? He couldn't argue back. I have nothing to say about that. She glanced at Daibi. Then Eveline smiled mysteriously. I heard the midterm evaluation exam questions will be finalized by next week at the latest. He was startled to hear this. Are you telling me to steal the exam questions? She immediately denied it. No, did I ever say that? You're talking dangerously. I was just mentioning my projects and aspirations, hoping you'd assist me a bit with my work. Evelyn suddenly adopted a cold tone to remind him, just to that extent. Do you understand? Daibi remained silent without a response. She placed a note on the table and continued, if you work a bit harder in the future, true to your position, come find me here. You're good at this kind of work. I trust you. That's all then. Evelyn then gave a friendly smile and reminded him, eat, hurry up. There's still a lot of work to do. In the training house right now, there are a few dummies. Asta is quietly observing, thinking, who am I to teach Dahlia? He recalls the past life memories. In the previous life, he might have given her a piece of his mind for daring to speak like that. Asta looks at Dahlia's back and remembers the past, how deep and intense their enmity was. Her threatening words from the past life echo, I will end you right here today. He thinks to himself, if it weren't for her reinforcements, I would have taken her down many times. But since she became Dainai's representative mage, we have no reason to face off directly. Asta calculates silently. If he puts aside old grudges, nurturing Dahlia would be very beneficial. Despite their conflicts, she is a key factor against the Declan family. Thinking this, he smirks slyly. Should I speed up that timeline a bit? Asta wishes to satisfy himself honestly. If he doesn't seize this moment, he'll miss the chance to teach her properly. He suddenly asks, "All right, Dahlia, what do you think is the most crucial factor in a life or death duel?" Dahlia is a bit surprised and turns around. She can't quite answer, saying, "I just hope to learn the techniques you used against Hickster." Asta advises, "Do you actually want to learn my fighting style? Really? You should find a method that suits you better." He continues, "Observe. Imagine an 8th level mage battling a 9th level. Who wins?" She guesses. "The 8th level?" Asta waves his hand, denying it. "No, you're wrong." He points to his head and answers, "Whoever can smash the opponent's head first will win." Dahlia is still confused by this answer. Smash their head? Asta suddenly creates a lightning ball at his fingertip. This concept is called. He then shoots it toward her, the rule of gaining the upper hand. By now, it's dusk. Asta leaves the training house, exhausted, with a sigh. He admits Dahlia's potential, thinking, is it already this late? If she continues training properly, she'll improve dramatically. Just then, he notices something. What is Damien up to now? It turns out Daibi is hurrying off somewhere. He smirks cunningly. 310 gold. That's a lot. Daibi is in a rush, thinking hard. Inside, Daibi is discontent. Terrible. Do I have to resort to stealing this test paper again? I want to be good, but life isn't easy. He remembers Eveline's terrifying power. Goldrin. No, it's Eveline. This woman can crush me easily with her power. Daibi takes out the paper she gave him earlier, feeling how dangerous his situation is. He suddenly tries to stay positive. No, think positively. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Daibi understands the plot. Eveline desires to connect with the nobility through them. He's relying on this. If I excel at this task, I can be that bridge. Daibi enters the building, carefully looking around. Last time, everything went wrong because of a certain rat. Meanwhile, Asta is quietly following him. Daibi has some doubts about the place, but he reassures himself, this time will be different. Is this really the address? From the outside, it just looks like a regular tea shop. Will greets the guest cheerfully. What drink would you like? Daibi, a bit nervous, stutters. Please, a hot dragonhorn tea, but cold. The man eagerly prepares. Of course, please wait a moment. Daibi feels slightly embarrassed. This is exactly the place Eveline mentioned. It feels humiliating to read the code in such a normal shop, but it's done. Will notices his embarrassment. You seem a bit awkward here, huh? DB admits openly. Yes. Will keeps his cheerful tone. Many are surprised, expecting secret dark broker places, hidden from sight. Will reveals, but really, as you see, who'd think such a simple place hides a whole black market? He quickly got to the point. What brings a young visitor like you here? Daibi promptly revealed his purpose. I'm here to buy the first-year basic exam papers from the academy. A bit surprised, he replied. Exam papers from the academy? What a coincidence. We have someone looking to sell. Which department are you interested in? The young man quickly responded, Magic department, sir. Will confirmed. Magic department? All right then. He then made a proposal to Daibi. Actually, we have a meeting scheduled with the seller for next weekend. What do you say, want to come with me? The young man was a bit surprised by the offer. You mean we'll go together? Daibi quickly realized Will's intention. He wanted to remember him by sight. Despite this, he had to accept the offer. Verifying the seller and assessing the quality of the merchandise is a basic rule for any merchant. Let's head out. I have no other choice left. Hearing this, he smiled contentedly. All right, I agree. Will then shared some important information. I'll provide you with the specific time and place. Listen carefully and do not write it down in any form. Outside, someone had listened to the entire conversation. The location was set at. Asta couldn't help but disdain the two. Such nonsense talkers. He immediately noticed something odd. An exam paper seller suddenly appearing, and a buyer just happening to be there? This situation screamed deceit. Plus, they hadn't discussed the price yet. Asta quietly calculated. I might have to check this out myself. It's convenient. I have some Declan family costumes ready, they'll definitely come in handy. He dressed up and wore a mask to hide his identity. Let's see, should we start by robbing the richest one first? Soon after, Asta sneaked into the tea shop. Will had no idea of Asta's presence. He was also getting ready to clear Daibi's teacup. How dull. Once this is done, I must leave Hazen immediately. Will thought to himself, sighing in frustration. Once I steal the Academy's exam papers, staying in Hazen becomes extremely dangerous. Where to go next? Just then a voice startled him. Are you not serving customers here? Will was utterly shocked and turned around immediately. When did he appear? He instantly recognized that specific outfit. This can't be. Isn't that the Declan family's Scarlet Ruby? Asta pretended to be eager to get to the main issue. Let's end this clumsy act. Get rid of the longhorn tea and all that nonsense. Forget these cryptic codes. Will politely responded. Yes, may I ask what you are interested in? Asta quickly brought up a special item. I'm looking for something, a spatial bag. Hearing this, Will was astonished. A spatial bag? Don't tell me he's referring to Callahan's bag? It's been missing since Callahan's death. Why is he looking for it here? Will pretended to be unaware. We've never seen such an item before. Asta suddenly appeared curious about the recent conversation. Really? By the way, what were you discussing with that kid just now? He seemed quite suspicious. He was still racking his brain for a plausible reason. That matter. Actually, how to handle this smoothly. Ashtasa suddenly slammed his hand on the table, commanding, "Stay quiet." He looked quite angry. The noise of your calculations in your head is too loud. Will couldn't hide the fear on his face. This guy, he's no ordinary Declan mage. He hastily prepared to explain to Asta, "I'll tell you everything about that young man. After all, it has nothing to do with the Declan family." Asta warned Will, "I'll listen and make my judgment. Don't think of hiding anything." He quickly recounted the events. "All right, here's exactly what happened. You suddenly want to change the location. Let's head to the warehouse while you recount everything to me." Will seemed quite surprised. "Why go there?" Asta calmly replied, "Shouldn't I personally inspect your warehouse?" Asta instantly questioned him sharply, "What did that guy do here? Are you hiding something from me?" Though reluctant, Will only dared to curse internally. Damn it, what on earth is he planning? Will, who was leading the way, asked, "Sir, is this really necessary?" Asta calmly replied, "If you're innocent, there won't be any trouble. I stake the honor of Declan on this claim. You can also be assured that as long as your testimony has nothing to do with Declan, it will remain a secret," Asta said. However, Will still felt reluctant. Will quickly recounted the recent conversation. This task was assigned by Eveline, the heiress of the Goldran Trade Guild. "I'm just a mediator receiving a fee to arrange this, so I don't fully understand the situation. However, I suspect she is scheming to set up a black market for buying and selling grades at the academy." Asta had heard the rumors. Eveline's name was already being gossiped about all over the school. He suddenly envisioned her dignified appearance, her exemplary morals. Asta then remembered Eveline's sociability and her friendly interactions. He was surprised at Eveline's true nature. She was an exemplary student, yet she engaged in such filthy schemes behind everyone's back. Asta immediately felt very angry. It was enough envy to drive someone mad, while they had to bend over doing boring tutoring jobs. Others were making an easy profit. He had to admit Eveline's audacity. She was indeed bold at this moment. Will led Asta to a door. "Here it is," he said. He quickly opened the door, ready to step inside. Looking inside the room, Asta was amazed at the sheer amount of goods. Asta pretended to want to check them. "From my perspective, they seem fine, but the family still needs to check again to avoid any potential risks," he said. He immediately ordered Will, "Prepare 2 space bags. We'll confiscate all items that look suspicious." He realized Asta's intention. Damn it. What bad luck, this damn thief, he thought. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Damien was engrossed in his studies. "No, Chenbi, you can skip this formula," he said. After saying that, he demonstrated it right away. "So my solution is still totally reasonable. Look," he added. Chenbia couldn't help but hold his head in astonishment. "No, that's really. How can you maintain magic if you discard the formula that maintains stability?" he asked. Damien stubbornly retorted. "See, I've already said it operates well without it," he calmly explained. "No way, it should have failed without that part." Purion felt helpless watching this. This place is truly a hell, he thought. Purion recognized Damien's talent. Damien was surely a genius, but he completely went against all conventional principles. No, more like those conventional rules were being dismissed. Theoretically, the calculations were impossible, yet he did it effortlessly. Purion suddenly felt worried. Anyway, if Asta can guide Dahlia well, wait. Don't tell me Asta is going to ruin Dahlia too, he thought. Just as he thought of this, she appeared and called Purion. He instantly turned to Dahlia and said, "Dahlia, you're here." Purion was shocked to see the injuries on her face. "Dahlia," he exclaimed. He was extremely angry and silently cursed. "Asta, you damn thug." Time waits for no one. And just like that, a week passed by. Damien was now looking fairly worried. Chen Bia appeared very exhausted. "Purion, how are the results on your side?" "Everything I handled is completely correct," he said. Purion couldn't hide his fatigue either. "On my side, there weren't any mistakes," he replied. He was overjoyed to hear this. "I really got everything right? Are you sure I didn't miss any question?" he asked, complimenting Damien. "Yes, you've done brilliantly. Now let me start practicing immediately," he said excitedly. "Great, now I can start making blood, sweat, and tears." He didn't understand what Damien meant. Blood, sweat, and tears? He questioned. Despite being quite tired, Purion had to acknowledge him. "Yes, without them, we couldn't have survived last week. Although these were just basic questions, it still marks a significant step forward," he said. He looked at Damien's happy expression and bit his lip, thinking, "Yes, I've completed my responsibility." Purion was still counting on Asta elsewhere. Are you still performing your task well, Asta? He wondered. Meanwhile, Asta was on a rooftop, observing something. Asta sensed that someone was mentioning him. Is there someone bad-mouthing me? My ears are burning, he thought. He didn't care and focused on watching below. Asta's gaze was fixed on Daibi in the street. He felt irritated by him. Look at Daibi. He's so worried he's burning up. Honestly, I just want to give him a good punch, Asta thought. Asta still had to endure and wait for the right moment. I was going to intervene when he met the delivery person, but the time wasn't right. Even though I want to punish Eveline and Daibi right away, that's not part of the plan. For sure, there will be people coming to buy the exam questions, he thought. At that moment, Daibi approached a man. Asta suddenly took out a crystal orb. Asta was ready to watch them from a distance. The play was officially starting. Daibi, unaware of anything, was exchanging information about the exam. A first-year basic class on the 4 core magic systems, along with 2 elective subjects, including both the practical exam content and the criteria used for grading. After speaking, he handed over the documents. The mysterious person next to Eveline inspected it, from the paper quality to the official insignia and the hidden mana model inside. Clearly, it all originated from the academy. She was unfazed by this, showing that the goods he brought were indeed genuine. Daibi then mentioned the agreement, to which Eveline brought up the rewards, saying, as promised, we will continue to provide you with opportunities, DB, and the Fingrove Trade Guild will also receive backing from us. She assured him, of course, we will make everyone believe that all these achievements are thanks to you, DB. DB was overjoyed upon hearing this. Wonderful. This time the family won't dare to look down on me anymore. Evelyn assigned him additional duties, saying, we will contact you after thoroughly evaluating everything. From now on, you will also be responsible for distributing exam papers to clients. Daibi. Daibi quickly agreed and acted obediently, replying, yes, ma'am. She swiftly bid farewell, saying, well then, see you next time. Evelyn maintained her dignified demeanor. But in an instant, she showed disdain. What an idiot. Eveline signaled to the mysterious person next to her, is everything going according to plan? The person immediately reported, yes, within the next few days, all matters related to Ms. Eveline, Daibi, and the Fingrove Trade Guild will be pushed forward to replace Ms. Eveline. Evelyn instructed carefully, make sure nothing goes wrong, that's the only reason we keep that fool. The mysterious person pledged their loyalty. I will always remember this. Eveline invited him to stay. Let's have a meal together today. The mysterious person quickly accepted. It's an honor, ma'am. Asta was now a bit surprised at her nature. I always knew she was bad, but I had no idea the corruption went so deep. He started planning his move. Let's see, is there any interesting way to solve this? I need to shatter this scheme and straighten Eveline out, so she'll never dare to repeat this. Asta had now infiltrated Eveline's study. I've recorded everything with a crystal ball, but using it now might be wasteful. I'm used to smashing and crushing things with force, so this is quite a challenging task. He suddenly tapped lightly on the table a few times. Asta suddenly realized something. He just had a great idea. Got it, a way to bring her back to the right path. Asta quickly grabbed a blank piece of paper. He suddenly noticed the document on the table. Asta then imitated the handwriting on it. Seems my skills haven't faded at all. Back in the day, I used to forge handwriting often. Hard to believe I have to use this skill now after so long, he mused nostalgically. Of course, Asta didn't forget to apply the seal. After finishing, he couldn't help but feel excited. I feel so proud of myself. Asta thought to himself with a hint of irony. Eveline, you've worked so hard. Meanwhile, Dahlia, even though it was late at night, was still diligently training. It turned out Dahlia was tirelessly practicing a new skill. Seize the initiative first. In other words, a type of magic that deploys at the fastest speed, able to activate unconsciously. She had to admit the teachings she received were accurate. Even a genius, if their head is crushed, would still meet their end. At that moment in the academy, the exam time had just ended. A student stood up and urged everyone, all right everyone, put your pens down and place your hands on the table. Those in the back row, collect the papers and pass them to the front. Now, Isak approached Dominin, asking, which theory did you use to handle question 3? Dominin casually replied, I just winged it, no real plan. Of course, Isak didn't believe him and said, come on, stop joking. Dominin calmly circled some parts of the test in red. Isak suddenly realized something. Wait, I thought you didn't study at all. Have you been secretly studying day and night? Dominin didn't hide anymore and arrogantly said, come on, just don't sleep through classes, and you can do this stuff too. You guys should try paying more attention like I do. Isak scoffed and walked away. What an annoying show-off. Could Deminin really be a genius, or did he secretly hire a private tutor? Meanwhile, Eveline was feeling very confident about her exam performance. Her first venture had gone perfectly. She knew some information about him, Damanin von Haramir, the eldest son of the Viscount Haramir family, who controlled the largest grain reserves in the kingdom. Gaining priority bidding rights for those lands through this test leak was an impeccable move. Evelyn thought smugly. I'm managing 4 similar ventures at once. The other 3 will surely yield huge profits. If this isn't a big win, then what is? She felt a hint of anticipation, and this was only the beginning. Eveline was suddenly a bit surprised at the scene before her. She misunderstood the situation, thinking Daibi was another client seeking her. At that moment, a teacher approached Deminin. Deminin, could you come with me for a moment? Deminin was taken aback and confused. What? Me, sir? The teacher sternly instructed him. Yes, Deminin, follow me immediately. The headmaster is waiting for you. Eveline was shocked to hear this. What on earth is going on? Time passed, and by the next morning, an important announcement was broadcast across the academy. All first-year basic class students should gather in the main hall immediately for an urgent announcement. Upon hearing this news, the students started murmuring. What's happening? Did you hear anything? I heard there's a large-scale cheating scandal this time. They were quite surprised. Really? Someone had the guts to cheat? Eveline was curious. Who would be so daring? She started speculating. It definitely wasn't me. I've been extremely careful, leaving no loose ends. Could it be Daibi? No, he's too timid for that. So who could it possibly be? Just then, a teacher stepped forward, asking everyone to settle down and keep their seats. The teacher confirmed some important information. I understand rumors have spread everywhere. Let me clarify the situation for those who are still uncertain. A group of students was caught cheating during the first-year midterm exams, a truly embarrassing occurrence for our environment. The students and Eveline were left stunned by the news. So the rumors were true. Someone's really in big trouble now. The teacher exposed the truth, causing Eveline to grit her teeth in anger. The ringleader has been identified as Daibi, along with 4 accomplices. All 5 individuals will be expelled immediately and are liable for full financial compensation. The teacher revealed a surprising detail. Additionally, I must embarrassingly admit that it wasn't a faculty member who uncovered this scheme, but a student with a strong sense of justice. The teacher extended a hand forward. Today, we gather here to honor the bravery and exemplary behavior of this student. The teacher called a name that left Eveline utterly shocked. Eveline Deplanche, please come up to the stage. The crowd gasped in admiration. Eveline? I knew it. Well done, Eveline. Eveline wanted to deny it. It wasn't me, but they didn't believe her words, thinking she was just being modest. She forced a smile and continued denying, I'm really not being modest, I didn't do it. A girl behind her encouraged, It's okay, Eveline, don't be shy. You have every right to be proud of yourself. Meanwhile, Eveline had no idea what was happening. What the heck is going on? I would never get involved with cheating. The teacher began the ceremony. Now, the commendation ceremony will begin. Eveline, receiving all the acclaim, couldn't help but feel awkward as everything spiraled out of control. Asta from behind pretended to applaud sincerely. What a meaningful scene. He quietly advised her, Don't let your life path be tainted. Always stay on the righteous path with a noble spirit. Turns out Asta was behind this, and Eveline, leading the honor, was seen as a righteous judge transforming wayward individuals. Someone loudly announced an important update. It's been a week since that reform day. Look, the scores are up. The students quickly flocked to the building. Both Chenbia and Damien also immediately showed up. In front of them was the newly posted score sheet. He nervously asked Damien, How did you do? The two of them were shocked and disheartened to see his rank. 18th place, Damien von Blando. At that moment, Asta calmed them down. Stay cool, Damien. Take a closer look. He mentioned Deminen's name on it. Deminen still ranked much higher than him, at 7th place, Deminen von Haramir. Right after that, another student brought a different notice. Sorry, I looked at the wrong list. Damien and Chenbia were eagerly looking forward to this new ranking. At this moment, he had a new rank, 16th place, Damien von Blando. The two of them and Damien couldn't hold back their joyful shouts. We've succeeded. Seeing this, he felt much more relieved. Very good. Finally, I can reach the reward, the replication formula that took so much effort to acquire. Right then, someone called him Asta. Even with dark circles under his eyes, Chenbia seemed quite happy and sought Asta's opinion. Do you think I might actually have talent in teaching? Maybe after graduation, I could stay in the specialized class to be a teaching assistant. He suddenly glared coldly at him. Shut up. Asta immediately realized he was a bit too intense. Damn, did I just slip and say that out loud? He lowered his voice and brought up recent events. Do you know there's a teaching assistant involved in that cheating ring? Chenbia didn't seem to find it significant. You haven't heard anything? He then recounted the pitiful situation of that teaching assistant. The poor guy was so desperate he had to sell exams just to get by. That's how hard life is for a teaching assistant. Asta continued to ask Chenbia, Moreover, do you know how many years it takes for a teaching assistant to become a professor? He only knew from some rumors. I've heard it's about 3 to 4 years. He was surprised by this answer. Who told you that? Chenbia immediately thought of Farun. It was Professor Farun. Asta kept going. Are you serious about wanting to teach? He looked towards Damien to reply. I feel that job would bring great satisfaction in its own way. Chenbia felt a little down as he asked Asta, "Do you really think I lack the qualities for this profession?" Meanwhile, he was quite happy with his ranking. "All I see is blood, sweat, and tears. There's nothing waiting for you but blood, sweat, and tears." Asta gave him hope. "If you truly desire to teach others, there is a path." He also inspired Chenbia, "Become a great mage, someone so powerful no one would dare to doubt." Asta's words left him wide-eyed and emotional. "When that time comes, you can train them mercilessly. I mean sternly like you did with that fool Damien." Chenbia pictured his future self, a great mage. He felt a bit happy, encouraging his ambition. "If you're going to dream, dream big. Wasting your talent as an assistant after what you've done for Damien would be a shame." In Chenbia's mind, Asta's words echoed. "Listen, you must become a great mage. Only then will you have the ability to repay my life debt, both principal and interest." Time slowly drifted towards midnight. The city was now fully lit. The scene shifted to a certain tavern. At that moment, someone pushed the door open and walked in. It turned out the person who just entered was Mole. Meanwhile, someone was already waiting for him. The guy noticed Mole had arrived. "Finally, you decided to show up." He sat down at the table with a mocking tone, still lurking around these damp holes. "Kellogg?" Kellogg wasn't one to back down and mocked back. How ridiculous it sounds, especially from the mouth of someone who's spent their life burrowing underground. Mole didn't mince words and got straight to the point. "Stop babbling. I need your help." The guy suddenly seemed puzzled. "Help with what? You want me to sneak into the academy or something like that?" He suddenly revealed important information. An ancient ruin has just been discovered in the Hamlin Forest. Kellogg listened silently, not responding. But suddenly he showed great interest. "Oh wow, this is going to be really troublesome." Right now, Asta is meeting with Lancey. A few days later, we had an appointment with Lancey to receive a reward. She slowly sipped her tea and listened to him talk about the star cloning magic formation. She assured him that this task was within my grasp. Even though the core secrets of the clan are forbidden, some advanced magic has been approved for academic exchange. She guaranteed he would have access to one of the most reputable magic formation systems of their family. After hearing this, he was quite satisfied. Premium magic? He was really surprised at their generosity. This was clearly an unexpected windfall. She suddenly turned to Chenbia. "Mr. Chenbi, sorry for being abrupt, but we took the liberty of learning about your family background. Are you aware of the obstacles your relatives are facing?" He was a bit surprised, but still answered Lancey. "I know, although things have improved a bit recently." She smiled and revealed important information. "The Blando family can completely handle those issues for you. Moreover, we are very willing to create a significantly better living condition for your family, if you agree." Chenbia was wide-eyed with surprise upon hearing this. Suddenly, he seemed quite sad. Chenbia did not agree. "I sincerely thank you for this goodwill, but I must decline." She stayed calm and advised, "Mr. Chenbi, don't rush to decide. There's no need to see this as a favor or a debt." Chenbia immediately shook his head. "That's not the issue, it's just that." He expressed, "I want to maintain a pure friendship with Damien, not influenced by calculative benefits." Meanwhile, Damien was innocently drinking tea, unaware. Lancey was incredibly surprised by this. Yet she quickly understood Chenbia's intention and smiled happily. Asta looked at this and felt out of place. "Why do I suddenly feel like I'm acting too noble?" He then made a request. "So, can I make another wish?" Lancey was willing to listen. "Of course, whatever you want." He quickly expressed, "If possible, I hope to study magic under the Blando family's patronage. I really want to expand my knowledge." She was quite surprised. "Are you sure? Is that really all you want?" Chenbia confidently replied, "Yes, that is more than enough for me." Meanwhile, on Lady Bianca's side, she was quite surprised. "And you say Damien's friend actually made such a proposal?" Alfredo nodded in confirmation. "Yes, ma'am." Bianca was very pleased. "It seems Damien has found a true soulmate, because that young man has proven his excellent pedagogical ability for my son. So, the least we can do is to provide every condition for him to focus entirely on his studies." She decided to support his education. Therefore, from this moment, the Blando family officially confirms as the primary sponsor for Chenbi Academy. Chenbia read the content on the paper, unable to believe it. "What? Did I hear it wrong?" He was extremely moved, trembling with emotion. Meanwhile, Damien was diligently studying. The tumultuous midterm exam phase concluded with results that satisfied many, or at least most people. Asta now leisurely read books. The scene shifts to a certain speech event as weeks have passed. Jayla just made an important announcement. From now on, the entire school will switch to military activity readiness. She explained more about this announcement. As many of you have grasped, the basic general education courses for freshmen will officially pause. All teaching content will focus on combat skills and real-world confrontation. Jayla immediately reminded the students, however, participation in these sessions is completely voluntary. She continued, The training schedule will still be maintained, but it is no longer mandatory for students. At this moment, a student raised a hand. Professor, when you use the word voluntary. Jayla reiterated her words. Exactly as it sounds. You have the right to train here or follow your personal direction. Furthermore, she proposed another option that bewildered the crowd. You are allowed to return home to receive your own specific training. Asta was also seriously listening to Jayla's speech. But don't worry too much. For those who choose to stay, the guidance team will be supplemented by a large number of level 5 magic warriors serving in the Imperial Army. He realized something was off. There's no way they would suddenly change the entire combat program so abruptly like this. The instructors must be hiding something. A shift of this magnitude cannot be just the department's decision. This is an order from the highest level. It's now late at night, but the owls still fly to deliver letters. Asta received only a short message, 8 p.m. He couldn't understand what was happening at the moment. What on earth is going on? Asta then headed to Lehelm's place. He was shocked by the scene before him. I was only gone a few days, and this place has changed beyond recognition. Asta is witnessing a barrier covering the old building. He even deployed his aura on the rundown warehouse, turning this garbage dump into a real sanctuary. He suddenly wants to try out a new skill. This space is just right. It's time to test the effectiveness of the clone formation. Thinking that, Asta shoots a drop of blood outside. It spreads all around immediately. It was successful. Asta isn't completely satisfied with the result. The beads that split off are absorbing energy from the environment to accurately mimic the original signal, but the emission efficiency is still relatively low. He secretly thinks about making adjustments when suddenly, someone shows up from behind, asking what new trick he's up to now. Asta isn't too surprised. You came earlier than I expected. Of course, Lehelm realized Asta's presence. I can sense your magic energy fluctuating inside those objects. Don't tell me you can channel any type of magic through these beads. Asta shows off a bit, saying, It's almost like that. They're highly practical. The scene astonishes the onlooker into silence. Lehelm immediately gets excited and bombards him with questions. You can store pure mana and use them as intermediaries to cast spells remotely? What's their range? Tell me the maximum distance. Wait, put that aside. Where did you get these things from? He stays calm, facing Lehelm. Suddenly, Asta smiles confidently. I'll explain thoroughly later, but first, I need your help with something small. Lehelm returns to his serious demeanor. You're brave to use me like a target practice dummy. Asta enthusiastically replies, Fantastic. This is the best punching bag I've ever seen. Asta kindly reminds him, Are you ready? Be sure to hold your position. Lehelm snorts coldly. You can't even touch a hair on me in your whole life. Start quickly. Asta closes his eyes and prepares to attack. All right then. He's gradually creating a sphere with tremendous destructive power. I'll compress this magic energy to the max. Lehelm immediately senses danger. Wait, hey! He's extremely surprised. This crazy kid. Asta still calmly orders, Detonate. Right after, a massive explosion occurs. After a while, the smoke begins to clear. Though he feels a bit disappointed, the destructive power was slightly lower than expected. Of course, Lehelm can still stand firm after this move. All right, confess the truth. He's furious and questions, Where on earth did you come from? Your mana is strangely pure for your age. No, for anyone else. But this level is beyond genius. It's unreasonable. Asta remains silent and doesn't answer Lehelm. Pretending to be innocent, Asta gives an excuse. I'm just an ordinary student like anyone else. Why? Do you think I'm an ancient demon hiding in a child's body? Lehelm, still angry, says, Kid, your idea of normal is severely off. Should I dissect your head to see if there's a magic guidebook inside? Obviously, Asta doesn't want that. Please, no. Hearing this, Lehelm doesn't press further. The principle behind that incantation is completely unconventional. All right, let's put magic aside. Where did those red beads go? Asta doesn't answer right away. Those? Asta audaciously flips the bird at Lehelm. They're right here. After the powerful explosion, the dust hasn't cleared yet. A while later, a lump appears on his head. Either way, Asta gets straight to the point. What's so urgent that you called me out here? Lehelm brings up an important issue. Yes, about that. It relates directly to the chaos at the Great Forest. Lehelm suddenly takes out a blue orb. Look closely at this before we discuss further. Asta immediately sees it emitting a strange blue light. He can't believe it, and exclaims, What on earth is this? There were many rumors about the Hameln Great Forest circulating around. This dark forest, preserved since ancient times, is home to countless beasts. However, humans, with their strong survival instinct, still choose to settle here, especially the skilled mercenaries capable of surviving in the wilderness. They are truly the best individuals. Asta is now watching footage, yet why are these courageous people now trembling in terror? He's still in shock, but ultimately, it's not surprising, because they're facing actual spirits. Asta recognizes the monster in the video, and it's not an ordinary wandering soul. Meanwhile, Wilhelm calmly sips tea, realizing Asta had witnessed it firsthand. Ordinary undead move based on the remnants of physical memories. But this creature is... Asta quickly adds, a spirit controlled by a true soul. Asta understands their nature. Creatures forged from the spiritual energy of nature. He confidently suggests, if that theory is correct, could there be ancient ruins deep in the forest, housing such abominations? Wilhelm suddenly narrows his eyes and mentions a name, Deathros. He further explains it. A demonic race considered the embodiment of ultimate evil. If the seals containing Deathros in ancient ruins break, malice will spread. Wilhelm is now very anxious. The situation is dire, but my disciples are all tied up and can't join immediately. At the latest, we must depart in 2 days. He sighs, waiting. What will your decision be? Even if you refuse, I won't take back the payment. Accept it as an encouragement for a promising junior. However, if you agree to join this journey... Asta understands Wilhelm's words. You mean there's no further reward for me? Wilhelm admits, exactly. Everything now depends on your mindset. This isn't something material wealth can entice because your life is seriously at risk. Consider carefully. Yet Asta agrees with Wilhelm's proposal. Then let's go. Wilhelm hears this and still can't believe it. What? Asta realizes Wilhelm's sincerity. Are you worried about your comrades? It seems you'd never back down, even facing death. I may seem like this, but I'm not so low as to use others' lives as bargaining tools. These words move Wilhelm deeply. Asta is ready to join, honestly, even if you tried to stop me. I still couldn't stay out of this. Asta suddenly looks down. At that moment, the mark on Asta's chest suddenly appears. It's time to go. Let's move. He can only sigh in frustration. What you're looking for is right there. Damn it. It seems I have no choice but to be part of this. A while later, Asta steps outside the ancient building. Wilhelm has prepared a ticket for him. This is a pass for the teleport gate. Just show this, and you can use the teleport gate immediately without waiting. He also thoughtfully gives another item, and here's a magic cloak with protective enchantments. Take it. Asta feels a bit guilty. You've given me so many valuable things. Do you have anything left for yourself? Wilhelm isn't too concerned. Don't speak nonsense. If you wait until the disaster strikes to prepare, it's too late. He still has something to give. Finally, take this as well. Asta is a bit surprised. What is this? He immediately recognizes the mask, New Moon Relic. Asta mishears its name, April. Wilhelm corrects the mask's name, New Moon. Do you want me to pierce your ears? Wilhelm has planned thoroughly. You'll probably disguise yourself with invisibility magic or masks. If you do, my comrades might kill you without knowing. Asta hears this and finds it quite useful. Seems like this is what I need most. Wilhelm stands to guarantee. Now, I'll arrange for all your test results and final scores to be recorded under my name. As for the Blando family, how will you handle them? Asta has his plans. I'll handle that myself. Sometime later, Asta sends letters to Chenbia and Damien. I'm going to train. Don't waste your time looking for me. Reading it, they can't believe it. What? Damien, however, is very eager to experience it. I want to train too. I'll head out to hone my skills. Meanwhile, in Greentown, a city near the Hameln Great Forest, a voice shouts, "Hey, you guys, load the cargo quickly. We need to leave by tonight." Hans, while carrying goods, is frustrated. Damn it, what's this chaos? A monster wave sweeping through after decades of peace. He can't hold back and complains. The Imperial Hounds truly achieve nothing. They're only good at collecting taxes, but during times of crisis, they just stand across the river and watch. Immediately after, someone urges Hans, instead of complaining, carry another cargo. He quickly complies. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, at a nearby tavern. Inside the tavern, only Oberon is there. He's sighing heavily, wondering what to do. Oberon recalls the words of a mysterious figure. An old friend will help. We owe each other and still exchange letters. Though he can't be here, he'll send someone. You should meet them yourself. He's still holding his head, sighing, knowing they'll show up, but just then, someone approaches him, asking, Oberon, have you thought carefully about this decision? Rayleigh suddenly appears scared and pleads, please, spare me. Do you really want us to go back to that cursed place, Hamon? Honestly, it feels like a death sentence. Oberon immediately brings up their prior agreement. But, Rayleigh, the contract covers travel between Outpost 4 and Greentown. Didn't we pay you 4 times the normal rate, plus a danger fee and a deposit? And now you want to cancel? He responds with a forced smile. I get it. The wizard is in a tough spot too. But where else can I find another guide? I sympathize with you. Rayleigh continues. You see, I truly apologize, but I need to keep my own skin safe too, right? There are rumors a wave of monsters could crash down at any moment. Hearing this, he starts to waver. His eyes are pleadingly fixed on Oberon. Yet, secretly, Rayleigh is smiling slyly, thinking, almost done. He's feeling smug about his plan, thinking running back and forth between Outpost 4 and Greentown is insane. It's better to stick to a skilled wizard for safety and make some extra money. Perfect. Rayleigh already has plans, thinking, once I shake off this slow, clueless wizard, I'll gather my loot and find a remote village to live as a wealthy landowner. At that moment, another hand slams on the table, shocking him. Both of them are startled as Asta suddenly appears. Asta talks first. Who are you? He doesn't answer but asks Oberon. Hey friend, what's your name? Oberon replies honestly, my name is Oberon. Asta asks further, your master is Lihelm, right? He confirms immediately. Yes, that's correct. Recognizing an acquaintance, Asta says, then it's the right person. Well done, Oberon. Just call me senior for familiarity. At that moment, Rayleigh interrupts. The person you mentioned has finally arrived. Rayleigh wants to leave, saying, well then, wizard, I'll hand over my map of the Great Forest. Let's call our debts settled, okay? Rayleigh hands over the map with an excuse. I'm doing this because I don't have the guts to risk my life on this trip, but I've given you my map, which is as valuable as my life. Oberon accepts. All right, since my master's acquaintance has arrived, we'll handle the remaining journey ourselves. Rayleigh achieves his goal and quickly turns to leave. Thank you, wizard. May you achieve your desires. However, Asta isn't letting Rayleigh off easily. Hold on there. He commands him immediately. Hey buddy, no tricks. Get over here and sit down. I'm giving you 1 second. If you don't sit down in time, Asta suddenly glares at Rayleigh. You'll meet your end by my hand. Rayleigh still doesn't understand what is this. Meanwhile, Asta starts the countdown. 1 second. Tick, tock. In a flash, Asta rushes in and attacks Rayleigh. Rayleigh cries out in pain. Why are you treating me like this? Asta calmly repeats himself. The time you had is up, right? Oberon can only stand aside, watching everything unfold. He's still incredibly shocked by the scene. Oberon recalls asking Lihelm, Master, do we have what it takes to subdue Deathros on this trip? Currently deep inside the vast forests of Hameln. Here also lies an ancient ruin. Right now, someone is continuously digging here. Just then, someone came over and called out to Mole, Hey Mole. He seemed a bit pleased to see the newcomer. You're here, Win. However, Win felt quite annoyed. Damn, the heat out here almost roasted me. He asked with concern, How are things progressing? Mole replied, Do you really want a status report? You should check it out for yourself to be clearer. He immediately saw a huge magic circle below. That seal isn't budging at all, is it? And what about the unsealing technique? He quickly reported the situation. Magic has started operating, but it seems more patience is needed still. Win seemed quite impatient. Slower than I calculated. It's frustrating. He suddenly sensed something strange. This is odd. The death aura has started spreading thickly around, indicating the seal is about to break. Why hasn't it awakened even though I've activated the unsealing spell? The huge red crystal still maintained its original form. Mole suddenly remembered something else. That's right. Don't you have some personal matters to handle as well? Win realized what he was getting at. You mean that ancient war mage, don't you? He must also be out hunting for Deathros. Mole still needed to deal with the crystal in front of him. I need to focus on maintaining the unsealing technique. Can you handle him on your own? Hearing this, he found it amusing. Handle him? Are you joking with me? Win immediately gave an arrogant smile. This is simply a hunt, Solian. You're well aware of how many ancient war mage heads I've collected in my pocket space. He didn't target the other person directly, no matter how brutal a monster you are. Win had Oberon in his sights. You can never ignore your own flesh and blood. Rayleigh's face was now bruised. He was a bit surprised by this. It seems everything is finally falling into place. Oberon then recalled the difficult times before. Not long ago, I was exhausting myself thinking of ways to save the guide, then struggling to figure out a way back with just one map. He suddenly glanced over at Asta. Oberon showed quite a bit of admiration for him. Judging by his height, he's probably around my age, but he's really exceptional. He handles all the troubles effortlessly and even earned the New Moon title. Asta suddenly offered help. Guide, your shoulders must be tired, right? Want me to help store some of that equipment in my pocket space? He gave a thumbs up. No, thank you, mage. These are essential survival items I might need at any time. It's best to keep them ready in my backpack. Asta just sighed but remained cautious. This old guy keeps finding excuses to snag his stuff. Anyway, we've reached the Hameln forest. Just then, a loud noise came from near them. Rayleigh quickly warned the two behind him. Mages, be careful. He also sensed the heavy footsteps of beasts heading their way. Something's rushing toward us. Rayleigh immediately recognized an orc pack in front of them. An orc from Hameln? He was incredibly worried about the current situation. We haven't even reached the second base camp yet. How can they be here? Oberon was also shocked by this. It's moving too fast. Block it immediately. Just then, something flew past him. Oberon was looking at countless beads hovering in the sky. Asta contacted him. Hey, Junior. He reminded Oberon to cast magic. Raise a defensive shield. Meanwhile, Asta was controlling the beads to attack first. They immediately surged straight at the orc pack and came down. The lead orc, seeing the beads closing in, couldn't dodge in time. An immediate massive explosion occurred. Rayleigh was shocked and shielded his face with his hand. He then opened his eyes and glanced toward the battlefield. The scene in front of Rayleigh was now completely devastated. Suddenly, he wanted to speak up, but sorry, Sir Mage. Rayleigh asked Asta for help. Do you mind if I borrow a bit of space right now? Asta immediately refused. No way, carry it yourself. It's getting close to sunset now. Another explosion just went off in the forest. A goblin was also just taken down. Asta feels pretty annoyed now. Damn it, this is such a hassle. He noticed something unusual about them. Did Deathros create this? Since when did goblins become over 2 meters tall, muscular monsters? For a moment, I mistook them for elite beasts. Rayleigh wanted to come closer to observe. Sir Mage, mind if I get a closer look? Asta allowed him. Go ahead. Rayleigh quickly checked the goblin's body, just as I thought. He provided some important info. These look like the monsters occupying near outpost number 2. We call them Kenti goblins, but for them to reach out here. Rayleigh guessed, either they've expanded their territory or they're fleeing from danger, probably the latter. He pointed out something odd on the goblin's body. Look at their claws, full of mud and tree bark. Rayleigh also noticed scars on their legs, and their foot soles were terribly torn. They must be escaping from something awful. Rayleigh quickly suggested, maybe we need to rethink our route. These creatures hunt in packs, placing them high in the food chain here. He saw many goblin bodies. If something scared them this badly. Rayleigh suddenly defended his theory. I'm not doubting the mage's abilities. I just think we should avoid unclear risks if possible. Asta agreed. You're right. Unforeseen factors are deadly. Let's agree. What do you think? Oberon had no objection. Agreed. He admitted. Rayleigh's pathfinding skills are extremely accurate and trustworthy. Asta sensed many monsters ahead. Even after scanning a vast area, there are still pesky creatures. Yet he skillfully finds the optimal path to avoid most. He had a new view of Rayleigh. Turns out he's much more talented than I imagined. Time to trust his guidance a bit more. Time slowly passed into late night. He was still leading 2 people on the safest route. Seems like we're almost there. Rayleigh volunteered to scout ahead. Just past this swamp area to outpost number 1. Rest up, I'll scout the surroundings before we cross. Asta and Oberon built a fire waiting for him. He noticed the anxious look on his face. Hard to blame him for that worry. Asta realized the path took longer than expected. A safer route delayed them by a day. Oberon sighed deeply. We really don't have time to hesitate. A monster wave is bound to happen soon. He took all the responsibility. We should have hunted and ended Deathros before things spiraled. It's my fault. Asta agreed. Yeah, kinda feels like it. Damn, why do I suddenly feel guilty? Do I look like your therapist? Before Oberon finished, a loud noise erupted. If I'd been more disciplined, that Deathros. Rayleigh returned, very shaken. Mages, we have to leave immediately. He was terrified. Why is that thing here? It's the Swamp Lord. Hurry up, we must get out of here now. Rayleigh is now recounting a legend he knows. Deep in the great Hameln forest lies an earthly prison. He mentions that this place is called the Abyss, and the Lord of the Swamp is one of the ancient beings that crawled out from its depths. Rayleigh doesn't fully understand why. No one really knows why this ancient creature left the Abyss to reside in the forest's stagnant waters. He is still terrified as he tells the story, amazed that such a bizarre creature is in the swampy area at this time, after not leaving its swamp territory for hundreds of years. Asta still wants to try going through this area. Can we avoid the path and cross the wetlands cautiously? Even if it considers the whole area its domain, it's still a vast place. Rayleigh explains helplessly that it's useless. The creature is known for its persistence. Once you set foot in the water, it locks onto your scent immediately and will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Oberon seems interested in a different issue. If we choose another path, how much more time will it take? He explains that we can't skirt the water's edge, but must take a very long detour. Rayleigh recalls the map and assumes the guide spent a lot of effort finding a direct route through these wetlands. There's probably a reason for it. It'll take at least 10 more days, maybe even a month. He proposes a new route, but if we choose it, we might have to skip checkpoint 1 and 2 to head straight to the 3rd checkpoint. He's still feeling quite undecided. Asta finally makes a decision. All right, he says. Rayleigh asks for confirmation. Should I start recalculating the route? Asta opts for the most daring plan, saying, no need, we'll still cross the wetlands. Rayleigh can't believe Asta's decision. What did you say? Rayleigh tries to persuade him. Sir, you seem unaware of the severity. It's an ancient entity, a monster that has crushed countless soldiers, wizards, and knights. Asta suddenly interrupts him, saying, I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. Relieved, Rayleigh says, a misunderstanding? You scared me. I thought you meant we were going to rush into it. Asta puts a hand on his shoulder and continues, of course not. We're not just passing through. Asta smiles and reveals the real plan. We're going to hunt it. Rayleigh finds this too unbelievable, saying, "Oh my god." Oberon speaks up to stop him. "Senior, if this is because of me, you really don't have to do it. I'm already grateful you've guided us here. It's not necessary to risk such danger." Asta immediately commands, surprising him, "Stop talking nonsense." He suddenly turns to question Oberon. "When you have something to do, just decisively do it. Will you hesitate like this when facing Deathros?" Asta bluntly asks, "If you had to kill your own mentor along with Deathros, what would you do?" He can't answer right away. That. Seeing this, Asta just sighs deeply. Asta turns to leave, but sticks to his decision. "Anyway, that's settled. Tomorrow, we'll eliminate the Lord of the Swamp and continue our journey." Meanwhile, Oberon remains silent and doesn't respond. He's still recalling Asta's previous words, "When you have something to do, just do it decisively." Suddenly, Oberon stands up, wanting to help. "Well then, I think I can lend you a hand." Asta casually responds, "Were you planning to just watch?" Though still shy, he's ready to fight. "Even if my power isn't fully developed, it'll surely be effective." Oberon reveals his special ability, innate talent, extreme breakthrough. It can forcibly unleash someone's hidden potential to its fullest for a moment. Asta hears this and instantly looks surprised. But he quickly returns to his calm demeanor. Asta wants to know more, explain further. Time passes and soon it's early morning. Oberon is already awake early. He's regulating his breathing. At this moment, Oberon radiates a different aura than the day before. Suddenly, he sees Asta approaching. "Explain further." "Waking up early and working hard. I see." Asta calmly responds, "You have to be diligent." He just gave Rayleigh a bit of a lesson earlier, especially since someone wanted to make themselves wyvern breakfast early this morning. Asta asks him, "So, have you picked a tree yet?" He warned, "If you even think about escaping again, I'll tie you to a tree for the wyverns to snack on. Now, pick a tree that you think looks nice." The man was now scared and stammered, "I won't run away." After a while, all three finished their breakfast. Asta felt full of energy, saying, "All right, we've had a great meal, and I'm in peak condition." He moved on to the main task. Now, the most important part is. Asta checked on Oberon, asking, "You okay?" Oberon was ready to go. "Yes, I'm ready now." In contrast, Rayleigh was still frightened. "I don't feel ready at all." Asta immediately ordered him, "You, back off right now." Rayleigh quickly agreed, "Yes, at your command." And Asta also instructed Oberon, "You too, Oberon." Then Asta started the hunt. "Let's begin." He headed straight into the swamp, without hesitation. Asta recalled the man's words. "They say once you enter its territory, it follows its prey with pinpoint accuracy, right?" Suddenly, he pulled out a knife. Asta cut himself to let his blood mix with the water. Immediately, he felt a tremor coming toward him. Winds began to whip up. The water under Asta's feet was violently churning. Rayleigh and Oberon felt the tremor too, and their faces changed. Asta was waiting for the Lord of the Swamp to appear, calling out, "Come out and greet your guest." A huge column of water rose before Asta. No, he faced it head on. "Come out here to face this visitor from afar." Asta signaled to him to act. Now. Oberon quickly used his powers. Asta felt a surge of power around him, breaking through his limits. He was thrilled, this feeling of unleashing power. "It's been so long since I felt it." At that moment, the Lord of the Swamp attacked. It slammed down hard where Asta was. Rayleigh was very worried, calling, "Wizard." But the Lord of the Swamp was now focused above, hearing Asta's voice, breaking the limit. He was in the air, ready to deliver a devastating strike. Asta had to thank it. "Thanks to you, I've broken through my own limits." Oberon is explaining his powers, and honestly, I can't fully grasp the mysterious logic behind reaching this peak state. People say it's a way to unlock hidden abilities within oneself, but for me, describing it precisely remains a challenge. He suggests remembering these words carefully. Oberon mentions its limit, that the peak state lasts only 5 minutes. After that, danger comes fast, so we need to end the battle quickly. He's casting spells in the air. Asta doesn't worry about the time. Just 5 minutes? Maybe it's time to start enjoying this. The Swamp Lord is suddenly wide-eyed with surprise. In a flash, it's engulfed in fierce flames, entering phase 2 of the Crimson Flame mindset, the flame transformation. Rayleigh can't believe what he's seeing. What kind of crazy magic is this? Flames raging right in the swamp? He suddenly realizes Asta's plan. Could he be aiming to... The Swamp Lord now curls up defensively. Of course, Asta notices this stance, so it's switching to defense? Just then, Rayleigh shouts a warning to him. "Be careful, it's starting to roar. The magic power is fading." Right after that, it lets out a huge roar, shaking the surroundings. Asta immediately understands the Swamp Lord's tactic. It's using its roar to disrupt the magical stability around them. Asta respects it. No wonder it's the ruler of the swamp. Rayleigh is trying to remind him below Wizard. Don't stare into its eyes for too long. Rayleigh yells as loudly as he can. Within 3 seconds, your magic energy will freeze completely. Asta looks down, annoyed. You're speaking up now? You jerk. He suddenly recalls his past, honestly. I can't believe what's before me. The Swamp Lord. Fixer was talking about the Swamp Lord back then, saying taming that beast was almost impossible. Its howl disrupts magic, and its gaze freezes anyone's energy completely. He also witnessed its toughness. Even the skin beneath its rough coat was strong enough to deflect the sharpest knight's blade. Fixer coldly warned Rayleigh. In short, the best plan is to never set foot in this deadly swamp. Back then, he also wanted to flee since it was a terrifying nightmare. The only thought in my head was to run. Why care for the lives of other wizards? Prioritizing my own survival is the only way to live. Rayleigh is now watching Asta intently, but he's amazed by Asta's power. This wizard truly stands apart. Rayleigh clenches his fist in anticipation. He's the one worth risking everything for. No, I can truly trust him. Just then, a voice breaks his thoughts. Rayleigh. He points his finger in reminder. We'll definitely have a serious talk after this. He also has a message for Asta, but for now, focus on surviving. Asta keeps Rayleigh's words in mind. If what he says is true, I can't look into its eyes for more than 3 seconds. Asta wants to deal with that troublesome eye first. If so, let's clean up these small fries first. In an instant, he cuts his hand and releases scarlet blood orbs. Asta doesn't hesitate and charges directly at the Swamp Lord. The Swamp Lord doesn't stay idle and prepares to attack. Asta calmly sidesteps and throws blood particles at it. The Swamp Lord is instantly bewildered. In a flash, they explode, creating a blinding light. It cries out in pain. Moments later, the Swamp Lord can open its eyes again. He was ready to punch the Swamp Lord directly. Immediately, it took a massive punch to the face. Asta, having made his move, calmly stood there observing, saying, "Look at you." After destroying the Swamp Lord's eye, he mockingly said, "Your body is quite sturdy, isn't it?" It tried to retaliate by striking back hard at Asta, but he easily dodged and taunted. "Too bad your speed is so slow." Asta deflected the stones coming his way. He wanted to quickly end the fight and finish things here. Asta formed a powerful sphere, saying, "You've made this interesting, so I'll give you a special gift." He compressed his magic to its limit inside it. Asta taunted, "Open your eyes and watch." He got very close to the Swamp Lord. In a flash, Asta threw the sphere directly into its eye, a destruction ball. The Swamp Lord's body started to change immediately. A blinding light began to shine from its eye socket. Rayleigh watched in shock. Even Oberon, who was casting spells, was surprised. In an instant, the Swamp Lord's body exploded, causing a violent shockwave. Yet Asta still wasn't satisfied, saying it wasn't enough. Asta was exhausted and lay on the water, thinking maybe this creature wasn't a good test for his power. He suddenly recalled Farron. Asta imagined facing him, wondering if I hadn't been so exhausted, I wonder how you'd react seeing this. He felt some confidence in his new strength. The gap between us is huge, but you might withstand it. However, I'm sure you couldn't keep smiling then. Asta named his new skill, an explosive force strong enough to obliterate any shield. He called it Destruction Ball because of its power to leave nothing but ashes. Just then, two people rushed over, calling him Senior and Mage, while he was deep in thought, thinking of the next time. Asta still wanted to confront Farron in the future, hoping for another meeting. Nearby, a crow was perched on a tree. It had watched the entire battle, at this time, in another part of the Great Hamon Forest. It turns out Win is sharing vision with the crow, which is really strange. He's feeling very excited watching the battle, thinking about actually having killed an ancient creature used as bait. Win is amazed by Asta's attack and wonders if he really jumped in for close combat and gouged out its eye. He's quite the rare crazy guy. He starts to speculate about Asta's identity. Is he a mage? No, the energy he released is too high compared to the mana he's using. But he doesn't seem like a martial artist either. Win recalls the explosion and feels a bit surprised. It's not that he couldn't have taken down the Swamp Lord himself, but still, it was a big surprise. At that moment, his arm won't stop trembling. Win can't control the tremors in his body and wonders if he actually feels scared. He suddenly bursts out laughing with excitement. It's unbelievably great. Win immediately feels a strong urge to destroy Asta. Ancient war mages are mere trophies, but this guy is different. He wants to hunt him. He's going crazy wanting to hunt him. He feels something different. Wait, no, it's not a hunter's feeling toward prey. Win senses it more carefully, and it's like he suddenly realizes they're quite similar. He's a hunter, just like him, a kindred spirit that understands the thrill of the hunt. Win can't hide his excitement and licks his lips. He wonders how he looks in the eyes of a fellow hunter and who among them is more eager for the chase. He's getting ready to hunt Asta, deciding he needs to put a bit more effort into the preparations. Back with Asta's group, the bonfire has just been lit. Asta groggily wakes up. He sits up and asks those around him, How long was I unconscious? Oberon replies, you've only been out for about 2 hours. Asta is still tired, saying, my head is still spinning. Oberon explains that it's a side effect of overloading himself. He didn't maintain it long, so the pressure was minimal, but he might feel it for the rest of the day. Asta struggles with the feeling, saying, I feel like I'm about to die. He looks down at his trembling hand, saying, look at me. If you all weren't here, I probably would have drowned in the swamp. Asta suddenly notices something off. By the way, where's Rayleigh? Oberon doesn't answer immediately. Rayleigh is... From a nearby bush, there's a rustling sound. Rayleigh quickly appears with an embarrassed smile. Were you looking for me? I won't run anymore, sir. Asta doesn't hold it against him. Never mind that. Where have you been? Rayleigh jokes, I hid in case you decided to thrash me. Just kidding, I was checking on the Swamp Lord. Asta doesn't see the point, asking, why? Rayleigh answers honestly, to see if there's anything of value. On that note, Rayleigh asks Asta, can I ask what you plan to do with the Swamp Lord's corpse? Asta falls silent for a moment. Then he sighs, saying, whatever. Consider it payment for your life. Do you want me to lend you a spatial pouch to carry it? Rayleigh's eyes light up with joy. Really? Thank you so much, sir. Asta casually tosses him a pouch. Callahan's pouch has a lot of space. Here, I'll just give him one of the pouches I got from the black market guy. Rayleigh happily accepts it, thank you. Oberon feels a bit uneasy. Sir, are you sure about this? The rest of the Swamp Lord is worth a fortune. Asta isn't too bothered. What would I do with it? This guy deserves his share. Oberon recalls a lesson. You really are noble. People taught me greed hinders cultivation and warps the soul. Oberon admires him. I see you're truly noble, unconcerned with material things, and considerate of others. Asta doesn't care for the flattery. It's all nonsense. Asta knows the Swamp Lord's fur and skin are known for blocking ether. If you made armor, no, a cloak from it, you could charge anything. But he notices something odd about the corpse. Sometimes, materials lose properties when the monster dies. Look how this cheap butcher's knife slices through easily. That means Asta sighs with regret. All of this is worthless trash. Oberon suddenly wonders about their next steps. So, what's the plan now? We're behind schedule. Rayleigh says they can rest for another day. Asta is surprised, asking, why do we need more rest? Asta wanted to set out immediately. After all the terrible experiences, he wanted to move around. Time passed, and soon it was late at night. His group was still walking tirelessly in the darkness. Rayleigh informed them, we've finally arrived. He led them to a camp. This is Forward Base 1. It's always this dark here. All the lights are off. They don't light fires at dusk because the light could attract monsters. Rayleigh quickly brought 2 people inside. Let's find the base chief. We need them to arrange a place to rest. Asta was a bit surprised. The base chief? Rayleigh explained, the base is owned by a group of mercenaries. They take a share of the supplies from each mercenary staying here. They're basically local tyrants, celebrated thieves in a way. Just then, someone spoke up, startling Rayleigh. Thieves, you've become bolder since the last time I saw you, Rayleigh. It turned out someone at the base was staring intently at them. Rayleigh was startled to recognize Fixer, the chief. Oberon knew some information too. This is Fixer, the chief of Forward Base 1, and his group's name is Amot. Fixer immediately jumped and landed in front of Asta. He suddenly stood still there. Fixer unexpectedly extended a handshake. Don't you know how to greet someone? I'm just saying hello, he said. Asta quickly shook Fixer's hand. Is that so? Right then. He suddenly gripped tighter. Fixer was a bit startled by this action. What the heck are you doing? Asta misunderstood Fixer's intentions. Isn't this right? Fixer didn't bother arguing. I've seen all kinds of oddities in my life. I'm too old for this childish power struggle. Asta thought he heard a bone crack. I'm pretty sure I heard something snap. He got straight to the point. Anyway, what brings you here to greet us? Fixer stated his purpose. I have a proposal. I hear you're returning to Forward Base 4. Is that right? Oberon was surprised to hear this. How do you know? Fixer hinted at Rayleigh. I heard some bragging explorer talking about it last time. He even boasted about tricking a naive magician. Fixer returned to the main topic. It doesn't matter. My intent is simple. He made a proposal that surprised Asta. Let us go with you to Forward Base 4. Fixer recalled the red crystal and responded, I have a general idea of what's happening there. The base chiefs have their own ways of gathering information. If Forward Base 4 falls, this place will be next. We will fight. Asta was quite pleased with the proposal. That's not a bad request. More support is always better. Asta was about to make a decision, maybe, but Oberon refused right away. No. After hearing this, Asta couldn't hide his anger. Inwardly, Asta cursed him. What are you babbling about, you stupid jerk? Fixer tried to explain his request, saying that if Base 4 falls, they won't be safe here either. He insisted on joining the battle, but Oberon refused, saying no. He asked, doubting, why they couldn't join. Oberon immediately confirmed. That's right, you can't. Oberon explained further about the situation there, saying the area around Base 4 has long been a deadland. Whatever they might imagine, the reality is much worse. Fixer repeated his words. Much worse, huh? In other words, he coldly interpreted it differently, asking if this was a warning not to dig their own graves. Oberon stayed silent without replying. However, he boldly confirmed, yes, you could say that's exactly the case. Fixer's face immediately darkened. Fixer was angered by these words, saying, "You're too arrogant, young mage. Who are you to decide for us?" He felt his pride was hurt, thinking perhaps in the young mage's eyes. Theirs were just the pathetic lives of swordsmen. But they too had pride, things to protect, and limits they wouldn't cross. Fixer coldly asked, scaring even Rayleigh, "So what gives you that right?" He questioned Oberon, saying, "Why can you protect your homeland, but we can't protect our home? I've heard of Leheim's disciple, but you disappoint me with your words." Oberon was shaken by Fixer's aura. Suddenly, Fixer drew back his intimidating presence. Though angry, Fixer composed himself, saying he'd arrange accommodations for them and they could talk later. Those pesky mosquitoes. Oberon regretted his words. Asta appeared quite calm, saying, "Getting here was really tiring. I'm drenched with swamp water. I'm going to wash up." He quickly followed Asta, saying, "I'll come too." Asta turned and looked back at him, thinking, what an idiot. Time gradually approached midnight. He came out from a tent in the base. Asta felt more at ease, feeling notably lighter. He passed by Rayleigh's nearby tent. Asta still had business to attend to, so he moved on. Soon after, he reached Fixer's tent. Fixer was quite surprised to see him there. Fixer questioned Asta, feeling doubtful. "Why are you here at this hour?" Asta casually sat down, answering, "It's nothing important, just here to talk." Fixer commented on his boldness. "You look young, yet quite daring." Asta casually replied, "It's nothing unusual." Fixer wanted to know more about him, asking for his age. Asta jokingly said, "I just turned 50 last year." Fixer immediately recognized the lie. "You're crazy." Fixer prepared to dismiss him, saying, "You're just here to waste time?" Asta noticed something else on the table, seemingly interested. He realized Fixer's determination to go to Base 4, regardless of the risks. Fixer confirmed, "Yes." Asta made a suggestion. "Why not come with us?" "Don't tell me you're sulky over a kid's words. You're going anyway, so why not together?" Fixer expressed his doubt, saying, "You guys just talk big." Asta assured him, "I'm not like that kid." He paused mid-sentence, saying, "I act according to my age." There almost was a conflict earlier. That's something. Asta was cautious of Fixer's power, realizing few knights reach his level, so he was careful when talking to him. Fixer admitted, "That sounds harsh, but you're not wrong." Asta still offered to go together, saying cooperating would be better. Asta was surprised by Fixer's refusal, asking, "Why decline our help in this situation, especially when it could change the outcome?" Fixer wanted to change the nature of their discussion, asking, "Can I consider this a commission?" Asta was surprised by the request. "I'm already giving you what you want. What more do you need?" Fixer voiced his desire. An escape route. Asta couldn't believe what he was hearing. An escape route? This is the plan. Only seasoned mercenaries can reach the fourth base. We'll evacuate the younger ones from the Hamern forest. The X on the map marks the location of the fourth base. Asta sighed, saying, "You're risking it all just to save the kids?" "That's touching." Fixer replied calmly. "Touching? I'm just at a dead end." Fixer wanted to talk anyway. "To secure our path of retreat, we'll need Scout Rayleigh's help. He's got a bad temper but is the best in this forest. In exchange, we'll give you our scout." Asta didn't get the reasoning behind this. "Really? Why?" So Fixer explained, "Don't you know, the swamp boss is in the flooded area. Our scout isn't sharp enough to find a way around." Asta casually replied, "What? If that was the problem, it's already solved." Fixer was wide-eyed, not understanding those words. Asta pointed out, "How did you think we got here? If we went around the swamp, we would have ended up at Base 3. Fixer guessed, "Don't tell me the Swamp Lord is back in the swamp and just staying there." Asta half agreed, "No, you could say it's gone back." Asta then said coldly, "It's gone to the afterlife." He revealed I was the one who sent it off. Time passed, and it was already the next morning. The mercenaries were destroying the base. "Hey, we have to burn that tent. Bring the oil-soaked stuff here. Burn everything. We can make new ones later." Asta stood there watching them work. He suddenly recalled last night's talk. "Did you check everything I said?" Fixer confirmed. "Yes, that was indeed the swamp boss's corpse." Fixer was curious about Asta's identity. "Who are you really?" Asta pretended not to understand. "What do you mean?" Asta waited for Fixer's decision. "Well, have you decided yet?" Fixer quickly replied, "No, I've decided. Ensure the kids' evacuation is safe, as we agreed, and I'll do it. Fixer went silent, pondering. Then he voiced his curiosity. What do you want? No. What's your real purpose? Asta calmly repeated. I told you, didn't I? A decoy. He continued with his offer. You'll escort us to base 4, then you're free to do whatever you want. How does that sound? Fixer agreed to follow Asta's plan. Got it. Asta suddenly had more to say. One more thing. Asta wanted to speak openly. Drop the formalities. You might be 2 years older, but we're both old. Why bother with that, don't you think? Fixer felt a bit angry hearing that. Arrogant, aren't you? Fixer sized Asta up, thinking, he's clearly younger than me. 2 years older, really? Fixer was shocked thinking about it. Wait, is he for real? Considering he beat the swamp boss, maybe he's an old mage rejuvenated by some elixir. At that moment, Maris came over, reporting, Chief, all scouts have returned. The camp is almost packed up. Fixer was lost in thought and didn't reply. Maris was surprised by Fixer's demeanor. Chief? Fixer suddenly ordered, stop packing the camp, cease work, and gather everyone. He was ready to move. We can't keep our clients waiting any longer. Fixer gathered everyone at the base. The time to leave had come. He divided the tasks, with half the group heading deep into the forest. Fixer assigned the remaining tasks to the young ones, with the other half finding a way out. He loudly declared, I don't want to waste any more words. Live up to the name Aviot, the name of those who were once our kin, our teachers. Just then, someone spoke up, leader. The younger members started volunteering, saying, I want to go too. I'll go with you. In that case, I'm joining as well. Leader, my sword skill is way better than that guy's. They were pretty confident in their abilities, saying things like, I'm not great at swordsmanship, but nobody beats my speed, making some experienced mercenaries feel annoyed, thinking, what a troublesome bunch. Fixer quickly cut off the noise, saying, that's enough. He exuded an intimidating presence, ordering them, your discipline has gotten too lax. I won't accept any complaints. Get out. He was very angry with the young people's attitude, yelling, get out and wait for punishment. You'll be beaten to a pulp, you bastards. One soldier heard this and couldn't hold back the tears. Fixer kept shouting at them. Why are you still standing there? Get out of my sight. Asta quietly turned around and left. Memories of someone from the past suddenly surfaced in Asta's mind. Asta didn't want to remember any of it, thinking, damn it. At that moment, Rayleigh suddenly came over, asking, are the warriors of Avio joining this journey too? Asta was a bit surprised but answered, exactly, you heard everything earlier? Rayleigh awkwardly laughed, saying, honestly, from my perspective, this is a smart move. Asta hinted at Oberon, saying, maybe a wizard would think that, but these Aviote mercenaries are a bit different. Asta realized Fixer and the others' pride, knowing they were beast hunters who had silently protected this place for 2 centuries. Asta couldn't underestimate them, thinking, hunters, huh? They're the ones holding the key to victory. Rayleigh added, even though I believe no creature could stop a wizard, their support will surely be incredibly useful. Asta was ready to accept them, saying, if that's the case, that's great. By the way, aren't you packing for the trip? Rayleigh confidently smiled and replied, I've already arranged everything neatly. Asta suddenly dashed Rayleigh's hope, saying, when you're about to return to dust, there's no need for clutter. Surprised, Rayleigh exclaimed, why are you speaking ominously? I've stored everything in the reserve space you gave me. Asta sarcastically said, your ability to escape is handy. Rayleigh immediately denied, I won't run away. Instead, Rayleigh suddenly expressed, if this journey ends well, could you take me under your wing? I can't promise big things, but I'm quick with errands or hard labor. Asta understood Rayleigh's intent, thinking, you're betting your life on this gamble, huh? Makes sense? Where else would you find a more reliable support than me? Asta remembered 2 looming threats, possibly being purged by Declan or getting involved with the Forbidden Magic Circle. He thought, the higher the risk, the greater the reward, right? He needed more time to consider, saying, all right, let's see how you perform. Rayleigh immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, I will give it my all. I swear I won't sell my soul. Just then, Fixer walked over, saying, all preparations are complete. Asta calmly asked, is everything done? You have a request for me. Fixer said, no need to waste time with lengthy greetings. But before we leave, could you persuade someone for me? Hearing this, Asta was ready to act, asking, persuade? Who is it? Bring them here to see me. Fixer quickly revealed, that person isn't here but at Base Camp 2. Surprised? Asta said, Base Camp 2? Fixer needed their help, saying, yes, go there and convince Leader Halleck to support us. If you can't persuade him, at least borrow his vice leader. Fixer paid particular attention to that person's talent, noting, though arrogant, he has the mind of a brilliant strategist. Meanwhile, someone was looking into the night, waiting for someone. Soon, Plen saw someone approaching, saying, you're here. He obviously recognized the newcomer, Leader Halig, who wanted an update first, asking, "How are things going?" Plen reported back, asking for guidance. "The move to Base Camp 4 is ready. Now we just need to clear some equipment. What do you think?" After listening, Halig instructed, "Leave it be. Even if the goblins take it, we can recover it." Hearing the order, Plen stayed silent. Plen felt a bit confused, thinking, "That'll have to wait until we're back to deal with." Halig suddenly shared, "It feels so empty." He had prepared himself, waiting for the day he breathed his last, so he could take this seat, but Plen immediately dismissed the thought, telling him not to joke like that. He wondered why he suddenly seemed so strange. Halig just sighed, asking if it was strange. He continued to muse, not knowing why he felt like complaining, maybe because he sensed death approaching. Plen couldn't believe what he was hearing. Was this it, leader, could it be? He quickly brought up Fixer's group, asking if he planned to go with the Avio team. Halig, keeping his calm demeanor, replied he wasn't sure if he could go with them, but knew they'd regroup at a point. Plen exploded in anger, asking if he was out of his mind, reminding him that it's Deathros, who had turned the forest upside down even before awakening. How could lowly mercenaries like them rush to their death there? The leader he knew wouldn't act on impulse like this. Curious, he asked what kind of man he thought he was, and Plen replied without much thought, saying he always targeted lucrative deals. Halig had heard rumors from the battlefield that it wasn't just anonymous mercenaries there, but also former war mages, and all master magicians were flocking there. He immediately dismissed it disdainfully, saying except for that former mage, it was nothing but a hodgepodge, urging him to face reality. Plen pointed out the harsh truth that those wanting to flee had already filled 3 wagons, urging him to reconsider moving to Base Camp 4. He noticed his anxious demeanor, suggesting he was beginning to fear death too. Plen candidly admitted he didn't want to die in vain. Halig suddenly suggested handing over the leadership to him, which Plen couldn't believe, asking him to repeat it. Halig calmly repeated that he should prepare to take over, saying there's no need to cling to the old mercenary group's name, just run it the way he wants. Plen stood there shocked. He slapped his cheek to see if he was dreaming. Everything was being handed over to Plen, asking if that was satisfactory, saying he could provide a lifelong lesson, making him the leader from now on. Halig happily thought of a new name, Victima Mercenaries, leaving the name up to him, especially regarding Base Camp 2. Just then, someone spoke from behind, startling him. The mysterious figure suddenly pierced Halig's chest with a hand, saying it was an emotional farewell, but it was too early to say goodbye here. It turned out to be Win, revealing the plan to send them all to the same place. Plen saw this and screamed in anger. He furiously charged at him, but Win calmly kicked Halig in the back. He used the force to leap into the air. Plen remained furious with Win, questioning why it happened. He was rapidly losing his life. Halig's eyes were resolute as he urged him to find a way to survive. He gave a final smile, reminding him that he's now the leader. Using his last strength, Halig pushed Plen away. A huge explosion occurred at Base 2. Asta, who was casting magic, felt the explosion. He was very angry, believing them to be as cowardly as mice. Meanwhile, a group of people clashed with an ogre. There it is, the ogres. The leader was giving orders, setting up formations. The chain team moved forward. They seemed quite rushed. "Hurry up," Asta stood calmly on the side observing. So now standard monsters are trolls and ogres. He also sensed a problem. The deeper they went into the big forest, the more often monsters appeared. But still, now the mercenaries were throwing hooks at the ogre. They immobilized it and shouted, "The chain team is in position. The attack team move up." Immediately, the mercenaries began attacking it continuously, aiming carefully and striking, "Die already." He observed the battle and was impressed with them. True veterans, their experience was remarkable, performing beyond what he expected. Meanwhile, Fixer felt differently. If they're a bit clumsy, please forgive them. It's been so long since they returned to real action. Not everyone has regained their rhythm yet. Asta was a bit surprised. Still not in rhythm? Fixer confirmed. Yes, old folks like us usually just hold the chains. Destruction is the younger generation's job. Fixer reassured him, anyway, it won't affect progress. He was now paying attention to the chains, according to Rayleigh. Those chains were made from Grand Forest ore, even considering that their ability and coordination couldn't be underestimated. Suddenly, there was a noise behind Asta and Fixer. It turned out to be Oberon, looking a bit hesitant. He awkwardly turned his head, avoiding their gaze. But Oberon regained his determination. He expressed his regret to Fixer. About earlier, "I'm really sorry." Fixer replied, surprising Oberon, "I also want to apologize to you." Fixer gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry too much. Everyone makes mistakes. What's important is learning from them." Oberon felt somewhat relieved being forgiven. "Yes, I understand." Fixer immediately gave him a task. "Then go over there and help. Everyone is old. Bones aren't as flexible." Oberon was a bit startled, but agreed. "Yes, I'm going right away." Right then, someone called out loudly for him. "Captain, come here and take a look." Fixer went over and recognized a familiar face. Plen, is that you? Asta also went to check. That's someone you know? Fixer revealed Plen's identity. He's the deputy of base number 2. He also noticed injuries on Plen's face. It seems something serious has happened at base number 2. He immediately thought of the enemy in the shadows. Come to think of it, those pests have been trailing us persistently. Asta became more cautious. It's likely they struck at base number 2, which is our destination. Danger lurks, we must be careful. He suddenly turned to take on a new responsibility. Perhaps we should depart immediately. From now on, I will lead. Asta seriously instructed them, stick close to me. Sometime later, his group was attacked by monsters again. Trolls, more trolls. Asta could easily handle it. Finish them with just one strike. Rayleigh was extremely worried seeing a monster in the sky. It's a drake. In a flash, he dealt with everything quickly. Done? Let's keep moving. He looked at the map and announced the next route. This area is full of toxins, we must go around. He didn't think much and set fire immediately. Is this okay? Rayleigh felt confused by the action. What got into the old man suddenly? Asta suddenly urged him. Because everything's too smooth, he started slacking off. Quickly, move ahead and scout the route properly. Rayleigh quickly had to be there. Such a temper, all right, I'm going. Time continued to pass. And then, a few days later, Rayleigh announced to everyone, we're nearing base number 2. Asta listened and quietly pondered for a while. He suddenly volunteered to check. I'll go survey this situation. Fixer also orders those in the back. We need to speed up and catch up, and they all immediately respond in unison. That's right. The group quickly follows Asta. Among them is Oberon, still feeling uneasy. At the back, Plen still hasn't woken up. A while later, Fixer and the group reach outpost number 2. He suddenly catches a faint scent in the air. And Fixer is startled, wondering what that strange smell is. The gates of outpost number 2 are open. Fixer and 2 others quickly enter. Asta is already there waiting for them. However, the scene before them is horrifying. Oberon can't believe the brutality, wondering what's going on, while Rayleigh can't help but vomit right there. He now returns to gather with them. Asta suddenly goes to check on Plen. Without saying much, he slaps Plen hard on the face. Seeing this, someone quickly explains for Plen, it's impossible, no matter how strong he is, being ambushed like that. Right after that, Plen groggily wakes up, asking who's there, where is this place, and Asta immediately says, I need to ask you a few things. He cuts straight to the point. What happened at outpost number 2? Plen hasn't fully come to yet, confused about whether this is outpost number 2. Seeing the horrifying scene before him, he's deeply shocked. A while later, Asta helps cremate the unfortunate ones. Now Fixer is looking for Asta. Oh, there you are. He comments on Asta's decision, saying it's somewhat harsh right now. Fixer doubts, asking if it's necessary to deliberately wake Plen to question him amidst this terrifying scene. Asta nonchalantly answers. He needs to see his comrades' deaths with his own eyes. But Fixer doesn't agree, saying it might not be a wise decision. Asta doesn't say much and turns to leave, thinking it's still better than letting him be tormented. Fixer still wants to argue, but admits there's some truth in that. Suddenly, Fixer feels sorry for Asta, feeling a loneliness radiating from him, as if he's lost many comrades before. Fixer puts that feeling aside, knowing it's another story. But he still needs Asta to explain some things. Surely you owe me an explanation now, right? Fixer mentions some leads, wondering what's happening, if it's related to the man in the black cloak Plen mentioned, or the mice Asta's been hunting for so long. Asta turns to admit, yes, they're all intimately connected and are truly an annoyingly arrogant bunch. He suddenly focuses ahead. Asta sees 5 green lights in the forest, boldly issuing a challenge. Now, he can smile confidently. All right, I'll play by your rules. You bastards from the Forbidden Arts group. Fixer is standing quietly, looking at the forest in front of him. He remembers Asta's warning. If dawn comes and he hasn't returned, the group should move on without delay. I'll catch up with everyone soon, Asta had said. This thought makes Fixer a bit worried. He still can't understand Asta. The guy is a real mystery. Meanwhile, Asta is rushing to find his enemy. He knows his foe well this time. Salvagian, the executors in the Forbidden Arts Guild. Thinking back, there's been a grudge between them since a past life. Asta recalls some crucial information. In the past, it was their hands that smuggled relics to help Prison escape, and they're still brazenly trying to lure him in. He understands his enemy's patience. They've operated in the shadows for so long, their persistence will surely be underestimated. Thinking of this makes Asta quite excited. Maybe I should teach them a lesson myself, he muses. Just then, it starts to rain. As he's running, Asta suddenly stops. Well, today's weather is perfect for crushing someone, he thinks. He looks up at a tree and asks, do you agree with me? There's a crow there, sharing a view with Win. Elsewhere, Win murmurs Asta's words. A wonderful day to eliminate someone, indeed. What a worthy prey to chase. Win looks at a red orb in his hand. Let's see, all preparations are complete. He's ready to fight. Shall we begin, he says? Like you said, it's a beautiful day. Later, Asta is close to Win's location. He looks around and says, interesting. There's no one around Asta now. But in the blink of an eye, a series of red shadows suddenly surround him. Asta pretends to be naive and acts surprised. Gosh, should I feel honored? Your beast not only led me here, but also cleared all the monsters. Things went so smoothly. Right then, a red light appears under Asta's feet. Immediately, a pillar of destructive power is unleashed. These red shadows can use magic, and whoever killed the 13 felons will bear all their guilt. They are chanting to trap him in a magic circle in the middle. Thousands of diseases and terrifying nightmares will torment his body, corresponding to the weight of the crimes the 13 committed. The red shadows keep increasing their power to the spell. Whoever destroyed the 13 felons, accept all their sins. This is the punishment for those who break our rules. Win reveals himself and says, it's my honor, Hunter. I hope you'll be pleased with the gift I've painstakingly arranged. Inside, Asta can still respond, I'm actually very excited. Suddenly, he swiftly strikes the red shadow in front of him. Asta gets serious about fighting. It's rare to face opponents like this, he thinks. He quickly uses blood magic to destroy other red shadows. Asta starts running straight toward Win, ignoring how his attacks are still taking out the remaining shadows. Although Win sees the attack coming, he stands still. Win is impressed by Asta's power. He takes out his weapon. You're casting a pretty unique spell, he says. Win slams it hard on the ground, but he quickly casts magic on the scythe. Cry out loud, he commands. Win suddenly aims at Asta and attacks. He also takes another red orb and crushes it, and take this magic attack too. Then Win summons Shine. Awaken, my loyal servant. He immediately ordered him to eliminate him. No, Shine quickly agreed. Understood. However, Win adjusted the order a bit, telling him, make him wish he was dead, then bring him back here for me. He slowly approached Asta. Shine didn't say much and drew his weapon. He started to raise his sword, aiming straight at him. Win saw Shine not following orders and suddenly got angry. Hey, you armored jerk, I said don't kill him. He still didn't hear and continued to swing down. He quickly tried to stop Shine. You jerk. Stop now. Win was furious, but suddenly shocked. Stop. Asta could actually block those swings with his bare hands. He immediately knocked Shine's weapon away. He was equally surprised by this. Asta was really angered now. Win, watching the battle from afar, couldn't believe it. How is this happening? He was bewildered by his strength. This was undoubtedly one of the 13 great sins, a curse-like mutation far beyond regular magic. Win noticed Asta's calm demeanor. He should be in bad shape by now, so why does he still look so full of energy? He glanced over at Shine, and at that Death Knight too. Win recalled the origins of it, though it couldn't use all its power like when it was alive. Its essence was an elite knight in its prime, a treasure of Solian, crafted by one of the most ruthless beings ever. He still couldn't believe his eyes. But the guy was facing that Death Knight directly, not backing down. Asta now threw a punch right in Shine's face. He didn't hold back and punched him directly in the face. Win started to worry. Damn it, at this rate, my priceless masterpiece will be completely destroyed. He quickly cast another spell on Asta. Asta got a little distracted by it. Shine immediately seized this opportunity and stabbed Asta. Win was thrilled by the scene, saying it was a perfect finish. He felt quite smug, not noticing the syrup at his feet. You fool, you only focused on the undead knight and ignored me. Soon, my collection will have a new item. Suddenly, the syrup marks on the ground started glowing. Win felt confused. What's going on here? Immediately, a huge explosion erupted beneath him. A while later, as the smoke began to clear, Win, now injured, was panting heavily. His eyes were unconsciously wide open. He realized he had lost his leg and screamed in pain. Meanwhile, Asta was slowly walking toward Win, commenting, your undead knight puppet is quite impressive. I figured out where you're from. You belong to the dark magic sect, don't you? Asta then removed his crescent mask, saying, now let's sit and chat a bit. He laid down some rules. Listen carefully, there are 3 rules you must follow in this conversation. First, look in the right place. Asta ignored Win's angry face, warning, you better keep your eyes glued to my shoe tips. Before Win could argue, he was blinded. You brat, still wet behind the ears. Asta calmly asked, so, do you feel like being more polite now? He mentioned the last 2 rules. Second, don't try anything funny. I let one guy go a few days ago and he turned on me. Finally answered truthfully when I asked something, got it. Asta managed to extract quite a bit of information. So, you came here alone, huh? Your target must be Deathros, then why aim at me instead? Am I just prey to you, you bastard? He suddenly tore part of his shirt. Alright, next question. He continued. Have you ever seen this symbol before? Knowing Win was a dark magic sorcerer involved in taboo practices, Asta hoped he might know something about the mark. Win couldn't answer. I don't see anything, so I don't know. Asta realized he went too far. Maybe seeing you with a blindfold, my eyes became too normal. He sighed, deciding to drop the subject. Well, who knows what your dark magic people do with corpses? Best to keep my secrets safe. Asta continued with his questions. What's Salvadium's true goal? Tell me everything you know. Win was about to confess when he suddenly died. In a blink, his life was completely gone. Asta checked him quickly, wondering, did he have a seal placed on him? Lucky I got the essential info out of him, or things would have been bad. He spat out some poison from his body. Man, what a pain. Asta was feeling pretty annoyed. Damn, annoying enough to drive me mad. Just then, he realized something. He mentioned the 13 sins, right? The mark on Asta's chest reacted, triggering a curse. Thankfully, the mark reacted in time to protect him, but he nearly died catching a mouse. He glanced at Shine. Well then, Asta was in a tough spot. What should I do about this now? He quickly found a ring on Win, deducing the control item must be nearby. There it is. Asta then ordered him. Hey buddy, come over here. Shine responded, getting up. I'm waiting for your orders. Feeling slightly helpless, Asta dropped the act. He ordered Shine again. Now I can see up close. Why are you so big? Lower yourself a bit. Asta then gave up control over him, saying, all right, you're free now. He issued a final command, return to your eternal sleep. Under the pouring rain, Shine was amazed. Freedom, Shine couldn't adjust. Is this freedom? At that moment, seals emerged from Shine's body, disappearing as his chains were finally broken. Asta didn't linger with him. Yeah, congrats. Now we part ways. Goodbye. Just then, Shine had something more to say. Kid. Shine commented on Asta's demeanor. You seem like a kid inexperienced with life, yet you talk so brashly. Asta sensed something was off. No, wait, what's happening now? Asta repeated his command. Listen, I've told you, you're free now. If you're free, why don't you just disappear and rest in peace? What are you planning to do here anyway? Shine wanted to say something. Hey. The man immediately echoed Asta's words. Didn't you just say that I was free? So my choosing to remain in this world is also my freedom. Asta, though irritated, didn't want to bother with him. Fine. Enjoy your freedom until you die. I'm leaving. Surprisingly, Shine wanted to follow him. All right then, lead the way. Asta got heated and argued with the man. Honestly, I've seen a lot of weird things, but this situation leaves me speechless. Shine only paid attention to Asta's attitude. You seem quite rude for a young person. Asta quickly retorted. I've been around for quite a long time myself. The man responded just as quickly. Thank you for reminding me. When I was on my deathbed, I was several times your age. Asta still had his reasoning. Haven't you ever heard that life and death don't go by age? Shine had first-hand experience. I've also visited the afterlife once. You could say I'm a pretty experienced expert. Asta listened to that and had no response left. He had no choice but to let the man follow him. Damn it. The next morning, Asta was curious. How about you introduce yourself a little? He knew Shine's identity wasn't average. What's your family's name? A swordmaster must have a noble background. The man was about to share. No matter how prestigious it was by this generation, it's likely gone. That year was the 137th year of the imperial calendar. Asta immediately interrupted Shine. I'm not interested in a history lecture. He also thought the man seemed quite ancient. The 137th year of the imperial calendar? You've been around for a long time then. Shine wanted to know the current time. What year is it now? Asta quickly answered, it's the year 374 of the imperial calendar. Shine started asking persistently, what about the Lortel family? Does the Dolanpi estate still exist? While answering, Asta suddenly noticed something. It's all still here. No, wait a moment. Hey, the Iron Man there. The man discarded his outer cloak. Iron Man? Asta switched to another nickname. Or maybe the Tin Man? Shine didn't react too strongly. Tin Man? Asta sighed in frustration. Just as I expected, he's nothing but an empty-headed swordsman. I really want to punch him but need to hold back. Asta then focused on Shine's sword. It's not because I'm afraid of the swordsmanship of a newly awakened master. Suddenly, Asta tried to be polite. At least let me know your name. What's your name? The man was pleased with this. Yes, you should have asked that way from the start. I feel like the youth these days respect their elders less than before. Hearing this, Asta immediately thought of Lehelm. Why does this guy remind me of my old mentor? The man cleared his throat, preparing to reveal his identity. All right, I'll tell you. Even though I'm not sure if my name holds any value now. Shine immediately announced himself. My name is Shine von Lemons, Master Knight of the Lemons family. Asta couldn't help but be surprised at this. He had heard rumors about him. So you're that crazy guy? Shine looked confused. What? Asta still couldn't believe his eyes. This is nonsense. The most notorious killer in history is standing right in front of me. Asta suddenly remembered his nickname, the King of Assassins, the Emperor's Assassin. He couldn't help but smile with excitement. Hey, Asta suddenly wanted to invite Shine to join him. How about you come work with me? Asta had heard of this name before, Shine von Lemons. He remembered the most famous rumor about Shine, known in history as the Kingslayer, a traitor, but Shine was also known by many other titles. Asta knew about Shine's exceptional talent, the greatest genius in history. A natural-born warrior skilled not only in swordsmanship, but with all kinds of weapons. He recalled Shine's fate, how the genius went mad after the fall of the Lemons family. Asta felt pretty happy at the moment because Shine was right here, a genius who reached the level of swordmaster at just 18. Without a doubt, he would be a reliable force, especially against those wretched dark sorcerers like Deathros. He wanted to use Shine to his fullest potential. This was a fantastic tool to increase his strength. No, a fantastic ally. Asta repeated his offer. So, what do you think about us working together? Shine didn't quite get it. Cooperate? Asta started to stir Shine's emotions. The sorcerer who woke you from your eternal rest and dragged you everywhere. Don't you want revenge on him? Asta felt excited seeing Shine's anger. Interesting. It sounds even more exciting than a delicious bowl of soup. Shine immediately thought of Win. That bastard is still alive. Then who was the guy earlier? Asta revealed a little truth, just one of his minions. Asta continued to provoke Shine. You probably don't remember, but to him, you were nothing but a tool. What did he say again? Oh right, he said you were too weak to be of any use. His words immediately hit Shine's pride. Shine flared up with anger. I'll tear him to pieces. Asta, still calm, said, even if you want to kill him, finding him won't be easy. Shine quickly realized Asta was hiding something. You sound like you know exactly where to find him. Asta didn't even bother to deny. That's right. Coincidentally, I have some grudges with him too, but I can't give that information away easily. Asta seized the opportunity to propose a deal with Shine. So, what do you say? Shall we make a deal? Shine stayed silent, thinking. Though Shine was uneasy, he agreed. It feels like you're tricking me, but fine. I was planning to follow you for a while anyway, so I might as well hunt him down. Asta smiled and shook Shine's hand. Glad to hear that. Let's go. I'll introduce you to my teammates. A while later, the two of them returned to base number 2. Fixer noticed their arrival. You came back right on time. He also sensed something, but Fixer turned his attention to Shine. Who's the guy standing behind you? Asta didn't explain right away. Stop causing trouble and go call Oberon and Rayleigh here, and Plen too if you can. He wanted to inform them. I have something to tell everyone. A moment later, everyone was gathered. Now that everyone is here, Asta asked with concern, did everyone rest well last night? Rayleigh sighed and complained. Rest? While someone's busy being lazy somewhere, we are working ourselves to death. Oberon immediately reprimanded him. Rayleigh. Asta noticed Plen's unusual expression. I assume you all have been mercenaries long enough to know how everything operates, right? Your blood must be boiling with anger, isn't it? You're not still mad about me punching you in the face yesterday, are you? Your glare could burn through someone. Asta got straight to the point. Now, let me explain why I was absent yesterday. Everyone understood the gist of the situation, so that's what happened. They were surprised, so you're saying this guy in the cloak. They still couldn't believe their eyes. Is a Death Knight who reached Swordmaster level? Asta casually commented, he's just a moving pile of scrap metal. Shine felt a bit irritated. This damn kid. Shine removed his hood to show them clearly. It's really a Death Knight. I knew something was off, but I didn't expect it to be a Death Knight. Now, he suddenly questioned, Sir, how can something like this happen? Oberon seemed quite cautious. Death Knights are cursed monsters. How could you bring a creature like that here? Asta didn't understand. What do you mean? Should we behead him just because he's a cursed monster? Shine sarcastically added, my head won't come off even if you tried. Asta just gave him a nonchalant glance. Oberon's face still showed clear worry. Asta suddenly called his name Oberon. Oberon immediately responded, yes, sir? Asta asked him, can you fight better than him? Shine answered for Oberon. What? Obviously, I'd slice him into pieces easily. He kept asking questions. When he was alive, he was a knight of swordmaster rank. Do you know how much a cursed monster like this is worth compared to a bunch of mercenaries? Oberon couldn't answer that. Shine suddenly had something to say to him. Hey, young sorcerer. Oberon was ready to listen. Go on, say what you think. He suddenly pointed proudly at his chest. I was once a loyal knight of the Emperor. And even though I've become a cursed monster, as you say, my loyalty is still as strong as ever. Asta couldn't help but react to these words, watching his expression. Shine started to open up. Do you know the immense pain a soul endures when turned into an undead? He showed great suffering. Even now, I still feel that pain. Though I no longer have a human body, it's like there's a fire consuming my very self. Shine suddenly prepared to draw his sword, however. Oberon watched this in wide-eyed astonishment. He now placed the sword down, showing his knight's pride. I am still the proud sword of the Emperor. Shine expressed anger when mentioning Win. That wretched sorcerer dared to insult my loyalty. Do you know how it feels for a knight's loyalty to be trampled on? He spoke about his purpose. That's right, it's revenge. I will tear that wretched sorcerer to shreds. That's the only reason I'm still in this world. Shine suddenly lifted his sword from the ground. But if you can't trust me, he intended to hand it to him, then use this sword to behead me. I swear by my master's honor, I am willing to die by your hand. Oberon just stayed silent. He was suddenly moved to tears. Oberon was very regretful. I was so foolish, acting impulsively without understanding your suffering, Sir Knight. He empathized with Shine. I can't imagine how much you've endured. He quickly turned to signal Asta. See? He quietly exposed the lie. What you said shocked me. It really was a deceit. The Emperor's sword? I guess it was, the sword that beheaded the Emperor. Asta felt some doubt. He must have needed that much determination and deceit to take the Emperor's head. It was night now, and Oberon was the last to leave the tent. Fixer was making sure everything was taken care of. I'll get everything ready. He urged everyone back to their tents. It's dark. Everyone, get some rest. Asta needed to hide certain things. Even though I keep details about the Salvadium Dark Sorcerer's secret, now everyone knows there's a new enemy. He and everyone prepared for the upcoming battle. From now on, our schedule won't be easy. We'll have to keep moving forward with our own beliefs. Asta also knew Rayleigh's purpose. Some are for survival. He looked at Oberon. Some are for justice. Next, Asta looked at Fixer. Some are for family. He noticed the anger on Plen's face. And some are for revenge. Asta remembered his own purpose. And for me, just then, Shine interrupted his thoughts. Hey, get out of the way. Stop blocking the path. Asta listened but didn't respond, suddenly letting out a sigh. Asta was very excited about the future ahead. All right, everything's ready. Let's get going.